Chapter 286. Just after midnight, young Fan, dressed in casual clothes, slowly walked into the drunken Golden Hairpin restaurant. Professor Ju welcomed him politely, not recognizing him at all as the customer who had once disguised himself as a merchant from the western regions. Although businessman had a good memory, it had been too long since that incident. Young Fan said, "I have an appointment to meet someone in the Sky private room." Professor Ju said, "Please come in. Your guest hasn't arrived yet. Please take a seat first." Professor Ju invited young Fan into the Sky private room. He placed 4 types of dried fruits and a pot of boiling water on the table, considerately closing the door for him. As soon as the door closed, young Fan let out a long sigh. Coming here, he couldn't help but think of Tin Ano. Back then, they had worked together to scheme against Liu Junpan here. Now that he was sitting here, the past was still vivid in his mind. Exotic Hu music came from outside. When he walked in, 2 enchanting Hu women were twisting their waists and hips on the stage, looking very charming. What young Fan thought of was Tin Ano's Hu Xian. Wn was the woman he deeply loved, and Nu was the woman who deeply loved him. But in the end, he was going to marry a 3rd woman. The heavens really knew how to tease people. Young Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that Xiaoman was filled with bewilderment because of this, and it was obvious from her expression at that time. In his almost 20 years of life, he had encountered too many bizarre encounters, but as far as he was concerned, none of them were more bizarre than what had happened today. Listening to the Hu music, he was lost in his thoughts. Before he knew it, the appointed time had arrived. 2 people were talking to each other at the door. One of them was Professor Ju. Professor Ju laughed and said, "Please come in. This is the room. The guest you have an appointment with has been waiting for a long time." Then, a slightly deep voice that was as gentle and magnetic as a flute said, "Got it, you may leave." As soon as he heard this voice, young Fan suddenly raised his head and looked towards the door in astonishment. As soon as the door was opened, a young scribe was standing there, wearing a turban on her head, wearing a stone-green scribe's robe, with a leather belt around her waist. Her lips were red and her teeth were white. Her temperament was elegant, just like a gentleman from a noble family. She was none other than Princess Taiping in men's clothing. Princess Taiping looked around and saw young Fan sitting cross-legged on the couch. She was immediately stunned and seemed extremely surprised. She stared fixedly at young Fan, and was slightly startled for a moment. Her eyes flashed, and she revealed a smile of enlightenment. She flicked the folded fan in her hand backward and stepped into the room. Young Fan saw that there were a few middle-aged men with big shoulders and round waists, fierce-looking faces, and no facial hair. They were all wearing dark red martial arts clothes with arrow sleeves, and black, cross-horned hats. They were none other than the several women who were good at wrestling and sumo, who often accompanied Princess Taiping. The door was closed again. Princess Taiping stood by the door with her hands behind her back. She gently knocked her folding fan a few times on the back of her waist. She opened her mouth and smiled. She leisurely walked over and sat opposite to young Fan. She smiled and said, "So it's you. So the person that Shen Mu fell in love with is you? Ha ha. I was confused. It should be you. Who else could it be?" Young Fan ignored her question and looked at her rosy white and delicate cheeks. He said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that the person who asked me to meet would be you. Even if I see you now, in my opinion, that person shouldn't be you." Princess Taiping looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Why shouldn't it be me? Just because I am a princess? Haha, princess, sometimes you are nothing." Young Fan made a few gestures with his hands. Princess Taiping said with a smile, "Erlang, you and I don't need to verify anything. Is it you who can't recognize me or I can't recognize you?" She put her hands on the table and leaned forward slightly. Her face revealed a touch of hatred. She said in a low voice, "Even if you turn into ashes, I won't recognize you as someone else." As she approached, a touch of faint fragrance seeped into young Fan's mouth and nose. Her snow-white collar revealed a touch of snow-white traces. Young Fan raised his body without a trace and said with a sullen face, "Since you and I are the same, let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about serious matters." Bang! Princess Taiping slammed her palm on the table and said while gritting her teeth, "What is serious business? What I want to talk about is serious business. You also know that you are in the wrong. You dare not argue with me. Nonsense. What do I have in the wrong? Just because I didn't agree to be your gigolo?" Young Fan responded with tit for tat. He suddenly went up to her. He raised his sword-like eyebrows and asked in a stern voice, "So you deliberately separated us, didn't you? I knew that you were not so kind." The two people's noses were almost touching each other. They were in a deadlock like this for a moment. Princess Taiping suddenly smiled sweetly and slowly sat back down. She said lightly, "Xiao Man is a beautiful lady. What are you dissatisfied with?" "Haha, young Fan, you are really capable. Even I have to admire you. WN is as pure as ice and as clean as jade." Unexpectedly, she gave all her affection to you. Young Fan's hands grasped the edge of the table. The blue veins on the back of his palms were bulging. He endured for a long time and then slowly sat back. He gritted his teeth and said, "You and WN have always been friends. What did she do to you?" "She didn't. You did." Princess Taiping couldn't bear it anymore. She pounced on him like a tigress. She stared at him with her phoenix eyes wide open. However, she immediately realized that she had lost control of herself. She quickly sat back down and put on a very elegant appearance. She said, "You are really brave. Fortunately, you too acted secretly. Only people like me could find out. Otherwise, if my mother knew about it, you too." Humph. Princess Taiping slightly raised her eyebrows. She charmingly glanced at young Fan and leisurely said, "You should be grateful to me. I didn't let you fall into deep trouble." Young Fan looked down in disgust and said in a deep voice, "I don't want to talk about these things with you. Let's talk about business." Princess Taiping covered her mouth and chuckled. She said, "Fine. I will talk to you about whatever you want to talk about. Anyway, you have never treated me as a princess. Since you only treat me as a woman should naturally listen to a man. Don't you think so?" Her eyes and brows were enchanting. Young Fan's face was calm. He pretended that he didn't see it. He said in a deep voice, "His Majesty originally intended to use troops in the western regions. However, Grandmaster Di and the others thought that the gains would not make up for the losses. They suggested to give up the western regions. Therefore, we cannot seek to cooperate with Grandmaster Di on this matter." The Wu clan also strongly advocated to use troops in the western regions. However, the military power cannot fall into their hands. We must promote His Majesty's determination to use troops in the western regions to recover the 4 towns of Anshi. At the same time, we must guard against the Wu clan seizing the military power in the western regions. I brought a person with me. This person can prove that Qiu Shunji intentionally let the 2 Ju spies escape in order to urge the imperial court to send troops and destroy Lu Shida to seize the military power in the western regions. He also allowed them to take away important information from the frontier fortress. Based on this, we can topple Wu Chengxi's faction. It seems that you will have to take action on this matter. Li Lingyu gently shook her head. That's not appropriate. Don't just look at how my mother became the emperor as a woman. She doesn't like other women participating in politics. I've been warned by my mother more than once not to get involved in politics. Besides, my faction has just been established. Now is not the time for me to publicly bid farewell to the Wu clan." Young Fan slightly frowned. "Since it's not appropriate for Grandmaster Di to participate in this matter and you can't make an appearance, then who should do it?" Li Lingyu replied, "Regarding this, I have discussed it with a few advisors and have come up with a foolproof plan. However, as to how it will be carried out, we originally had to wait for you to come before we could discuss it in detail. However, when I came, I didn't know that the person I was conspiring with was you. Now that I see that it's you, I immediately thought of a solution." When she was talking about matters in a serious manner, her expression was serious and she spoke with fervor and assurance. Young Fan didn't feel disgusted. Hearing this, he couldn't help but slightly lean forward and ask, "What foolproof plan?" Li Lingyu sweetly replied, "Naturally, It's a foolproof plan that ensures that we can send troops to the western region without losing military power. Young Fan said, I'd like to hear the details. Li Lingyu said, look, Grandmaster Di has the same interests as us in politics. We both oppose the Wu clan's monopolization of power, so he is our ally. However, when it comes to the western region, his view is at odds with ours. Grandmaster Di is the current prime minister. If he disagrees with us, our power will be weaker. Once the two sides fall out, the Wu clan will benefit from it. Young Fan nodded. Li Lingyu saw that his attitude was finally not as bad as before. She was delighted and said, as for the Wu clan, in the long run, they are our enemy. Just based on the western region matter, they are our ally in sending troops, but they are our enemy in fighting for military power. Is there any way to make them work for us in both areas? Young Fan frowned and said, how is that possible? Li Lingyu mysteriously smiled and said, why not? Young Fan said, what's the plan? Li Lingyu proudly puffed out her chest. Although she was dressed in men's clothing, this puffed-out chest still revealed the full shape of her chest. Young Fan's gaze couldn't help but fall down and stare at the dried fruits on the table again. Li Lingyu softly snorted and placed the 4 fruits on one side and 3 on the other. She said, let's not talk about the distant matters first. Let's talk about the present. Right now, the ones in favor of sending troops are us and the Wu clan. The opposing side is only Grandmaster Di. If we can topple the Wu clan. Li Lingyu took 2 plates and looked at the table and said, then it will be 1-on-1. If we fight directly with Grandmaster Di's faction, the outcome will be hard to predict. Moreover, if we hurt our relationship, it will likely destroy our alliance. Young Fan stared at the 2 plates in her hands and said, the plates in your hands represent the Wu clan? Why are there 2? Li Lingyu sweetly smiled and said, they can be 1 or 2. If we don't know how to differentiate, they will be 1. Li Lingyu tilted one plate slightly and poured all the dried fruits on it into the other plate. She looked at Young Fan and said, if we separate Wu Sansi and Wu Chengxi, it will be 2 plate. As she said this, she tilted the plate full of dried fruits and poured half of them back into the other plate. Young Fan's eyes flashed and he seemed to understand something. Li Lingyu also saw that he understood her meaning. She smiled slightly and placed a plate beside the plate that represented her side. She said, this is Wu Sansi. Then, she casually threw the other plate onto the carpet on the ground and said, this is Wu Chengxi. Young Fan took a deep breath and said, I understand. We won't show ourselves, but we'll use Wu Sansi to get rid of Wu Chengxi. Then, we will join forces and instigate Wu Sansi to deal with Grandmaster Di in order to achieve the goal of sending troops. When His Majesty has made up his mind to send troops, we will join forces with Grandmaster Di to prevent Wu Sansi from obtaining military power. Li Lingyu proudly puffed out her proud chest and said proudly, how is my intelligence compared to your WAN? Chapter 287. As soon as Young Fan heard her mention WAN, his face darkened again. He avoided the topic and said, Wu Sansi and Wu Chengxi have always been fighting for the crown prince. If there is a chance to destroy Wu Chengxi, he will naturally welcome it. However, he will only make Wu Chengxi lose his power and will not let him die. Princess Taiping said, if it were Grandmaster Di or me, my mother wouldn't let him die. Letting him lose his power is the best result. If we can cut off all his wings, even if he is still alive, he will be better off dead than alive. This result is enough. Young Fan thought for a while and asked, but Wu Sansi is not an idiot. If we give him a witness, can't he see that we are using someone else to kill him? Princess Taiping smiled and said, that is why I said I did not think about how to carry out this plan and make Wu Sansi work for us without suspicion. When I saw you, I thought of a way. Young Fan was surprised and said, me? What can I do? Princess Taiping said, you are a disciple of the White Horse Temple. Xue Huai regards you as one of his people. After you joined the army, you became a soldier of the Jinwu Guards, and you have a relationship with Qiu Shenji. Now you have rendered great merit in the 100 Cavalry Neutrality, and have been promoted to the Left Commander of the Yulin Guards. From beginning to end, you have been under Wu Yui's tutelage. With all these, will they treat you as an outsider? Yang Fan thought for a while and said slowly, "You mean, you want me to join the Wu clan, pledge loyalty to Wu Sanxi and borrow Wu Sanxi's hand to destroy Wu Chengxi?" Princess Taiping shook her head gracefully, "Not borrow Wu Sanxi's hand, but help Wu Sanxi. Do you think he does not want to destroy Wu Chengxi?" Yang Fan snorted coldly and said, "Why do you have to say that? Then what are you going to do?" "Me?" Princess Taiping smiled even more brilliantly. "I, of course, will cheer for Wu Chengxi and make him more enthusiastic about the fight for the crown prince. This way, Wu Sanxi will be eager to destroy him." Yang Fan nodded heavily and said in a low voice, "I understand. I will find a suitable opportunity to express my loyalty to Wu Sanxi. As for other matters," Princess Taiping said softly, "rice should be eaten one mouthful at a time, and the road should be walked one step at a time. It won't be too late to plan other things after we finish this matter." Yang Fan nodded, placed his hands on his knees, and said, "All right, then it's settled. I'm going back." Princess Taiping said in surprise, "The dishes and wine have not been served yet." Yang Fan didn't say anything and just walked out. Princess Taiping stared at him and suddenly said, "On the day of the wedding, Prince Consort Ji was drunk and pretended to be crazy and was rude to me. I threw him into the pigsty and slept for the whole night." Yang Fan halted his steps and said with a sullen face, "Your mother forced someone else's wife to her death. Can't I be a little angry? Your Highness has gone too far with your actions." Princess Taiping said, "So, he has his own residence now. I gave him a private courtyard, and in order to take revenge on me, he brought his concubines to fool around with me, but I never paid any attention to them." Yang Fan said expressionlessly, "Your Highness, you don't need to tell me so much about your own affairs." Princess Taiping was furious and said with her almond-shaped eyes, "Do you understand what I'm talking about?" Yang Fan said, "Of course I understand." Princess Taiping said angrily, "Then say it out. Don't give me that look." Yang Fan said word by word, "I also want to throw you into the pigsty." The barrier door was opened and closed with a crash. Yang Fan's footsteps gradually faded away. Princess Taiping sat quietly for a while and suddenly giggled. It seemed that she was very happy to be scolded. "Our Yulin Guard is the head of the Northern Imperial Army. The Yulin Guard is the wing of the country, and it is as prosperous as the forest. Yang Fan, you are now conferred the title of Left Commander of the Yulin Guard. The Emperor's grace is grand, and you should think of the Emperor's grace. Strictly abide by the 17 prohibitions and the 54 decapitations. Devote yourself to serve the country." "Yes." Yang Fan flashed out of the ranks and made a salute with his hands crossed high above his head. Wu Yuyi took a big seal tied with red silk on the marshal's table, held it in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Take the seal." Yang Fan strode forward, his battle skirt swaying, and his armor clanging. He walked to Wu Yuyi, lifted his battle robe, knelt on one knee, raised his hands, and a heavy seal was put in his hands. Yang Fan took the seal in his hands, slowly turned around, and showed the seal to the generals and ministers in the tent. At this time, Yang Fan was wearing a bright armor, a helmet with rolled ears, and the red tassels on the top of the helmet were shaking. His shoulders were tiger-devouring shoulder guards, and the brass rivets on the leather wrist guards were shining. The bright protector on his chest was shining like a mirror. He was wearing a fish-scale battle robe and holding his belly with the tiger's mouth wide open. He looked heroic and imposing. In the marshal's tent, no matter if they were higher or lower in rank than him, they all had faces full of envy. He was only 19 years old, but he was already a lieutenant general and was also married to the Son of Heaven. Who could compare to this kind of glory? Of course, Huli, Wei Yong, and the others were sincerely happy for him. Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao, who had received the news, had sent someone to deliver the news yesterday afternoon. They wanted to find a time to get together with him and celebrate his success. These two good friends were not people of the Featherwood Guard, so they had no chance to see his power today. Huli and Wei Yong were people of the Featherwood Guard, but from now on, they were his true colleagues. Yang Fan had risen to the heavens in a single step, and was now only one step away from Huli, the lieutenant general. He was one level higher than Brigade Marshal Wei Yong. Wei Yong was the left Featherwood Guard's brigade marshal, and Yang Fan was now his immediate superior. After learning the news of the Son of Heaven's marriage, Wu Yuyi had some doubts about whether he had made the wrong judgment in the past. Was this young fan his aunt's gigolo? If he was his aunt's man, how could his aunt have bestowed him a woman and allowed him to marry? But if he wasn't, there was no way to explain Shangguan Daijiao's words on that day and his repeated care for young fan afterwards. After thinking it over, Wu Yuyi could only think that young fan was handsome, but his skin was a little dark. His aunt liked fair-skinned men, and presumably, she just wanted to have a taste of this young fan. Now that young fan had fallen out of favor, his aunt had bestowed him an official position, bestowed him with a female official by her side, and allowed him to settle down and start a family. This could be considered a consolation and compensation. For Wu Yuyi, this was a good thing. He dared to use young fan like this. Otherwise, this person in the Featherwood Guard could not be put in an important position, nor could he not be used. It would be an awkward role. Young Fan came from the White Horse Temple and had been a soldier in Qiu Shenji's Golden Guards. Now, he was his direct subordinate. And Xue Huai and Qiu Shenji were on the same side as the Wu family. It could be said that from the beginning to the end, young Fan had never been free from the Wu family's brand. His future and the Wu family's prosperity and losses were shared, so naturally, this person could be used without worry. Looking at young Fan receiving the seal and standing there majestically, Wu Yuyi smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, Wei Wang has already sent a message asking me to invite him to a banquet. It seems like he wants to rope him in. This person is destined to be a part of my Wu family's party. From today onwards, I have to nurture him more. Thinking of this, Wu Yuyi said to the generals in the tent, colleagues, don't look at young Fan's young age. Young Fan has made great contributions to our dynasty in the Western region. There are some things that are classified and cannot be announced to you now. I will tell you what I can. Young Fan replaced Fei Huku as the defending general and commanded the 5,000 soldiers to retreat safely in front of the 100,000 Tuju army. This prevented the enemy from taking advantage of the situation and invading the pass. This was a great contribution to Long Yu's army. Not to mention his resourcefulness, he managed to defeat the 100,000 Tuju army with one plan. Young Fan is brave and resourceful. He is well versed in the art of war and is worthy of the heavy responsibility. Therefore, the emperor will reward him for his contributions and personally confer him the position of Minister General. All of you must not underestimate him. Those who are older than him, give him more pointers. Those who are higher than him, give them more support. If anyone dares to use their seniority to disrespect their superior, our 17 commandments and 54 slashes are not just for show. Yes. All the generals in the tent stood with their arms crossed as they received the order. More than 10 sets of armors let out the sound of the armor scraping against each other. It was a mighty sound. The morning court session was over. The court was filled with red and purple as they slowly walked out of the court. This was young Fan's first morning court session as the left Minister General of the Yulin Guards. Young Fan was wearing a brand new set of armor as he stood by the Golden Water Bridge. In the old days, when he was a great horned man, he had also carried out early morning guard duties, but at that time he was only a soldier. Today, from the armed warriors outside the Meridian Gate to the Golden Melon warriors in the Golden Hall, all the palace guards were his subordinates. Di Renjie saw young Fan and immediately walked over with a smile. He stroked his long beard and said, "My good nephew, congratulations on your promotion. He, my son Guang Yuan has also heard of your good news. When you come to my residence, this old man will prepare a celebratory feast for you." Young Fan took a step back and bowed respectfully. He said, "Ah, so it is Prime Minister Di. This general pays his respects. This general has just been appointed as Minister General and there are many affairs that need to be sorted out. I am afraid that I will not be able to leave the palace for the time being." Some of the officials passing by heard the exchange between the two and couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Di Renjie addressed himself as this old man and the other person as his good nephew, but the other person addressed himself as this general and addressed him as Prime Minister Di. This was going to be fun. Could it be that the old fox Di was going to make a fool of himself this time? When Di Renjie heard young Fan's words, The smile on his face immediately froze. At this moment, Wu Sansi also walked over while swinging his arms. He laughed and said, "Young Fan, achieving success at a young age is a double blessing. The younger generation will surpass us in time." Young Fan hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, "This general pays his respects to Your Highness King Liang." Wu Sansi said with a smile, "Hey, no need to be so polite. No need to be so polite. This prince loves to make friends with young talents like you. After hearing about your various experiences in the Western region, this prince likes you very much. Haha, in these 2 days, my Wu clan will hold a family banquet. This prince wants to invite you over to have a few cups of wine and talk about your journey to the west. Would you like to come?" The Northern Office was the Emperor's private army, and the Yulin Guard was the head of all the guards in the Northern Office. When Young Fan returned from the west this time, he became the Left General of the Yulin Guard. Huang Xuchang, Tian Yang, and others benefited from him and also became the officers of the 100 Cavalry Guards of the Black Tortoise Gate. In terms of official position, Yang Fan, as the Left General, was certainly not enough in front of people like Di Renjie and Wu Sansi, but his real power was not small. Di Renjie and Wu Sansi both shook the olive branch to Yang Fan. They represented the Prime Minister's faction and the Wutang Imperial Clan's faction respectively. The Imperial Court officials who were standing aside were clear about this. Now they were waiting to see how Yang Fan would choose. Chapter 288. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, then said to Wu Sansi, "Your Highness, as an outsider, it's not appropriate for me to participate in the Wu clan's banquet, right?" Wu Sansi smiled, "What's wrong with that? You're Yu Yi's subordinate, so you can be considered a part of our family. When the time comes, Master Shui and General Qiu Shinji will also come. One of them is your master, while the other is your old superior. It's a good opportunity to meet them and have a chat." Yang Fan saluted, "Since it's like this, I'll definitely show up on time." Wu Sansi faced the sky and laughed, "Good. Good. Ha 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 ha." Just now, he had also seen the scene of Di Renjie inviting Yang Fan to the banquet. Last time, he wanted to rope Di Renjie in, but Di Renjie used the excuse of having a stomachache and directly rejected his invitation. Now that Yang Fan had rejected Di Renjie's invitation in front of all the civil and military officials and was willing to attend the Wu clan's banquet, he could be considered to have vented his resentment, so he was naturally very happy. Di Renjie seemed to be a little surprised by Yang Fan's choice. He looked deeply at Yang Fan and sincerely said, "Nephew, safety and danger come hand in hand, but misfortune and fortune come hand in hand. You must be especially cautious when you have just obtained a high position. You must know, the day that the shrimp turns red is also the day of its great sorrow." Yang Fan humbly smiled and replied, "This lowly official will remember Prime Minister Di's teachings. However, this lowly official has also heard that a man only has one life, and a plant only has one autumn. No matter how you live, it's this lifetime. If you have the opportunity to turn red but don't take it, won't you rot with the plants?" Di Renjie sighed, and his expression became even more disappointed. He slowly shook his head and said to Yang Fan, "Since that's the case, Yang Fan, you're on your own." Di Renjie flicked his sleeve lightly and left. The surrounding civil and military officials left successively when they saw this, and they whispered to each other and discussed endlessly as they walked. Wu Sansi was even happier when he saw Di Renjie being humiliated. He laughed heartily and said to Yang Fan, "Yang Fan, you have completely offended Old Fox Di this time. Old Fox is the Prime Minister. Don't you regret it?" Yang Fan said sternly, "Yang Fan's achievements today cannot be separated from the nurturing of Master Shui, Great General Qiu and Great General Wu. How can one forget one's roots? Furthermore, it was said that only broken friends could have close friend. Since Yang Fan has made his choice, he will not regret it." Wu Sansi's eyes lit up as he scrutinized Yang Fan from head to toe, praising, "Good. Only when there are broken friends can there be best friends." This sentence was well said. "Yang Fan, this king guarantees that you won't regret it." "Thank you, Prince." Yang Fan bowed and Wu Sansi laughed heartily as he left. After morning assembly, Yang Fan made some arrangements for the security of the palace before rushing to Jiao City. At this time, he was already a general of the left feathered guards. When he was not on duty, he would stay in his own house outside the palace. When he was on duty, he would stay at Xuanwu Gate's gate tower, so he didn't have to stay at the guards' camp in Jiao City like the other guards. Yang Fan entered Jiao City and turned to the female guards' quarters. Yang Fan wanted to see Xiao Man. The marriage arranged by the emperor could not be decided by themselves. This marriage had to be done whether they wanted to or not. This ending could not be changed. Yang Fan could not think of a way to avoid this marriage, but he still wanted to see Xiao Man. He also knew that Xiao Man might not be willing to marry him. As for why he wanted to see Xiao Man, he did not know. Perhaps if he could talk to Xiao Man and understand each other's true thoughts, he would feel more at ease. Unexpectedly, when Yang Fan arrived in front of the female guard's quarters, he did not see Xiao Man at all. When the female guards heard that Yang Fan had arrived, they came out to greet him. There was a lot of women, but Xiao Man was not among them. "Yo, you haven't even gotten married yet and you can't wait to see the bride. Erlang, congratulations on marrying such a good woman like Xiao Man. General Yang, now that you and Xiao Man are married, we are Sister Xiao Man's family. You are not allowed to bully our Sister Xiao Man in the future. Otherwise, our army of women will charge into your house and settle the score with you." Yang Fan was dizzy from all the noise, so he could only smile and salute. "Ladies, I want to see Xiao Man. I have something to discuss with her. Can you ask her to come out for a moment?" No, that won't do. General Yang, you can't break the rules. The emperor has decreed that you and our sister Xiao Man's wedding has already begun. You must not meet at this time, don't you know? If you have anything to say, you can tell us. We are Xiao Man's family. Yang Fan said, "I just want to see her." "What's wrong with that?" Lan Yiqing said with a smile, "If you have anything to say, you can tell us and let us tell Sister Xiao Man. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait until Sister Xiao Man marries you. Then you can talk about it in detail on your wedding night. In short, you must not see each other now. Even I know this rule. It is very inauspicious." Yang Fan said strangely, "It's not like I haven't seen her before. Why is it inauspicious to see her and talk to her?" Jiao Ying said with a smile, "That was then and this is now. In the past, you and our Xiao Man had nothing to do with each other. But now it is different. Once you become husband and wife, you will never be separated. Now the two of you are husband and wife in name, but you are not husband and wife in reality. If you see her, you will have to separate. It is very inauspicious to separate before the wedding ceremony." Yang Fan tried his best to persuade them, but these girls did not allow it. Instead, they all talked at once and made fun of him. Yang Fan had no choice but to flee in a sorry state amidst the girls' teasing. Yang Fan left the female guards' camp and happened to run into Huang Xuchang and a few other guards from the 100 Cavalry. Huang Changshu and the others saw him coming from the female camp and made fun of him again. Yang Fan could not resist and could only flee again. When he escaped from Jiao City and arrived at Jishen Hall, he heaved a sigh of relief. Looking up, Yang Fan happened to see a young boy in a brocade robe and jade belt passing by with two little eunuchs. Yang Fan recognized this person as King Chu, Li Longji. Yang Fan quickly stood still and bowed to him, saying, "Yang Fan greets your highness, King Chu." As soon as Li Longji saw that it was him, his little face immediately revealed an angry expression. He stopped in his tracks and glared at Yang Fan fiercely, as if he wanted to say something. However, his little mouth opened and closed tightly. He only snorted heavily, raised his head high, and strode past Yang Fan. Yang Fan straightened his back and looked suspiciously at Li Longji's angry back. He was a little puzzled at first, but suddenly remembered the scene of Wu Sansi inviting him during the morning court session. Yang Fan couldn't help but come to a realization. "I see. The news of me agreeing to Wu Sansi's invitation must have spread. Li Sanlang is angry at me for being the Wu family's dog." Yang Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was not easy to be an insider. Pledging allegiance to the Wu family was an absolute big secret. If he could become the Wu family's confidant, then he could play a role that was 10 times the power he could control with his current status. Therefore, this matter could not be known to too many people. Now, only Shen Mu's people and Princess Taiping knew the truth of his pledging allegiance to the Wu family. Even Di Renjie was kept in the dark. King Chu, Li Longji, was still a 7-year-old child. His emotions were shown on his face and he was not shrewd, so it was even more impossible for him to know. From the looks of it, he was afraid that for a long time, he would be reviled by Li Tang's royal family and the ministers loyal to Li Tang as the Wu family's dog. In the Library of History, outside WN's residence, Xiao Man was waiting quietly under the flowering tree. Xiao Man was wearing a light yellow gauze gown with large sleeves and a long skirt on her small waist. There was a thin, pinkish-brown belt tied into a knot, which further accentuated the girl's slender waist and graceful figure. Her beautiful black hair was tied into a drooping bun, which revealed a bit of the delicateness and cuteness of a young girl. WN sat in the room, her figure slightly hidden behind the window, quietly watching her. Xiao Man was in the prime of her life and had a well-developed figure. Inside the V-neck was a dark red tube top, which wrapped around a pair of budding breasts. A pair of delicate and sexy collarbones could be seen at a glance. Amidst the charm of Ning Qingxue, a seductive ravine could be faintly seen. Her bright eyes and white teeth were soft and charming. She also had the charm of a mature girl. Xiao Man rarely wore women's clothes, especially such gorgeous ones. She had never worn them before. But after Wu Zetian arranged a marriage for her, she became a bride-to-be and no longer needed to accompany Wu Zetian as a guard. Those female guards all used her as a test subject and racked their brains to dress her up. It was as if they were rehearsing their beautiful visions and hopes of becoming a wife in the future on her body. Xiao Man's clothes, hairstyle, and appearance were not up to her at all. It was all done for her by her sisters. Whether it was clothes or hairstyle, they had all been changed by them countless times. Some of the clothes made Xiao Man blush. This was the result of a compromise between the two sides. But dressed like this, Xiao Man still felt a little uncomfortable. She stood under the flower tree and unnaturally pulled at the lapels of her clothes. She pulled up the lapels and tightened the collar, trying to cover her slightly exposed chest. As a result, as soon as she pulled the clothes up, the soft and smooth clothes would slide down again. Xiao Man, who was extremely annoyed, had to do it again. WN who was quietly watching her from the window, saw her childish and cute movements and couldn't help but want to laugh. Xiao Man was flustered and didn't know what to do. She came to see WN just like Yang Fan came to see her. It was also a subconscious action. Perhaps in her view, WAN was omnipotent. Perhaps only WAN had a way to solve their current predicament or let her understand what to do. She knew that WN and Yang Fan loved each other. Although she was not in the wrong, she had a feeling that she was a thief who stole something that didn't belong to her. Shangguan Wana hadn't let her in yet. She stood under the tree, and a gust of wind blew, causing the fallen petals to scatter in all directions. The peach blossom petals landed on her head, shoulders, and belt. So, in addition to constantly pulling up her clothes, Xiao Man had one more thing to do, and that was to brush away the flowers. Shangguan Wana quietly watched Xiao Man's childish and cute behavior from the window, and the slight resentment in her heart quietly dispersed like petals blown away by the wind. How could such a Xiao Man be hated? Besides, she knew very well that all of this couldn't be blamed on Xiao Man. Xiao Man was also a victim. It was just that emotionally, WAN still couldn't accept it. Now that the resentment was gone, there was only an inexplicable melancholy left in her heart. Tell her to go back. WN gently sighed and ordered her trusted palace maid next to her, tell her that she is going to be married soon. In the future, she should be a good wife and serve her husband. When WN said this, her eyes suddenly turned red. She lowered her head and calmed her emotions. She continued, in the future, she will no longer be a member of the internal guards. It is rare for me and her to see each other in the palace. But, we are still good sisters. I wish her happiness for the rest of her life. Don't let her worry about me. The palace maid softly agreed and turned to walk out. WAN gently raised her head. Crystal clear tears were swirling in her eyes, but she wouldn't let them fall. Chapter 289. In the spring of Mount Hua, all living things welcomed and competed for spring. The valley path was narrow and quiet, the mountain road was rugged and winding, the spring water was rapid, the mountain rocks were steep, the emerald green filled the eyes, and the cool breeze was refreshing. The main peaks of Mount Hua, Luoyang Peak, Morning Sun Peak, and Lotus Flower Peak, the three peaks were like a cauldron, their power was beyond the clouds, and their shadows were like the Yellow River. They were known as the three peaks beyond the sky. The West Peak stood tall, as if it was cut by a knife or axe. On the peak of the steep peak, a small pavilion was built against the mountain. One side was overlooking the abyss, two sides were steep cliffs, only leaving a mountain path. Looking from afar, it was like a pavilion in the air. In the pavilion, a young master in a snow-white robe stood with his hands behind his back. The silver headband behind his head looked like it was flying in the wind. Beside him stood an old man in a green robe, his back was slightly bent, his face was full of wrinkles, leaning against the pillar of the pavilion, as if he was an old pine tree that grew in the pavilion. When other people entered the pavilion, they would immediately notice the handsome face of the young master in white. No one would look at him more than once, but Tin Ano, who followed Sichu Liang into the pavilion, knew how scary he was. Lu Boyan, the number one expert by young Master Jiang's side, Nu's martial arts were very complex. This old man had also taught her martial arts before. Nu once speculated that even if she used all of her skills, this old man who looked like a pine tree rooted in the rock, as long as he made a move, within 7 moves, he would be able to take her life. Sichu Liang entered the pavilion, bowed to young Master Jiang, and then quietly retreated to the side, leaning against another pillar, just like his master. Lu Boyan was his master. All of his skills were taught by Lu Boyan, but in front of young master, both of them were just servants. There was no need to talk about master and disciple etiquette. The Tian Ari Nu knelt down on the jade-like bluestone as soon as she entered the pagoda. She had already taken a bath, so her hair was not tied up and was only tied up with a green ribbon. Her hair was smooth and straight as it hung on her shoulders. She looked elegant and light like a chrysanthemum flower. Wearing a light yellow robe, she looked especially elegant and elegant. Young Master Jiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He leaned against the railing and looked into the distance. He looked at the mountains in the white clouds outside the ravine and asked lightly, "You've been gone for several months. Is that all you've told me?" Tin Ano bowed his head and said in a low voice, "Yes. I'm incompetent and failed to find the information that young master needed. Please forgive me, young master." He. Ha 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 ha. Young Master Jiang let out a low chuckle at first, then he laughed out loud. Suddenly, he turned around and pointed his finger at Tin Ano like a sword and shouted, "RNU, tell me, how have I always treated you?" Tin Ano nodded and said, "Young Master's kindness towards RNU is as heavy as a mountain. Even if RNU's body is crushed and my bones are crushed, I will never be able to repay you." Young Master Jiang sneered, "Fine. It's good that you know. Shen Mu has caused quite a commotion this time. From Chang'an to Luoyang, and even to Yangzhou, he has mobilized so many resources, and all of them have been concentrated in the western region. You were by his side, but you knew nothing about it." Tin Ano's face was a little pale. He explained in a low voice, "Shen Mu is a vigilant person. There are many experts around him. It's hard for RNU to get close to him." Later on, he went to the west of the river. The area there is vast and uninhabited. It's even harder for RNU to track him. Even so, Shen Mu was still very careful. He even used the cicada-shedding carapace. RNU was careless and chased after his subordinates to the Tuju. She then lost track of him. During this period of time, RNU really didn't know what Shen Mu did in the west region. By the time RNU finally returned from the Turkic Khaganate, Shen Mu had already covered up all traces. At this time, the information RNU could obtain was no different from what Sichu Liang had obtained. It's not useful to young master, it's because RNU is useless. As young Master Jiang listened to her, his face became more and more gloomy. In the end, he couldn't help but shout, "Enough." Tin Ano's delicate body trembled. She hurriedly stopped talking. Young Master Jiang stared at her coldly. After a long time, he lightly shook his head and sighed, "RNU, why did you betray me?" Tin Ano was shocked. She hurriedly said, "RNU definitely has no intention of betraying young master. Young master, Please investigate clearly. Young Master Jiang sneered. Investigate clearly? Of course I have to investigate clearly. If I don't investigate clearly, wouldn't this young master be kept in the dark by you? Just as the Tianari slave was about to defend herself, young Master Jiang flicked his sleeves and turned around abruptly. With his hands behind his back, he raised his head high and said disdainfully, Shenmu has a lascivious nature and is best at seducing innocent girls. You're still young and inexperienced. If you're blinded by his flowery words, I won't blame you as long as you're honest with me. Considering that you've risked your life for me all these years and have made some contributions, I won't blame you. Tin Ano involuntarily said, Young Master, how could RNU like Shenmu? Young Master has really misunderstood RNU. Young Master Jiang turned around and walked step by step to Tin Ano's side. Under his cold gaze, Tin Ano didn't dare to look up. She could only put her hands on the ground and kneel down at his feet. The corner of young Master Jiang's mouth twitched. He coldly said, If it's not Shenmu, then it's Yang Fan? The blood drained from the Tianari Enu's face in an instant, and her face became abnormally pale. Young Master had always thought highly of himself. He didn't even put Shenmu, the hidden sect's matriarch, in his eyes. It was even more impossible for a person like Yang Fan to be put in his eyes. He couldn't even remember Yang Fan's name. Now that he blurted it out, how much did he know? Looking at Tin Ano's peculiar expression, young Master Jiang finally believed that the information reported by his subordinate was completely true. His usually calm and untainted heart was suddenly ignited with a nameless flame of jealousy. She has fallen in love with a man. The RNU that I raised has fallen in love with a man. For him, she didn't even hesitate to betray me. The flame of jealousy was burning in his heart, causing his eyes to reveal a sinister expression. Glaring at RNU who was kneeling at his feet, young Master Jiang suddenly sneered. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. For a man, you actually let me down. What exactly is love between a man and a woman? Have you forgotten? Even your biological father pushed you into a dry well and abandoned you when he was on the brink of life and death. In this world, who else can be trusted? What kind of love can be trusted? Yang Fan, he is merely coveting your beauty and using flowery words to take advantage of you. As long as he sees a better woman, he won't hesitate to abandon you. You are actually so hell-bent on him? Ridiculous. What a joke. If he is in danger, he will also sacrifice you without any hesitation. He won't. Recalling that cold, hungry, and lonely desert that was like hell, recalling the fresh blood that was still stained on her lips when she woke up, Tin Ano's heart warmed up. He suddenly stood up and his eyes were sparkling. He won't. He definitely won't be like what young Master said. Young Master, Erlang isn't such a person. Erlang. When young Master Jiang said these words, he was a little surprised by his careless words. This kind of lack of grace was not his usual character. But when he heard Tin Ano affectionately call Yang Fan as Erlang in front of him, the fire of jealousy burned even more fiercely. He always thought that he treated Anu differently because he treated her as his own daughter. Suddenly, he knew that it was because he treated her as a woman that could only belong to him. And now, she actually betrayed him. She actually liked another man. Seeing the happiness, trust, and satisfaction in Tin Ano's sparkling eyes, young Master Jiang's heart was filled with hatred. Without thinking, he lifted his leg and kicked. Tin Ano gave a muffled groan and was kicked to the ground by young Master Jiang. Although young Master Jiang was not good at martial arts, the strength of this kick was still very strong. Tin Ano covered his chest that was aching to the bone and looked at him in horror. Young Master Jiang's usually elegant and indifferent face turned livid. He stared at Tin Ano and said sternly, just because of that workshop attendant. A workshop attendant that is not much nobler than a dog, you actually betrayed me. What's so good about him? Tell me, what's so good about him? Anu said in a low but firm voice, some people, I can't say what's good about them, but no one can replace them. Young Master, I'm sorry. Anu, really love him. I beg young Master to fulfill my wish. Young Master Jiang was unable to restrain his anger. He kicked again. This time, He used all his strength and kicked Anu's body up and heavily fell to the ground. Lu Boyon, who was standing beside the pillar, slightly raised his white eyebrows. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes. He sighed lightly and lowered his eyes again. Tin Ano climbed up with difficulty. A trace of dark red blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. She raised her hand and used the back of her palm to gently wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She kowtowed deeply to young Master Jiang and said firmly, "Anu, beg young master, to fulfill my wish." As she said, she kowtowed deeply. Young Master Jiang sneered, "Anu, you really disappoint me. Although you and I are master and servant, but I have always treated you as my own daughter. You actually betrayed me. I will give you another chance today. As long as you repent now, I can treat it as if this matter never happened." Tin Ano was silent for a moment. She placed both her fingertips on the ground and kowtowed deeply. Her forehead deeply kissed the back of her fingertips. Young Master Jiang thought that she was willing to repent. A trace of smile flashed across his face. However, he heard Tin Ano's soft but clear voice again passed into his ears, "Anu, beg young master to fulfill my wish." The smile froze on young Master Jiang's face. He was startled for a moment and suddenly roared, "You don't regret it?" Tin Ano gently raised her head and looked up at the superior young Master Jiang. She said word by word, "As young master's subordinate, Anu has risked her life for young master and has done many successful errand. As a woman, the most successful thing in life is to choose the right man. Anu has chosen him and I don't regret it." Young Master Jiang was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He almost wanted to kick Tin Ano away again. He had just taken a step when he suddenly saw a few drops of Tin Ano's blood on the ground. It almost stained his spotless boots. He hurriedly took 2 steps back and waved his sleeves, shouting sternly, "Boyon." Lu Boyon said in a deep voice, "This old servant is here." Young Master Jiang said with a trembling voice, Go to Luoyang and bring back young Fan's severed head for me." "This old servant obeys," Lu Boyon replied and was about to step out of the pavilion. Tin Ano was shocked and hurriedly said, "Don't. Young master, please let him go." "Young master." Tin Ano hurriedly crawled to young Master Jiang's side. When young Master Jiang saw that her clothes were stained with blood and there was still blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, he couldn't help but take a few steps back in disgust. Lu Boyon was afraid that she would harm his master, so he hurriedly stepped in and stopped her. Tin Ano's heart was filled with fear. She knew that if young master wanted young Fan's life, no matter how great young Fan was, he wouldn't be able to live. With young master's power, it might be difficult to assassinate an emperor, but there wouldn't be anyone else who could receive the same protection as the emperor. If young master wanted Erlang to die, then Erlang definitely wouldn't be able to live. Seeing her fearful look, young Master Jiang's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of malicious smile. His angry look disappeared and he once again regained his calm, unhurried, and noble elegance. He smiled at Tin Ano and said, "Even your biological father could abandon you when a disaster was about to befall him. Stupid woman, do you really believe that there's such a thing as undying love in this world?" "Young master, our NU originally didn't believe it, but after meeting Erlang, our NU believed it." "Good. Good. Good. He's willing to die for you and you're also willing to die for him. Ha 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 ha, good. Very good." Young Master Jiang's smile disappeared as he shouted in a deep voice, "You and him, one of you must die. If you don't wish for him to die, then you must die in his place. As long as you die, I'll let him go." "Young master." Tin Ano suddenly raised her head. Her face was as pale as paper and her eyes were filled with deep despair. Young Master Jiang laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha, what oath of undying love, what undying love, it's simply too weak. RNU, aren't you willing to disregard your life and death for him? Then go and die." This young master's words carry enormous weight. "As long as you die, I won't touch a single strand of his hair. Are you afraid? Are you regretting it? Ha ha ha." He laughed complacently, but he only laughed 3 times before his voice abruptly stopped. He widened his eyes in shock as he watched Tin Ano slowly stand up with one hand clutching his chest. Her beautiful face was pale and her body was swaying, but her steps were abnormally firm as she walked forward step by step. Young Master Jiang's eyes slowly revealed a blank look as he helplessly watched Tin Ano walk past him, over the railing of the small pavilion, and stood outside the railing. Outside was only a 3 kai wide rock, and behind it was a bottomless abyss. The white clouds were almost at the same level as the top of the cliff. Tin Ano stood facing the abyss, her clothes fluttering in the wind, looking extremely thrilling. Young Master Jiang asked in horror, "RNU, what do you want to do?" Tin Ano looked down the cliff, slowly turned around, and said to young Master Jiang, "Young Master Jiang is a man of your words, I believe you won't go back on your word." Young Master Jiang's face of shock quickly turned into unconcealable anger and jealousy. He rushed to the railing, grabbed it tightly, and asked loudly, "You're really willing to die for him? You're actually willing to die for a lowly commoner, a lowly commoner? Who am I? I'm 10,000 times more noble than him, I'm a high and mighty god. What is he? You're actually willing to betray me for him?" A trace of a smile appeared on Tin Ano's face. The wind fluttered her fine black hair, the sunlight shone on her suet jade-like cheeks, and the bright red beads of blood at the side of her lips were crystal clear like a string of amber beads. Young Master is a high and mighty god, but Second Lang is in the mortal world. RNU is willing to descend to the mortal world for him. No. Young Master Jiang stretched out his hand to grab, and only managed to grab RNU's clothes in his hand. Tin Ano's entire body slowly fell backwards, her face still carrying a peaceful smile. Young Master Jiang watched as her figure quickly disappeared between the clouds, down the cliff. Chapter 290. Yang Fan knew nothing about what happened on Mount Hua. At this moment, he was heading to the Wu clan's banquet. The Wu clan's banquet was held at General Wu Yuyi's residence. Of course, Wu Chengsai and Wu Sansi were more qualified to host the family banquet. However, the two of them were always competing with each other and would fight over everything. If the banquet was held in either of their houses, the other would not attend, so they could only hold it at Wu Yuyi's house. Wu Yuyi's residence had a garden that was 3 to 4 mu in size. There were flowers, grass, ponds, and trees in the garden. Near the ponds, there was a pavilion with carved beams and flowers. The pavilion was 2 stories high and looked magnificent. Not all the guests had arrived yet. In front of the hall, there was a group of young girls in colorful clothes. They were singing and dancing to entertain the guests. In the hall, there was jingling, rippling autumn waves, and a group of pretty and charming dancers. Below the hall, the Wu clan's people were either sitting in 2s or 3s, chatting merrily or walking side by side in the corridors. At first glance, it looked like a harmonious group. Almost all the influential figures of the Wu clan had arrived. However, a few important members of the Wu clan had yet to arrive. Princess Taiping's son-in-law, Wu Yuji, would definitely not come. Although he was from the Wu clan, he hated the Wu clan to the core. Wu Yuyi, the eldest brother, did not invite him either. He was afraid that if he came and got drunk, he might remember old grudges and fight Wu Sansi again. Wu Sansi and Wu Chengxi hadn't arrived yet either. Whenever there was a Wu clan gathering like this, these 2 princes, who boasted themselves as the Wu clan's masters, would definitely come. However, the 2 of them would never arrive before the other party, lest they appear to be inferior to the other party. This was the only thing these 2 cousins had a tacit understanding about. Another reason was that Xue Huai had not arrived yet. This Master Xue was someone that the entire Wu clan wanted to curry favor with, so he was naturally more arrogant. Qiu Shinji had already arrived. Yang Fan noticed that it was not only him and Qiu Shinji who were invited. Apart from them, there were also a few officials. Imperial Censor Zhu Yong, Ran Zuyong, Minister of Glories Song Jishuan, Imperial Servant Minister Li Jun, and Supervising Imperial Censor Yaro Shaoji were people he didn't recognize. These people were the lackeys that Wu Sansi had brought to his side. In the capital, they were known as the San Sai Wu Go. Other people like Fu Yuyi, Zhong Jiafu, and Wang Qingji were Wu Chengxi's lackeys. Fu Yuyi was the imperial messenger who gathered people from all walks of life to persuade Empress Wu. After Empress Wu ascended to the throne, she immediately promoted him to the position of assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion's Luantai Pavilion. In one step, he became the prime minister. However, this person's abilities were too average. None of the chancellors like Di Renjie, Li, Su Liangxi, liked him. Renjie. Under the tacit agreement of the other prime ministers, Fu Yuyi soon became an empty shell, with no achievements to be made. After, he became Yuyi the Chancel Chengxi, Chancel Yuyi, Cheng Li, He Yuyi, Wu, Chengxi, Wu, and Li, Yuyi, Yuyi, Hua, Wu, Chen, Wu Li, Yuyi Wu's Wu. As a result, he became even more determined to follow Wu Chengxi. He was already deeply branded with the Wu clan. When he was proud of his success, he had to rely on the Wu clan's support. Now that he had lost power, he had to curry favor with the Wu clan to have a chance to make a comeback. Otherwise, there would be many people waiting to beat him down. Zhong Jiafu was the Phoenix Pavilion's Renhuang, while Wang Qingji was a scholar from the Hongwen school. Seeing the Wu clan's growing influence and envious of Fu Yuyi's success, they also joined the Wu clan and became Wu Chengxi's men. In comparison, Wu Chengxi's strength was above Wu Sance's. Wu Chengxi had Zhu Xing and Qiu Xinji as his subordinates. Compared to them, Wu Sance's 5 dogs paled in comparison. Although Yang Fan was invited, he was not considered an important guest. The Wu clan wanted to rope him in, but with Yang Fan's status, he could not be considered an important guest among the princes, dukes, and nobles. Therefore, when he arrived, Qiu Xinji called him over and gave him a few words of praise. Yang Fan only had one enemy left, Qiu Xinji. His desire for revenge was not as urgent, especially since he already had important evidence that could kill Qiu Xinji. Therefore, his attitude was more relaxed and did not show any signs of abnormality in front of Qiu Xinji. After a series of exchanges, Yang Fan retreated to the side and sat with Fu Yuyi, Zhong Jiafu, Wang Qingji, and the others. Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanci arrived at the same time. Zhu Xing accompanied Wu Chengxi. Hearing that Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanci had arrived, everyone hurriedly went out to welcome them. These 2 princes, one from the south and one from the north, arrived at Wu Yuyi's residence at almost the same time. Wu Yuyi led the Wu clan clansmen, Qiu Xinji, Fu Yuyi, and the others to open the gate. After a series of greetings, just as the 2 entered the residence, the sound of galloping horses could be heard. A group of fat monks riding on fine horses arrived, their clothes fluttering in the wind. Aya, Master Xue is here. Wu Sanci and Wu Chengxi, who had been reserved just a moment ago, suddenly changed their expressions and rushed out of the mansion with smiles on their faces. It was as if the 2 of them were the masters of the mansion, leaving Wu Yuyi behind. Nay tilde. Xue Huai pulled on the reins and looked around disdainfully. Wu Sanci quickly stepped forward and took the reins from Xue Huai's hands. Wu Chengxi rushed forward and held the stirrups for Xue Huai. Xue Huai dismounted his horse and laughed. Prince Wei, Prince Liang, I'm not late, am I? The 2 smiled sincerely and rushed to say, not late, not late. Master Xue came at the right time. Master Xue is our Wu clan's honored guest. Without Master Xue, this banquet cannot be started no matter what. Xue Huai laughed loudly. Suddenly, he saw Yang Fan and left Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanci behind. He strode over and looked Yang Fan up and down. The more he looked, the more pleased he became. He patted Yang Fan's shoulder heavily and laughed. 17. I've heard about your contributions in the Western region. I'm very happy for you. Not bad. This is someone from our White Horse Temple. After Xue Huai finished speaking, he turned to the disciples and said, You bunch of trash. You've been with me for a long time, but when have you ever been as successful as 17? All of you should learn more from your junior brother. The monks said yes. Among them, Hong Yi, Hong Liu, and the others who were familiar with Yang Fan surrounded Yang Fan and greeted him warmly. Seeing this, Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanci hurried over and followed Xue Huai's wishes. They praised Yang Fan and made Xue Huai laugh heartily. As they talked, they walked in. Xue Huai talked about his disciple Yang Fan's contributions in the Western region. He talked about how Yang Fan led an army to attack the Turkic Khaganate, and how Jiyu Gulu ran far away when he heard the news. Xue Huai was exultant and everyone was flattering him. The host and the guests were happy. Shui Huai sat in the middle of the banquet hall in the garden behind the residence. Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi also sat on his left and right, and the banquet officially began. Rows of beautiful maids served up all sorts of delicacies. As the host, Wu Yuyi raised his cup and gave a speech, and the banquet began. During this banquet, besides the unrestrained and arrogant Shui Huai who drank to his heart's content while his disciples, Hong 1, Hong 6, and the others drank and chatted freely, the others didn't feel relaxed at all. Wu Zetian had already ascended to the throne, and the position of crown prince had become the topic of the Wu clan's greatest concern. Among the Wu clan's nephews, the ones with the greatest influence and the highest chance of winning the position of crown prince were Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi. Although the rest of the Wu clan's members all had the same surname, they still had to depend on someone. As for Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi, on one hand, they had to flatter Shui Huai and try their best to build a close relationship with the emperor's lover. On the other hand, they had to take this opportunity to win over important Wu clan members like Wu Yuyi. At the same time, they had to keep the other party in check and not let the other party overshadow them. Amidst this joyous dance and celebration of peace, there were extremely complicated calculations, trade-offs, and compromises. Other than the people of the White Horse Temple, who could ignore it because of Shui Huai's high status, who else could let their guard down? Among the guests that the Wu clan had invited, Zhu Yongyi, Ran Zuyong, Song Jishuan, Li Jun, and Yao Shaoji were already Wu Sanxi's people. Qiu Shinji, Zhu Xing, Fu Yuyi, Zhong Jiafu, and Wang Qingji were Wu Chengxi's people. The only person that could be won over was the newly promoted military noble, Yang Fan. Shui Huai's status was high. Although he was close to the Wu clan, he couldn't rely on Wu Chengxi or Wu Sanxi. These two people only wanted to curry favor with him and didn't dare to think that they could make him their subordinate. However, it was different now. Yang Fan was Shui Huai's proudest and most beloved disciple. If Yang Fan stood on someone's side, his master would most likely side with that person. With such a plan in mind, Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi did their utmost to curry favor with Yang Fan. Of course, with their current status, they could not lower their statuses and try to win over a young general. These things were done by their lackeys on their behalf. Thus, as soon as the banquet began, the Wu clansmen who had pledged their allegiance to Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi, as well as Zhu Yongyi and Fu Yuyi, all sought out Yang Fan, toasting him, shaking his arm and trying to win him over to their side. In Shui Huai's eyes, he thought that these people were giving him face and treating his disciple with special courtesy. In his joy, Shui Huai downed his cup and soon became drunk. A few members of the Wu clan who were inclined towards Wu Chengxi stepped forward and toasted Shui Huai first before toasting Wu Chengxi. When Wu Sanxi saw that they had placed Wu Chengxi in front of him, he was immediately displeased. Without waiting for them to toast him again, he coldly snorted and said, "I'm going to relieve myself." Then he flicked his sleeves and left the table. When Wu Chengxi saw his actions, he only sneered inwardly. He drained his cup of wine and began to chat happily with his clansmen. Yang Fan had been watching Wu Sanxi's every move the entire time. When he saw Wu Sanxi stand up and leave, he hurriedly stood up as well. He pretended to be drunk and smiled at Hong Liu, who had stepped forward to urge him to drink. "Sixth senior brother, please take a seat. I'm going to relieve myself and will be back soon." Dancing and singing continued on the upper floor. Maids fluttered back and forth like butterflies, and a manservant stood in front of the building. Yang Fan walked to the front of the building and stated his intentions. Immediately, a delicate and pretty manservant led him to the toilet. Yang Fan looked at Wu Sanxi, who was walking not too far in front of him. He only continued to walk slowly and didn't say a word. When he arrived at the toilet, the manservant was waiting outside. Yang Fan turned around and entered the room, just in time to see Wu Sanxi taking off his belt and lifting his robe. Yang Fan looked around and didn't see anyone else. He quickly caught up to Wu Sanxi and bowed respectfully. Yang Fan pays his respects to His Highness, King Liang. General Yang. Wu Sanxi felt a bit awkward. His robe was halfway undone, and he was just about to relieve himself. Yang Fan's politeness really wasn't in the right place. Wu Sanxi forced a smile and nodded. Just as he was about to continue relieving himself, Young Fan suddenly flashed to his side and said in a low voice, "I have a confidential matter that I wish to report to His Highness, King Liang." Chem. Wu Sansi immediately went on guard when he heard this. Even his desire to relieve himself was gone. He immediately asked, "What do you have to report?" Young Fan said, "I have captured an extremely important witness in the western regions, and it is related to His Highness, King Wei. This is no small matter, so I do not dare to report this to the imperial court, nor do I dare to destroy the evidence on my own. After thinking about it for a long time, I can only report this to His Highness, King Liang, and ask him to make a decision for me." Chapter 291. Wu Sansi quickly fastened his pants and leaped to the side of the door to look outside. He then quickly flashed back to Young Fan's side. His eyes were bright. In an urgent tone, he said, "What is it that you are undecided about? Say it." In the hall, Wu Chengxi had angered Wu Sansi away. He couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Speaking of which, Wu Sansi's ability to curry favor with his aunt and win over the officials was no less than his own. However, in terms of temperament, he was not as calm as Wu Chengxi. With just a little trick, he had angered the coachman away. Wu Chengxi said proudly, "For today's banquet, Yu Yi has specially invited a master of the inner teaching house to come and perform for us. Now that everyone is in a good mood, let's invite this master to show us his skills." Wu Chengxi's meaning was to take advantage of Wu Sansi's absence to invite this internal court master to perform in front of the hall. When Wu Sansi returned and saw this, he would be even more displeased. It would be best if he could not restrain himself and fly into a rage in the hall. However, he was not willing to let go of any opportunity to embarrass Wu Sansi. Wu Yuyi held great power and was a cautious person. Currently, he had not clearly expressed whether he supported Wu Chengxi or Wu Sansi. However, he knew Wu Chengxi's intentions in doing this. Since Wu Chengxi had already said it, he could not go against him. He could only clap his hands, stop the dance, and invite the specially invited internal courtmaster to come out. In this era, the status of a song and dance master was naturally low. However, if one could become a master of the palace, their skills would certainly reach the peak. Their status would also suddenly rise. Even the nobles would have to be respectful when they saw them and view them as honored guests. Thus, when they heard that Wu Yuyi had invited an internal courtmaster, the hall immediately fell silent. A moment later, with the jingle of ornaments, a beautiful woman in her 30s leisurely walked into the hall. Behind her were 6 young and pretty girls in colorful clothing. This beautiful woman wore a light blue dress that accentuated her tall and beautiful figure. Although she was almost 30 and no longer a young girl, she had a different kind of charm. She didn't have any other decorations on her body, only a silver hairpin with a round pearl in it. Her delicate face was thin and white like porcelain, and there was a quiet smile on it. Her temperament was refined, just like a celestial concubine. Among the guests in the hall, there were some who recognized her. They softly called out her name. "Ah, wasn't that Master Yu Mai from the internal court?" Among the internal court's worship masters, Master Yu Mai is a master of both singing and music. "I wonder if she will play music or sing today?" Just as he was speaking, in the midst of the melodious music of stringed instruments and flutes, 6 beautiful and elegant dancers had already gracefully bowed, their colorful sleeves fluttering in the wind as they began to dance. With one look, everyone knew that Lady Yu Mai was going to sing. Wu Yuyi stroked his beard, his face full of pride. An internal courtmaster was not something that just anyone could invite. Yu Mai opened her throat slightly, and a clear voice suddenly rose. It was graceful and clear, clearly entering everyone's ears. No one saw her raise her voice. Such a wonderful voice was something that even the stringed instruments found unnecessary. If she sang it without music, it was hard to say how enchanting it would be. Such a heavenly voice was truly the first to gain the upper hand. Everyone who heard it was stunned and cheered in unison. In the latrine, Wu Sansi heard Young Fan's words. It was as if he had heard heavenly music and was so happy that he wanted to scratch his ears and cheeks. He grabbed Young Fan and urgently asked, "Really? You're not lying to me?" Young Fan said, "How could I lie about such an important matter?" Wu Sansi impatiently asked, "Where is that person now?" Young Fan said, "He's locked up in the house that Master Shui gave me." Speaking to this point, Young Fan revealed a slightly distressed expression. He sighed and said, "When I first heard of such a matter, I didn't dare believe it. After confirming it repeatedly, I won't hide it from you. I would rather not have known of this matter. Now that I know, I can't pretend I don't know." Wu Sanxi naturally understood his feelings. Not to mention that he was just a lowly imperial guard at that time. Even if he was a general now, it would be a very troublesome matter for him to find out that the great general of the Jinwu guards had connived with the enemy and intentionally leaked the military secrets. Moreover, it was very likely that a prince was involved in this matter. However, for Wu Sanxi, it was a blessing from the heavens. He had never thought that Young Fan would bring him such good news. Wu Sanxi was overjoyed and rubbed his palms together. Seeing Young Fan's depressed expression, he hurriedly comforted him. "General Yang need not worry. My Wu family has done you a great favor. Of course, you don't want to say anything detrimental to my Wu family. Moreover, Prince Wei's power is overwhelming. Of course, you don't want to offend him. But for you to hide such a big matter, you have to bear the responsibility of having your family exterminated. It is really hard on you. You should have told me about this matter. I will definitely handle this matter properly and not let you get involved in it." Ha ha ha. After Wu Sanxi finished speaking, he impatiently said, "Once the banquet is over, this prince will go to your house." This doesn't seem appropriate. Once the banquet is over, this prince will send someone to your residence. First, bring him to my prince's residence and strictly guard him. We can't let anything happen to him." Young Fan heaved a sigh of relief as if he had thrown out a big trouble. He hurriedly said, "If that's the case, I will have to trouble you. General Yang, Your Highness, I am the second child in my family. You can call me Beta Persi." Wu Sanxi happily said, "Erlang the Son of Heaven has arranged a marriage for you. In a few days, you will be married. This is a joyous event in your life. When the time comes, I will personally visit you and congratulate you." Young Fan's actions were clearly a proof of allegiance to him, clearly indicating that he was going to rely on him as a disciple. From Wu Sanxi's point of view, because Young Fan's master Shui Huaiyi was close to Wu Chengxi, and Wu Chengxi's disciple Qiu Shunji was Young Fan's old superior, he originally thought that the possibility of Young Fan relying on Wu Chengxi was higher. Now that Young Fan had chosen him, it was a joyous event for him. Moreover, Young Fan had given him a gift that could topple Wu Chengxi. How could he not see Young Fan in a different light? Of course, Young Fan's actions also had his own considerations in terms of interests. After all, although he had a witness in his hands, no one knew if Qiu Shunji had other flaws or if there would be a case in the future. It was human nature to seek fortune and avoid calamity. But for Wu Sanxi, he was the one who benefited the most. The two servants stood outside and heard a burst of laughter. "Erlang, that was a very grand speech. I wouldn't dare, how could I compare to you? Chem, are you saying I am short?" "Oh, it was a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me, Your Highness." "Ha ha ha ha, no blame, no blame. Why would I blame you? When did Your Highness become so familiar with this Erlang to the point of not caring about seniority?" The two servants looked at each other. Their expressions were a bit strange. In the banquet hall, it was not very pleasant. As it turned out, the internal court guest, Yu Mai, was singing in the hall. Everyone was mesmerized by it, but the already drunk Shui Huaiyi was impatient. This kind of elegant music was like a duck listening to thunder. He didn't understand it. He immediately asked Yu Mai to change to a song about love between a man and a woman. It was cheerful and interesting. As an internal court guest, Yu Mai was already a master. She had never seen such a vulgar person. However, she knew Shui Huaiyi's status and didn't want to offend him. She could only suppress her anger and change to a midnight song. "I do not comb my hair at night, my hair draped over my shoulders. My wrist stretched out on my husband's knees, how is it not pitiful?" However, this was a bit too elegant for Shui Huaiyi's level. Before Yu Mai could finish, he interrupted her and asked for another song. Yu Mai had no choice but to change to a folk song called Stepping Song. "The gentleman is like the clouds in the sky, like the birds in the clouds, accompanying and relying on each other, reflecting the sun and wind. The gentleman is like the water in the lake, like the flowers in the water's heart, in love with the moon. The rhythm of the song was cheerful and the lyrics were simple. He thought that it would satisfy Monk Shue's wishes, but who knew that Shue Huai would still shake his head like a rattle drum. It turned out that what he wanted to hear was the obscene lyrics. What kind of status did Ru Mai have in the music hall? She was treated as a distinguished guest when she went in and out of aristocratic families. How could she endure such humiliation? In a fit of anger, she flicked her sleeves and left. After all, the Wu family was from an aristocratic family and couldn't compare to Shue Huai's vulgarity. Hearing his request, they felt embarrassed. When Great Master Ru Mai left in anger, they knew they were in the wrong and couldn't hold her back. They quickly sent people to apologize and send her off. Shue Huai was in a drunken mood. When he saw that a musician dared to disrespect him, he was immediately furious. He jumped up and started cursing. His disciple saw that his master was angry and quickly went up to persuade him. Fortunately, Hong Liu was quick-witted and quickly arranged the cups, plates, and bowls. He used his chopsticks to knock on the table and sang a song to Shue Huai. "Sweetheart, you're so romantic. Hold 2 cherries on my chest and mimic the way a baby sucks milk, licking and smacking them. This servant is still a virgin, how can I enjoy it?" This taste, after smacking and kneading, in a short while, the 2 jade rabbits will perk up. Not to mention that the Wu family found this song vulgar, it was a family banquet. The womenfolk were also participating, but they were separated by a screen in the middle and the womenfolk were on the other side of the building. When such a vulgar song was sung, the womenfolk of the Wu family were disgusted and left one after another. On the side of the male guests, no one dared to act strangely, but they still felt embarrassed. Shue Huai's heart was at ease. Towards the end, he even bared his chest and sang loudly. Shue Huai's mouth was glossy and his head was bald. He sang the obscene song as if there was no one else present. In one breath, he sang 3 songs and drank a few cups of wine. After laughing 3 times, he lay down on the table and fell asleep. In this hall full of guests, everyone had their own schemes. Speaking of which, no one lived a more carefree life than this fellow. Seeing that Shue Huai was drunk and sleeping, Wu Yui let out a sigh of relief. He quickly announced that the banquet was over. He called a few monks from the White Horse Temple to help Shue Huai up. He also lent them his ox cart to send Shue Huai off. When Yang Fan and Wu Sansi returned to the restaurant, they just happened to see this scene. Wu Sansi's mind was filled with thoughts of Yi An, who was locked up in Yang Fan's house. When he saw that the banquet was over, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly bid farewell to Wu Yui and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Wu Chengxi called out to him and said, "Sansi, don't be in a hurry to leave. I have something to discuss with you and Yui."
"Oh."
Wu Sansi was stunned and could only say, originally, there was still something to do in the residence. "Since it is like this, allow me to arrange it." As Wu Sansi said this, he hurriedly walked in front of his steward and whispered a few words into his ear. After giving his instructions, he slightly raised his eyelids and looked deeply at Yang Fan. Yang Fan understood tacitly and walked in front of Wu Yui. He crossed his arms and bowed, saying with a smile, "Thank you, Great General, for hosting a banquet. Good wine is in front of me and I am already a little drunk. I will take my leave now." Chapter 292. After Yang Fan left Wu Yui's residence, he immediately returned to his residence near the southern city. The residence that Shue Huai gifted to him was now his daily residence. "Ah Lang is back." The one who answered the door was an old servant with the surname Chen. His name was Chen Shou. Yang Fan nodded. As he walked inside, he said in a low voice, "The matter has been settled. Wu Sansi is treating it like a treasure. He will send someone to pick him up in a moment. After that, we just need to observe his actions and cooperate with him." "All right. I will inform Zhao Yu in a while." Chen Shou was Shen Mu's subordinate. Ever since Yang Fan moved into this residence, there had to be someone to take care of the residence. He was now a military officer and couldn't be the same as before. Right now, his residence had a cook-cum-procurement, a doorman cum gardener, and 2 young girls who were around 12 or 13 years old. They were responsible for the cleaning of the residence. These people were left behind by Shen Mu in Luoyang. They were Zhao Yu's eyes and ears and had arranged for him. Chen Shou was his doorman and was also the person who helped him communicate with the hidden sect. As for the other people, Zhao Yu only mentioned that they could be trusted and that there was no need to hide anything from them unless it was an important secret. However, he didn't mention that they were also from the hidden sect. Yong Fan observed them carefully. The gardener cum chef had the surname Lin, and his name was Lin Shiwen. He was really good at cooking. Even though they were ordinary dishes like green vegetables and tofu, they were still very delicious. The 2 young girls were around 12 or 13 years old and were in the prime of their lives. They had average looks and were youthful and lively. It was impossible to say that these people were all from the hidden sect. However, since Zhao Yu said that they could be trusted, then they or their families must have countless connections with the hidden sect. In fact, organizations like the obvious sect and the hidden sect were just like those prestigious clans. They could influence a state, a prefecture, or even a country's political policies. However, there weren't many core members that truly belonged to these clans or organizations. They were able to use various methods to control or influence others. They had massive roots, and the servants that Zhao Yu found were obviously one of the roots of the hidden sect. Yong Fan knew that Shen Mu was providing these people to him. Even if Shen Mu didn't intend to monitor him subjectively, he would still monitor him objectively. If he had some privacy, it would obviously be inconvenient for him. However, he could only accept this kind of kindness because these people were indeed what he needed. In the cellar of his back residence, there was still Yian locked up. If this kind of thing happened to some good people that he had casually hired, how could they not be surprised? Would they obey his orders without hesitation and take up the responsibility of taking care of him? But these people had no problem. Officials could reach the heavens in a single step, but influence could never be achieved overnight. It took Wu Zetian more than 40 years to go from a talent to a supreme being. Foundation and knowledge were like the roots of a tree. They had to grow and develop one root at a time. Only with all of this could one withstand the ups and downs of the official world and withstand the great winds and waves. All of this required time. After all, Yong Fan had a master who was a king. Therefore, he understood these principles from a young age. Back then, he had resolutely rejected WNR's suggestion of a rapid promotion because he knew that a promotion without a foundation would only have a short period of glory. Fu Yui's promotion and demotion had already proved this point. Therefore, Yong Fan didn't dislike these people that Zhao Yu sent. Right now, he was like a tree that had just been transplanted and needed a support to help him withstand the wind and rain. Once he had his own strength, he could break away from this external force that was both a support and a restraint at any time. As soon as Yong Fan entered the hall, he couldn't help but be startled. There were many chests and furniture tied with red silk. Chen Shou, who had followed him in, quickly explained, "The palace has sent many betrothal gifts." The person who came also said that in 3 days, the inner guards will send someone to deliver the First Lady's dowry. Yong Fan made an O sound and said, "Go and guard the door. In a moment, a group of people with the surname Wu will come. Bring them in to see me." Chen Shou made a sound of agreement and walked to the door. Yong Fan walked over and pulled off the red silk. He casually opened one of the chests and saw that it was filled with silk and satin. Yong Fan closed the chest and looked at the furniture. Whether it was the table, the cabinet, the bed, the platform, the screen, or the stool, they were all made of precious wood such as red sandalwood, rosewood, and sour twigs. Although the wood was precious, it wasn't inlaid with gold or jade. Instead, it was painted in a primary color. As a result, it appeared simple and natural, luxurious but not gaudy. The style and shape of the furniture were also very unique. Even a random candle holder with a floor-to-ceiling flower had a unique design. It was especially elegant and generous. Looking at the style of the furniture, Yong Fan suddenly thought of the layout of WNR's residence. The style of the furniture was very similar. Yong Fan's heart unconsciously moved. He thought to himself, Could it be that WN personally chose all this furniture? He thought of WN's deep love for him. Her greatest wish was to be his wife. And today, she had personally chosen all the furniture for him to marry, just so that his wedding day with another woman could be grand and glorious. Wouldn't her heart feel like it was being cut by a knife? Thinking of this, a thought suddenly floated into his mind. Ian was blindfolded by two fierce-looking men. They carried him out of the cellar and pushed him onto a cart. Ian only felt the cart go left and then right. He didn't know how long it went. When the cart stopped and he was taken down, he was pushed left and right for a long time. When the cloth covering his face was finally taken off, he found that he was in an extremely wide dungeon. He had been escorted for too long. Ever since he was kidnapped from the Shui-Yentuor tribe, he had been detained in a tent that belonged to an unknown tribe. After a few days, those people turned into horse bandits. They burned, killed, and looted as they charged back to Hashi. He was caught among them and passed through the snowy plains to Hashi. Then, he was escorted to Longyu. At this time, he was still relatively free. At least he knew where he was. But from then on, things were different. The last time he saw anything from the outside world was in the majestic Tongguan Pass. He saw a tall city wall built against a mountain. After that, he was blindfolded. Every time the cloth covering his face was taken off, he would appear in a house of some unknown location. He trudged all the way until a few days ago when he was finally settled. He was imprisoned in a low and damp cellar. Today, he was moved again. He didn't know if he would continue to be moved and imprisoned in some unknown place. Right now, he was already confused. He had no idea what these Tang people were doing. This dungeon was very large, but there were only 3 prison cells inside. The middle of the cell was made of hardwood that was as thick as an arm. There were beds on the floor, and at the height of about 5 jong was a row of skylights that allowed light to pass through. The skylights were open, and sunlight shone in through them. The dungeon did not seem gloomy or frightening. Outside the cell door stood 7 or 8 burly men in embroidered clothes. In the middle stood one person. Judging from his attire, he should be their master. This person did not look fierce. He had a long beard and an elegant demeanor. It was just that his eyes seemed a little too eager when he stared at Yin Yi and couldn't help but think of the evil fetishes of the upper-class people of the Central Plains. At this time, the man spoke. His words dispelled Ian's worries. "Tell me in detail how you escaped from Lu Shida's camp." Ian sighed in relief and said weakly, "Haven't I already said it many times?" The man's voice became stern. "Then say it one more time." Ian swallowed his saliva helplessly. The man's eyes flashed, and he ordered, "Give him wine and food. Let him speak slowly." The people of the prairie loved wine. Ever since Ian was captured, he had not touched a drop of wine for several months. When he heard that there was wine, his eyes lit up. Not long after, a few braised dishes and a pot of wine were delivered to the prison cell. Ian impatiently grabbed the wine pot and took a big gulp. It was incomparably mellow and fragrant. It was actually top-notch wine that he had never tasted before. Ian's eyes couldn't help but light up. He hurriedly took 2 more mouthfuls, and then grabbed a piece of braised meat and threw it into his mouth. Outside, a burly man in embroidered clothes brought in a stool. The middle-aged man with the long beard sat down and crossed his legs. He said with a smile, "Now, you can speak." Ian raised his head and saw that there was a table in the corner outside. A person dressed as a scribe from the secretariat was holding a brush and waiting to record. Ever since Ian was captured, he had suffered a lot. He had already obediently told the truth. Moreover, he really didn't think that there was a need to keep this information a secret. Naturally, he didn't hide anything and obediently told the story. Wu Sansi came out of the dungeon and called the head steward over. He solemnly ordered, "Take good care of him. Give him whatever he wants to eat. If he falls sick, immediately send for a doctor and ask for medicine. There must be no delay. This person is very important to me. Do you understand? Ah Lang, don't worry. This old servant will remember it." En. Wu Sansi unfolded the written confession in his hand and looked at it. He couldn't help but reveal a proud smile on his face. He then said, Did Minister Ju use them to come? Imperial Messenger Ju and the others have already arrived. They are waiting for our Lang in the study. Good. Wu Sansi clenched the confession tightly and rushed to the study with big strides. In the study, the Wu Sansi and the 5 dogs were whispering to each other, discussing spiritedly. After the Wu clan's banquet ended, they coincidentally received a message from Wu Sansi's confidant. He told them to immediately go to the Liang Palace and wait. He had something important to discuss with them. The 5 of them didn't know what important matter Wu Sansi had and were asking each other, but they couldn't get an answer. As they were chatting, Wu Sansi walked in with a beaming face. The 5 of them hurriedly stood up and greeted, "This lowly servant greets your highness." "Ha ha ha, sit. All of you, sit. This prince called you all here today because there is a joyous matter to discuss with you all." The 5 of them looked at each other in confusion. Ju Yong couldn't help but ask, "What joyous matter does your highness have to discuss with us lowly servants?" Wu Sansi walked to the main seat and sat down. He pressed his hands down for the 5 of them to sit down. He said with a smile, "This prince's greatest enemy is about to fall. Isn't this a joyous matter?" Chapter 293. Who was Wu Sansi's greatest enemy? Ju Yong, Ran Zuyong and the others were all Wu Sansi's trusted aides. How could they not understand? Hearing Wu Sansi's words, the 5 of them were shocked. Yao Shaoji cried out, "Wei Wang?" Wei Wang is both a prince and a prime minister. He has always been the head of the officials and the head of the Wu clan. His influence in the court is like the sun in the sky. Frankly speaking, even a prince is at a disadvantage. Now, does your highness already have a way to deal with him? Wu Sansi smiled and showed them the confession in his hand. He said, "Take it and have a look." Ju Yong quickly stepped forward and took the confession from Wu Sansi's hand. The other 4 could not wait any longer. They all gathered in front of him and carefully read through Yi Yan's account of how he escaped from Lu Shida's camp. After reading it, Ju Yong asked with a blank face, "Your Highness, this seems to be the account of a Turkic spy's escape from Longyo's camp." Wu Sansi said proudly, "That's right." Minister Song Jishuan asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with this? What does it have to do with Wei Wang?" Censor Yao Shaoji pondered for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, "Eh?" He said, "General Qiu Shinji and Lu Shida have both petitioned the imperial court to punish spies in the main camp of the Huyuan army, and they have also stolen the secrets of the border. I have the responsibility of supervising the officials. I have seen their official letters and there seems to be some discrepancies with this confession." Wu Sansi sneered, "It's not just discrepancies, it's very discrepancies." Wu Sansi narrated in detail what Qiu Shinji and Lu Shida had reported. Minister of Household Affairs Song Jishuan immediately said, "Someone is lying." Wu Sansi looked at him and said, "In your opinion, who is lying?" Song Jishuan said, "Of course Qiu Shinji is lying. Is there a need for this Yi Yan to lie?" Wu Sansi said, "That's right. However, there were clearly only 2 people guarding the entrance of the tent. How did it turn into 4? Why were there 4 corpses on the ground by the time Lu Shida heard the news and arrived before Yi Yan and his brother could kill them? Yi Yan and the other 2 are just ordinary spies. If someone had really infiltrated Lu Shida's central army, it would be easy for them to assassinate the general or steal the military secrets. Why would they go through so much trouble to save the 2 of them?" When the lackeys heard Wu Sansi's question, their eyes lit up. Wu Sansi said proudly, "What do you think the emperor will say when this prince's statement is presented to him?" Ju Tong said excitedly, "His Majesty will definitely not let him off easily." Ran Zuyong and Song Jishuan rubbed their palms together excitedly and said, "That's right. This time, we can finally bring him down." The supervising monster trainer, Yao Shaoji, was in charge of handling cases in the penal courts, so he knew more about these matters than they did. He thought for a moment, then hurriedly said, "Wait. Everyone, please wait. Only Qiu Shinji is involved in this matter. What if Wei Wang abandons his pawn to protect the general? How can we drag him down with us?" Wu Sansi said, "Everyone in the court knows that Qiu Shinji is Wu Chengxi's disciple. Without his approval, would Qiu Shinji dare to cause such a big mess in Longyu? If Longyu is really in chaos, Would Qiu Shenji have the confidence to take command of the Western region's troops? It is obvious that this matter was planned by Wu Chengxi. Yarou Shaoji said, Your Highness, the crux of the matter is not this, but the fact that Wei Wang is favored by the emperor. Wu Sance's eyes narrowed and he said in a deep voice, What do you mean? Are you going to let go of such a good opportunity? Yarou Shaoji smiled sinisterly and said, How can we let go of such a good opportunity? What I mean is that Wei Wang is favored by the emperor. I'm afraid that if he quibbles, the emperor will help him. In that case, Qiu Shenji's matter will not be related to him. We have to make him sink deeper and deeper, and it will be difficult for him to escape. Especially when he loses the emperor's favor, then we can succeed. In the end, Wu Sanci was not an impulsive and unwise person. With Yarou Shaoji's reminder, his fervent desire to overthrow Wu Chengxi gradually cooled down. Thinking about it carefully, if he acted rashly, with Wu Chengxi's current level of favor, the emperor would indeed be merciful and let him go. Wu Sanci calmed down and cupped his hands in thanks. Thanks for Shaoji's reminder, I was rash. Then, in your opinion, what should I do? Yarou Shaoji said, Your Highness, Wei Wang only wants to do two things now. One is to seize the military power, and the other is to seize the emperor's heir. The purpose of seizing the military power is also for the emperor's heir. Now, not only did the matter in the western region not go as he wished, but Lu Shida also took advantage of it. Not only did he retreat 100,000 enemies, he also won a great victory at Juyansi, killing over 20,000 enemies. The prime ministers would not let go of such a good opportunity. They would definitely seize the opportunity to seize control of the hundreds of thousands of troops in the western region. The king of Wei was frustrated here, so he would definitely be even more eager to fight for the position of crown prince. Your Highness, why not show him weakness and let him fight for the crown prince's position without any scruples? At this point, Song Jishuan was enlightened and clapped, Brilliant. This kill by flattery can kill without spilling blood. It is indeed a brilliant plan. Wu Sanci still did not understand the crux of it and quickly asked, What's so brilliant about it? Song Jishuan laughed sinisterly. If the king of Wei were to seize the military power first and then plant more henchmen, the position of crown prince would naturally belong to him when his forces are fully established. But if he were to set his sights on the position of crown prince now, what would that mean? His Majesty is old, but he does not concede to his old age. Will His Majesty be happy? Wu Sanci hesitated. What if it turns out to be true? At this point, Zhu Yong also understood the crux of it and quickly said, Your Highness, this makes sense. If we don't stop him, will no one care? Those few chancellors don't like anyone from our Wu family. If Wei Wang is willing to jump out, then let them fight it out. We can sit on the mountain and reap the spoils later. If Wei Wang really defeats the chancellors and becomes the crown prince, then it won't be too late for us to make a move. As long as this witness is handed over, the worst outcome would be to hand over the evidence now. If we succeed, we can make him unable to recover and never have a chance to rise again. Wu Sanci pondered for a moment and laughed coldly. After today's banquet, Wu Chengxi specially asked me to stay behind and beat me up, hinting that he wants to fight for the crown prince's position and asked me not to be a burden to him. It's obvious that he considers himself the Wu family head. Hearing what you said, it seems that I really have to give way to him. Ran Zuyong hurriedly said, When a vulgar bird is about to strike, it will fly and fold its wings. When a ferocious beast is about to fight, it will bow down. Wei Wang has ascended high and is facing the abyss. So what if we allow him to be arrogant for a while? Wu Sanci laughed heartily. Well said. Then I will allow him to be arrogant for a while. Ha 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 ha. Tin Ano's body was twisted strangely as he leaned against the cliff. It was hard to tell if he looked like a ferocious beast or a vulgar bird. However, it was true that he was facing the abyss. When Tin Ano committed suicide by jumping off the cliff from the peak of Mount Hua, he did have the intention to die. She was not a girl who would surrender easily, but she knew very well how much power her young master had. If her young master wanted Yang Fan to die, then Yang Fan would definitely not be able to live. Using one person's martial prowess to fight against an aristocratic family that could overturn the world, that was only a fantasy in legends. So, when her young master said that only one of them could live, she almost immediately accepted this result. In fact, she could not wait to accept this result because she was worried that her young master would change his mind again. She knew that her young master had made a solemn promise. Since he had personally raised this condition, as long as she fulfilled her promise, no matter how unwilling he would not go back on his words. The cliff was steep, and the wind was extremely strong. The Tien Renu was like a paper kite with a broken string, tumbling down the cliff. Her body hit the protruding rock wall a few times, and her body was covered with cuts and bruises. She thought that she would soon be smashed into pieces, but her loosened clothes accidentally caught onto a pine tree that grew on the steep rock wall. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she had already left her young master's sight. No one would think that falling from such a high place would still be able to survive. Even if she escaped now, as long as she did not expose her tracks, her young master would still think that she had fallen into pieces and would still keep his promise. Then, she might still have a chance to be with Erlang. The good quality clothes only supported her for a moment. Although the time was short, it was enough to rouse her will to live. This thought flashed through her mind like a spark. Her hand unconsciously moved and the flying claws hidden in her sleeves shot out like a spirit snake. The moment her clothes broke, they wrapped around that old pine tree. However, after she had the will to live, she found that in this position, it was not hard to die, but it was as hard as ascending to heaven to live. At this moment, her body was hanging between the precipice, hanging alone on an old pine tree. She could not go up to the sky, nor could she go down to the ground. The top of the rock was far away in the clouds, and the ground below was also in the clouds. Her body was in midair and it was really difficult to go up or down. But she had to do something. If she stayed here, no one would come to save her. She would only starve to death here. That was even more terrifying than falling to death. As she tumbled down, her body was constantly slapped against the cliff by the strong mountain wind, scraping against the protruding rocks. Her body was already riddled with injuries. Especially the right side of her thigh was cut by a sharp mountain rock. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen and blood flowed out. If it was not bandaged in time, before she starved to death, she would die from blood loss. Anu climbed up the pine tree and tore off her tattered clothes to tightly wrap around her wound. Then she immediately began her escape. Because the longer it dragged on, the more energy she used up. That year, she was pushed into the well by her biological father. That was the darkest and most terrifying moment of her life. Although she managed to climb out in the end, when she was climbing out, she thought that with her frail body and weak arms, there was no chance of getting out. At that time, the only thing that supported her was her exuberant will to live. Today, she jumped off the cliff without hesitation, abandoning her life to seek death. It was for the person she loved the most in her heart. Now, in this desperate situation, it was still for love, for him, because she could not bear to part. In order not to be separated, even if she was in a precipice with no path to heaven and no door to the earth, she would still forcefully walk out. Chapter 294. This kind of desperate survival, for anyone, might just be a bad joke played by the god of death. Wasn't it? When you were lucky enough to be caught by a pine branch, thinking that you wouldn't fall to your death, you suddenly discovered that you couldn't climb up, and you couldn't climb down. What kind of feeling would that be? Fortunately, Tin Ano's skills were outstanding, and she just happened to have a flying claw in her hands, which became her hope of escape. Even so, she still suffered a lot. The strong wind whistled along the rock wall, and her hands had to tightly grasp the rock. If she was even a little bit careless, she would be swept away by the wind. She could only climb the protruding parts of the rock, moving cautiously step by step. Some places were as smooth as a mirror, and she could only use the flying claw to throw it into the distance again and again, until it firmly grasped a rock, and then swing her body over it. Some places were large pieces of smooth rock, and she couldn't climb at all. The flying claw's length also couldn't reach far beyond the smooth cliff surface, so she could only risk sliding down until her hands could touch the rock she could climb. Sometimes, she would find a spot a few feet below her that she could use, but it would deviate from her body. She would even have to climb back so that when her body fell, she would be able to touch the rock there. This kind of torture could simply drive a weak-willed person crazy, but Tin Ano clenched her teeth and endured it. She didn't know how long she climbed, or how far she climbed, but after using the flying claw many times, it had already broken, turning into a small useless chain. Her body had already exhausted the last bit of strength in the endless climb, and she no longer had the strength to move. And at this moment, she was under an inverted triangular rock, hanging there like a bat, unable to advance or retreat. Tin Ano's ears were ringing, her heart was beating fast, her vision was blacking out, and her hands and feet were weak. She was, after all, made of flesh and blood. She knew that she couldn't hold on any longer. She looked down the rock in despair, and there seemed to be a layer of mist in front of her, faintly flashing with a touch of green. Give me another place to borrow strength, give me a little bit more strength, God, I beg you, Tin Ano prayed inwardly. He arched his body and gathered his strength. Suddenly, he dashed to the right with all his might. Her fingertips touched a protruding rock, but it was only a touch, and then she fell down. Why? Since you want me to die, why give me hope? Tin Ano screamed silently from the bottom of his heart. Tears of despair suddenly gushed out. Cha. A sharp hunting knife hacked at the weeds, vines, and overgrown branches. There was a rustling sound in the dense forest, and a few people suddenly came out. They were all dressed in colorful hunter outfits. When they stood still in the forest, they almost blended in with the grass and trees, so it was not easy to be discovered. They all held steel pitchforks and had hunting bows slung over their shoulders. The person leading the way was the most muscular of them all. He was a head taller than the others, and he was as sturdy as a bull. This person's stature was that of an adult man, but there was a bit of hair on his lips, and his face was slightly childish. He didn't seem to be very old. A man with a wild pheasant and a hare on his shoulder looked up. The towering trees blocked out the sun. Looking out from the treetops, he could see endless peaks and valleys. The strange peaks pierced into the clouds, and the cliffs looked like they had been cut. He said, Erlang, look at this, we have already reached the foot of Mount Hua. Let's go back early. If we are late, we will inevitably make Auntie angry again. The young man who was already an adult but still looked childish was the Erlang he was talking about. Erlang straightened his neck and said, that tigress is very strict. She doesn't let me go out all day. It was not easy to get her permission to let me go into the mountains to hunt. How can I go back now? Didn't you guys say that there are tigers in the mountains? I will only leave after I hunt the tigers. A man dressed as a hunter hurriedly said, Big Worm. It's Big Worm. Don't mention the word tiger. It's taboo, Erlang. Erlang stared at him and said, it's obviously a tiger, why can't I say it? Didn't you guys say that there are tigers in the mountains? Where are the tigers? I have been wandering around for half a day, but I haven't seen a prey bigger than a dog. A hunter said with a bitter smile, we also heard from a woodcutter that he saw a big worm a few days ago when he went into the mountains to chop firewood. Whether it was a big worm or not, we don't know either. At that time, we just said it casually to Erlang. Who would have thought that you would take it seriously? Even if there really is a tiger, it's not something you can touch just because you want to. When Erlang heard this, he said unhappily, you guys clearly said that there was a tiger. How did it become a casual remark? No, I won't go back until I find the tiger. After saying that, Erlang brandished his saber and continued to open the way. The few people had no choice but to follow behind him. After walking for a while, the faint sound of water could be heard in front of them. Turning around a rock, their eyes suddenly opened up. They saw a mountain spring gushing out from the dense grass, forming a deep green pool in front of them. Then it flowed to the valley in the southwest. Erlang was overjoyed and said, Haha, what a pool of good water. I'm just getting warm from walking, so I'll take a bath here and make myself comfortable. As he said that, he sheathed his hunting knife, took off his hunting bow, and tore off his clothes, revealing a strong and sturdy chest. His chest was dripping with sweat, and there was also a clump of curled chest hair. He excitedly ran to the pool. Just as he was about to take off his clothes, he heard a loud bang and a large splash of water hit him in the face, making him look like a drowned rat. Erlang stood by the pool in a daze, water dripping down his face. He wiped the spring water off his face and said in surprise, "What happened?" A hunter beside him pointed to the pool and said, "Erlang, look, there's someone in the water." Erlang fixed his eyes on the rippling water and saw a young girl floating on the surface of the water. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders and she floated along the waves like water plants. Her dress spread out in the water like a huge lotus leaf, and the young girl was lying in the middle of the lotus leaf. Her cheeks were as pale as a white lotus flower that had just bloomed. Erlang said in surprise, "We haven't even seen the tiger yet. Why did a tigress fall from the sky?" This Erlang was born a bit simple-minded. His eldest brother was an official outside, and his eldest sister-in-law ran the household. This eldest sister-in-law was smart and capable, she ran the household very well. Because she was worried that this simple-minded brother would stir up trouble outside and spoil the family's reputation, she was very strict with him. This Erlang was extremely afraid of his eldest sister-in-law, and always called her a tigress behind her back. Just a little bit, and all the women he saw were all tigress. Just as he said that, the faint green lake water turned red, and strands of blood rippled out from the young girl's body, like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Erlang's eyes widened, and he said in surprise, "Eh? And it's a tigress who's just about to come." The hunter beside him didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Erlang, I think this girl seems to be injured." Erlang said in shock, "Is that so? Then why aren't you going to save her?" As he said that, he stretched out his hand and pushed, and the man fell into the water with a splash. After Tianrenu was dragged ashore, a few men suddenly surrounded her and stared at her with their eyes wide open. Tin Ano had already fainted. Her cheeks were as pale as snow, and a few strands of her hair were wet on her delicate face. Her small face was like the frost in the snow, making people want to love her. When Erlang saw this, he couldn't help but shout, "Ah, I called her wrongly. Such a delicate and pitiful little girl isn't at all as fierce as that tigress in our house." The others didn't say anything. They were all servants, and couldn't compare to this second young master. Second young master could say that his eldest sister-in-law was a tigress, so how could they dare to respond to him? When Tin Ano fell off the cliff, she was a little dizzy, and when she was hit by the lake water, she immediately fainted. In her unconscious state, she coughed a few times and spat out some lake water. She muttered, "Erlang." And then there was no more sound. The bull-like Erlang scratched his head in surprise and said, "Did you guys hear that? What did she just say?" Next to him, a servant dressed like a hunter said, "I think she said, Erlang." Erlang clapped his hands and said, "That's right. I thought I heard wrongly, but she really called Erlang. This girl called me just now, so she knows me." The servant stifled his laughter and said, "Erlang, the girl might not know you. You're not the only Erlang in this world." Erlang glared at him and said, "Are you called Erlang or is he called Erlang? There's obviously only me here, so who else could she call if not me? Hurry, hurry, carry her back home and let that tigress in our house take a good look at her. Since she knows me, she might be a relative of our family." When the servants heard his nonsense, they couldn't help but laugh. But seeing that the girl was in trouble, of course they had to save her. The servants hurriedly chopped down 2 thick tree trunks, then took off their coats and tied them firmly to the tree trunks to make a simple stretcher. They carried the girl on it and left in a hurry. Now that Erlang had picked up a tigress, he no longer clamored to hunt tigers. Carrying his hunting knife, he led the way, trying his best to remember his cousins. Ever since he was a child, he had always been naive and stubborn, so his family rarely allowed him to interact with outsiders. Other than the servants in the family, the people he met the most were his own relatives. Now that this girl actually recognized him, he naturally thought that she was a relative of his. As he walked, he suddenly remembered that a few years ago, an uncle came to visit and brought a little cousin with him. Her appearance and temperament were very similar to this girl who had fallen off the cliff. He couldn't help but have a sudden realization, no wonder she recognized me. She must be my little cousin. With this thought, Han Erlang walked even more hurriedly. This bull-like man's surname was Guo, called Guo Shaofan. In the Zheng county of Huaju, the Guo family was a famous and influential family. The Guo family's name was Tai Yuan. Starting from Marquis Ailing Guo Ting in the early Han dynasty, the Guo family was a famous and influential family in Shandong during the Wei and Jin dynasties. During the Sui dynasty, the Guo family's ancestor was even a duke. Today, there were only two brothers in the main branch of the Guo family. The elder brother, Guo Jingji, was the current provincial governor of Weiju. His younger brother was this man in hunting clothes, Guo Shaofan. The Guo family's manor was located at the foot of Mount Shaohua. Guo Shaofan led the way, and by the time he hurried back home, he was already sweating profusely. Once he entered the manor, Guo Shaofan left the servants carrying the Tian Renu behind him and ran in like a wisp of smoke. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sister-in-law! Sister-in-law! Come out quickly, little cousin is injured." Chapter 295. Han Erlang's house was built at the foot of Mount Shaohua. It was built against the mountain and covered an area of more than 10 mu. It had thick and high walls, a spacious courtyard, green tiles, vermilion eaves, and richly ornamented rafters. The stone lion and flagpole at the entrance indicated that this was an official's house. The west wing of the house's second courtyard was where the guest rooms were. There were lush flowers and trees here, a pond and a pavilion. The flowers and plants were not much decorated, so it was full of wild charm. In an elegant and clean guest room, the windows were bright and the table was clean. A vase of orchids was placed on the table, exuding a faint fragrance. A woman was sitting on the side of the bed. She was wearing a jade-colored silk dress with large sleeves. She had a slender neck, and her black hair was tied up with a jade hairpin. Her delicate facial features and delicate skin were as elegant as the orchids in the vase. This woman, who was as elegant as an orchid, was the tigress mentioned by Han Erlang. The tigress' name was Xiong Ruolan. Her husband, Guo Jingji, was now the provincial governor of Weiju. Weiju was located in the Longxi region and was not safe there. There were often wars with Tubo, so it was not convenient for her to bring her family along. Moreover, her mother was still in the hall, leaving only a naive younger brother at home. There was no one in charge. Guo Jingji was worried, so he left his wife at home to take care of his mother. There were a few people standing quietly beside the bed. There were two maids in green, an old man dressed as a steward, and the naive Guo Shaofan. When Guo Shaofan saw his sister-in-law retracting her hand, he asked in a simple voice, "Sister-in-law, how is my cousin?" Xiong Ruolan rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "I told you she's not your cousin. Don't talk nonsense." Guo Shaofan scratched the back of his head and said curiously, "Is she really not my cousin? How did she recognize me?" Xiong Ruolan ignored him and only instructed the two maids, "Although this lady's injury is serious, fortunately it is not fatal. She just lost a lot of blood and needs to rest for some time. It is not convenient for her to live now. Both of you stay here and take care of her." "Yes," the two young maids answered. Guo Shaofan grinned and said, "Sister-in-law's medical skills are excellent. If you say she's fine, then she's definitely fine. Hee. When I met her in the mountains, she was covered in blood. I don't know how badly injured she was. It was really scary." Xiong Ruolan gently shook her head and said, "There are many abrasions on this young lady's body, especially on her right leg. The abrasions are so deep that the bones can be seen. It seems that she didn't meet any bad people, but rather, it seems that she fell off a cliff. However, it was unknown whether he committed suicide or if he accidentally lost his footing while touring the mountains. Erlang, pass down the order. If anyone comes to inquire about the whereabouts of Miss Luo Shan, bring them to see me." "No. Don't go." Suddenly, a hurried voice came from the couch. Xiong Ruolan turned her head and saw that the young lady had already woken up. She couldn't help but exclaim happily, "Young lady, you're awake?" Guo Shaofan put his big face up and saw the young girl on the bed with her almond-shaped eyes wide open, her face full of anxiety. Although her face was pale and haggard due to excessive blood loss, it was like a snow lotus that had just bloomed. Even though her lips were completely bloodless, they still looked delicate and beautiful, really lovable. He couldn't help calling out, "Sister-in-law, Biaomei is so beautiful." Xiong Ruolan glared at him snappily and said, "Go away. I told you she's not your Biaomei." Tin Ano's cherry lips slightly parted as she gasped for breath and said, Thank you, madam, for saving my life. The news that I am here, please, keep it a secret. Xiong Ruolan's face suddenly showed vigilance and blurted out, Miss, who are you? Why are you so heavily injured? That sentence just now seemed to have used up all of Tin Ano's strength. She barely managed to say it before her head tilted and she unexpectedly fainted again. Xiong Ruolan pondered for a moment and said to Guo Xiaofan, second brother, pass down the order. No one is allowed to leak the news that we have rescued a young lady. Anyone who disobeys will be driven out of the residence. Okay. Guo Xiaofan replied. He stomped his feet and rushed out like a big bull. Xiong Ruolan then ordered, bring this young lady's clothes and all the utensils she was carrying. The two little maids quickly brought over the clothes that they had taken off when they were changing Tin Ano's clothes. Xiong Ruolan carefully examined them. Apart from noticing that the clothes were of good quality, she did not find anything that could identify her identity. She then said, take care of her. Let me know when she wakes up. Xiong Ruolan got up and left. The old steward followed her every step. As soon as the two of them left the guest room, the old steward said, eldest lady, this young lady's origin is unknown. We should not have taken her in. Xiong Ruolan said, her origin may be somewhat suspicious, but the injuries on her body are not fake. Looking at her expression, she does not seem to be a criminal. How can we leave her in the lurch? I have been married to Lang Jun for many years and I still do not have any children. Didn't Zen Master Ji Yuan say that I should do more good deeds and accumulate more virtue? Isn't this a good deed? When she wakes up, I'll ask her about her background. The old steward nodded in agreement. Xiong Ruolan raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, all right, you don't have to worry about this. Concentrate on gathering food. Shun Mu is using Chang'an as a battlefield and food as a weapon to fight against young Master Jiang. We cannot lose this battle. In Wu Cheng Hall, Wu Zetian frowned slightly. She carefully read the two memorials in her hands and flipped through the one that she had just approved. She picked out another one and compared it with the two in her hands. Her face showed a hint of anger. She threw the three memorials on the table and said unhappily, Liu Zetian probably doesn't want to be the prefectural magistrate of Chang'an anymore. What kind of stupid official is this? Chang'an and Luoyang were the capital and auxiliary capitals of the Tang dynasty. After Wu Zetian became the emperor in Luoyang, the capital and auxiliary capitals were reversed. Chang'an became the auxiliary capital and Luoyang became the capital. The highest official of the capital and auxiliary capitals was the Mu. However, the Mu did not preside over government affairs. It was only a prince who held this position. The official who actually presided over government affairs was the magistrate. Liu Zetian was the magistrate of Chang'an. This magistrate of Chang'an submitted a memorial to Wu Zetian. He said that because of the invasion of the Turks, in order to avoid the chaos of war, the merchants of the western region were buying up food. In addition, Husello had also brought tens of thousands of the western Turks to Chang'an. Food was in short supply. The price of food in Chang'an had risen 3 times a day. A bucket of rice was worth 1,000 gold. It was extremely expensive. He begged the emperor to immediately allocate food to solve the crisis in Chang'an. Chang'an was originally the capital of the Tang dynasty. Although it was now an auxiliary capital, its status was not inferior to that of Luoyang. If the political situation in Chang'an became unstable, it would cause turmoil throughout the country. Wu Zetian did not dare to take this lightly. She had just personally written an official reply, ordering the various regions to allocate food to stabilize the price of food in Chang'an. However, before the memorial could be sent out, Liu Zetian sent another memorial. He said that because the Turks had retreated, the merchants of the western region who had stockpiled food had all sold off their food. The price of food had fallen back to normal. This was supposed to be a happy event. Since the price of food in Chang'an had stabilized, the imperial court could save a lot of effort. However, almost immediately after, Magistrate Liu sent another urgent dispatch. He said that there were frequent rumors in the streets. Some said that there would be a drought in Guangzhou this summer and there would be no harvest. Some said that the Turks had not given up and wanted to join forces with the Tubo to invade the border again. As a result, The aristocrats and the common people were fighting for food, causing the price of food to rise again and again, resulting in a food shortage. They begged the imperial court to allocate food to solve the crisis. Wu Zetian complained. Originally, she wanted to listen to Wan's explanation. After all, she was already old and did not have the energy to deal with so many government affairs. Many things were handled by Wan on her behalf. Wan knew the situation of the people and the local officials like the back of her hand. Without Wan, as the empress, it was really difficult for her. However, when she spoke today, Wan, who had always been smart, did not reply. Wu Zetian glanced at her with some surprise. She saw Wan standing beside the imperial table, looking absent-minded. It was obvious that her mind was elsewhere. Discontentedly, Wu Zetian grabbed the zhenshan he and slapped it twice. Startled, Wan quickly collected her mind and asked, "What's your order?" Wu Zetian said unhappily, "Wan, what's wrong with you these days? Why do you always look absent-minded?" Wan said in a panic, "Oh, Wan has caught a cold these days. My body is not well yet, so I don't have much energy." "Oh," Wu Zetian said with relief, "if so, you can go back and rest later. You don't have to wait in front of the emperor. First, take a look at these muddled memorials from the Chang and local government." "What's going on?" Wan took over the memorials. She had seen the first two, but the last one was just delivered by Wu Zetian after she left the court and rushed to Wucheng Hall. Wan carefully read the three memorials and said to Wu Zetian, "Liu Qiantian has always been diligent as an official. He is honest and talented, and has a good reputation. However, food is the most important thing to the people. Once food is involved, even the slightest disturbance will inevitably cause a big commotion. If some unscrupulous merchants wanted to make a huge profit and took the opportunity to say something shocking, those ignorant commoners would not have the ability to distinguish between them. Naturally, they would add fuel to the fire, blindly robbing and raising the price of goods. Once the price of goods increased, there would be complaints of injustice. No wonder Liu Qian was so busy. If Wan remembered correctly, the Chang and local government had enough grain last year. Although this year's new grain has not been put into the warehouse, after last winter's consumption, there should be at least 16 cellars of grain left among the 24 cellars in Chang'an. You can order the Chang and local government to sell the official grain. If the people are willing to buy it, we can sell it openly. If the people have grain in their homes, they won't panic. When the people are calm, the grain price will naturally stabilize." Wu Zetian nodded and said, "Well, what Wan said is very reasonable. Little Hai." The servant Little Hai waved his horsetail whisk and stood in front of the imperial desk with a bow. Wu Zetian said, "Go to the Ministry of Revenue and ask them to immediately check how much grain Chang and local government has and report to me as soon as possible." Little C received the verbal order and hurriedly left for the Ministry of Revenue. As soon as Little C left, an extraordinarily handsome young general dressed in military attire arrived in front of the palace gates and said in a clear voice, "Featherwood Left Commander Yang Fan has an important matter to request an audience with His Majesty." Shanghai Wan let out a soft cry and immediately knew that she had lost her composure. She could not help but secretly look at Wu Zetian, but she saw Wu Zetian looking at her strangely. She quickly changed her mind and said, "Wan, I almost forgot. Whether Chang'an lacks grain or not, since the warehouse has been moved, we still need to transport grain from other places to make up for the shortage of the local government." Wu Zetian laughed and said, "You little girl, what's there to be surprised about? Don't tell me I haven't thought of this. First, send an urgent edict to the Chang and local government and ask them to sell the official grain to calm people down. As for the matter of collecting grain, ask the prime ministers to handle it." Wan smiled shyly and said, "Yes." Wu Zetian turned her head and said, "What does Yang Fan want to see me about? Ask him to come in." Wanna quietly retreated to the side. Her pair of limpid eyes, full of affection, glanced at the door. Chapter 296. Your subject, Yang Fan, greets the Holy One. Yang Fan clasped his hands and stood up, his hands at his sides. He knew that Wanna was staring at him, but Wu Zetian was also looking at him. At this moment, He did not dare to be careless. Wu Zetian asked, "What do you have to report to me?" Yang Fan said with his hands at his sides. Scholar Wang Qingji led hundreds of people from all over Luoyang to kneel outside the Meridian Gate and present a petition. Wu Zetian was startled and looked at Shanghai Wanna in surprise. Wanna was in charge of all the literature in the world, and most of these scholars were under her control. Wanna gently shook her head, indicating that she did not know either. Wu Zetian then turned to Yang Fan and asked, "What do they want?" Yang Fan nodded and said, "They beg the Holy One to make Wu Chengxi the crown prince." Huh! When Wu Zetian heard this, her expression immediately darkened. She knew that Wu Chengxi wanted the crown prince position, but she did not expect Wu Chengxi to be so impatient. As for the crown prince, she had not yet made up her mind, and Wu Chengxi had impatiently made his move. Different statuses had different mentalities. When Wu Zetian wanted to become the emperor, Wu Chengxi, Wu Sanxi, and the others had organized the people of Luoyang many times to persuade her. When she heard this news, there was only joy in Wu Zetian's heart. Now that she was the emperor, if Wu Chengxi did this again, he would inevitably be suspected of forcing her to abdicate. Wu Zetian was disgusted and said angrily, "The crown prince is not guilty. Why should I depose him? Even if I want to make a crown prince, that is my family matter. When did they have the right to interfere? Disperse them." Yang Fan made a sound of agreement. When he was about to turn around, he looked deeply at Wanna. This gaze was filled with comfort, love, persistence, and an unwavering determination to never give up. Looking at Yang Fan's tightly pursed lips and the resolute line carved into them, the reluctance and grief in WNR's eyes couldn't help but fade a little. Fame and fortune were all fleeting clouds. Glory, splendor, wealth and rank were just a scenery in her life. What she longed for was a lifetime companion. Yang Fan's resolute eyes comforted her anxious heart and gave her hope. Yang Fan hurried outside the Meridian Gate. The Yulin guards were surrounding Wang Qingji and the 100 or so petitioners. As soon as he saw Yang Fan come out, Wang Qingji immediately looked at him with eyes full of expectation. Just like Wanna's longing gaze, there was a hint of hidden bitterness. Yang Fan coughed softly and said with an expressionless face, "The sage said, the crown prince is innocent, why should he be deposed? Even if I want to appoint a crown prince, that's Zhen's family matter. Since when is it their turn to point fingers? Disperse them." As soon as Yang Fan finished speaking, he waved his hand. The Yulin guards brandished their spears and moved forward. He shouted in a low voice, "Retreat!" Crack! Screech! Screech! The Yulin guards advanced 3 steps. The sharp tips of their spears were already close to their bodies. Perhaps approaching with spears in hand wasn't scary. What was scary was the resolute demeanor of the Yulin guards and the pace at which they advanced. They carried long, sharp spears, and in front of them were the petitioners. Under Yang Fan's command, they immediately advanced with spears in hand. It was as if they didn't see anyone in front of them. They had already reached the point where they considered everyone beneath them. Their pace, every step they took, was the same firmness, the same distance, and the same speed. They didn't slow down or shorten their strides because there were people in front of them. It was as if even if there was a wall in front of them, they would turn a blind eye and slam into it. The petitioners were scared out of their wits. They watched as the sharp spears neared their bodies, and the Yulin guards didn't hesitate in the slightest. One by one, they cried out in fear and crawled backwards. There were even some who hastily jumped up, but stepped on the front of their own lapels. They lost their footing and fell to the ground. It was truly an ugly sight. When Wang Qingji heard Wu Zetian's verbal command, he was also somewhat shocked. When he saw the might of the Yulin guards approaching with their spears, his face couldn't help but change color. When he saw that the sharp spears were about to reach his chest, he subconsciously wanted to flee backwards. However, he suddenly saw Yang Fan's eyes. He saw that there was a faint smile in Yang Fan's eyes, but there wasn't the slightest murderous aura. His heart couldn't help but calm down. He suddenly shouted in a stern voice, "Stop. I have something to say. Stop." Under Yang Fan's command, the sharp spears stopped abruptly just as they were about to reach Wang Qingji's chest. Those imperial bodyguards seemed to be emotionless machines, completely obeying orders. Wang Qingji secretly broke out in a cold sweat. He composed himself and said in an impassioned voice, "The Son of Heaven has no private affairs. Establishing a crown prince, guarding a tool to inherit the throne, is related to the rise and fall of the dynasty. How can it be said to be the Son of Heaven's family affairs?" Qin Shi Huang unified the world, but because he didn't set up a crown prince early on, his posthumous edict was tampered with by people like Hu Hai, Li Sai, and Zhao Jiao. His great country fell apart because of this. Emperor Wen of Sui was a hero of a generation, but he wrongly appointed the extravagant Yang Guang, who was fond of grandiose achievements. As a result, he unified the country and died in his second generation. The crown prince isn't the son of heaven's family affairs, but the affairs of the world. As a subject of the great Jew, Wang Qingji received the great Jew's salary. How could he not worry about the great Jew's affairs? "If your majesty doesn't allow me to express my opinion, I am willing to die in front of the palace and remonstrate with my life." Wang Qingji had seen Yang Fan at the Wu clan's banquet hosted by Wu Yuyi, so he knew that Yang Fan was also a member of the Wu clan. However, his request was stopped by Yang Fan just now, and he wasn't allowed to enter the palace to see the emperor. As a result, he couldn't understand Yang Fan's thoughts. Now that he saw Yang Fan's warm expression, he knew that Yang Fan was being unreasonable and wouldn't really kill him. As soon as he figured this out, Wang Qingji's timidity disappeared. His words were powerful and resonant, faintly resembling the sound of metal and stone. If someone who didn't know what was going on heard these words, they might really think that he was a great minister who was devoted to the country. "Yes. We are doing this for the great Zhou dynasty, and we can die without regret. We will remonstrate with our lives. We will remonstrate with our lives." A few important people beside Wang Qingji hurriedly shouted in response. However, they didn't know the relationship between Yang Fan and the Wu clan, so it was inevitable that their voices lacked confidence. Their mouths shouted the slogan of facing death with equanimity, but their bodies were slightly leaning back. They were afraid that if Yang Fan turned hostile, they, who were willing to die, would run away faster than anyone else. Yang Fan frowned and said to Wang Qingji, "Scholar Wang, this official is under the emperor's orders to dismiss all of you immediately. I hope that scholar will not make things difficult for me." Hearing this, Wang Qingji was even more confident. He cupped his hands at Yang Fan and said seriously, "I'll have to trouble General to send a message for me again. Just say that if the emperor does not wish to summon me, this subject, Wang Qingji, and the hundreds of volunteers from Luoyang are willing to die in front of the palace to remonstrate with our life." This, Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, then said to Wang Qingji, "Then I'll have to trouble scholar to wait for a moment." Wang Qingji smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble, General." Yang Fan signaled the soldiers to keep an eye on these people, then turned around and walked back into the palace. As he walked, he thought to himself, "With such a big commotion at the palace gate, and I've deliberately delayed for a while, the ministers in the Hall of Governmental Affairs should have received the news by now, right?" Yang Fan returned to Wucheng Hall and replied to Wu Zetian. He even added, "This subject saw that Wang Qingji and the others are in high spirits. Even though they are being attacked by swords and axes, they do not show any signs of fear. Their words and actions are indeed sincere, so they do not dare to act rashly for fear of killing the loyal. Would your majesty allow them to meet or disperse them?" Wu Zetian listened to his words and thought for a moment. She waved her hand and said, "Tell the leader, Wang Qingji, to enter the palace to meet the emperor." Yang Fan hurriedly said, "This subject obeys the emperor." Yang Fan arrived at the Meridian Gate and loudly announced the emperor's edict. Wang Qingji could not contain his joy and quickly comforted his companions. He tidied up his clothes and followed Yang Fan into the palace to meet the emperor. The two of them walked one after the other. Seeing that there was no one around, Wang Qingji took a step forward and said to Yang Fan in a low voice, "Thank you for your kind words, Lang General." Yang Fan smiled and said, "We are family, there is no need to say such things. However, the appointment of a crown prince is like the ascension of a new emperor to the throne. It cannot be done without many requests. Scholar must be mentally prepared." Yang Fan paused and said, "Actually, when Scholar first asked for an audience, I could have led you to meet the emperor. It's just that, There are only a few hundred people, the momentum is really too small. I purposely asked you to wait outside the palace gate for a while. This is also to help you expand your momentum and attract the attention of the court." Wang Qingji let out an ah and suddenly understood. He said, "I see. Lang General has put in a lot of effort. I have misunderstood. I also wanted to find more people, but many people do not know His Majesty's intention. It is inevitable that they will be overcautious and fearful." "So?" Yang Fan's eyes flashed as he looked forward and whispered, "Be quiet. We have arrived at Wucheng Hall. When scholar sees the emperor, you must be careful what you say." Wang Qingji swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He only made 2 sounds and immediately took a step back. As it turned out, when Wang Qingji had led his people and shouted slogans all the way to the palace gate, Yang Fan should have led him into the palace. Wang Qingji was not a commoner. He was originally a scholar of the court. Since he said he had political matters to report to the emperor, Yang Fan, as a general in charge of the palace guards, had no reason to stop him. However, Yang Fan used the excuse that most of the people who came with him were commoners without scholarly honors. They gathered in front of the palace gate and were an eyesore. He detained them and took them to Wucheng Hall to meet the emperor. At that time, Wang Qingji was somewhat displeased. He did not understand why Yang Fan, who was also a member of the Wu family, would obstruct him. Now that he heard Yang Fan's reason, his resentment naturally disappeared without a trace. The Prime Minister on duty in the Hall of Governmental Affairs today was Li Zhaoda. Li Zhaoda had already heard that someone had gathered at the Meridian Gate and requested to depose the Crown Prince. Not all of the palace servants served the emperor and the concubines. The Prime Minister and scholars who ran errands in the palace also had many palace servants serving them. The palace servants serving the concubines were mainly active in the inner court, while the palace servants serving the prime ministers were mainly active in the front palace. These palace servants went in and out to deliver official letters. They moved around the palace frequently and had especially good eyes and ears. Wang Qingji and the others were blocked at the palace gate. When Yang Fan entered the palace to ask for Wu Zetian's permission, there was a little eunuch who went to the palace gate to deliver official letters. He saw and heard everything that happened in front of the palace gate. He immediately ran back to the Hall of Governmental Affairs like a parrot and told Li Zhaoda what had happened outside the Meridian Gate. Hearing this, Li Zhaoda couldn't help but fly into a rage. Li Zhaoda was an arrogant person with an explosive temper. He was the most straightforward and unyielding of all the prime ministers in court. He was also a core member of the Li Protector faction. Hearing that Wang Qingji had gathered people to make trouble, imitated Fu Yui's persuasion, and made a ruckus outside the Meridian Gate, requesting to depose the crown prince and replace him with the king of Wei, Li Zhaoda was immediately unable to restrain his anger. He threw down the official business he was working on and angrily rushed to Wucheng Hall. When he reached the gate of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, he suddenly remembered that if he rashly rushed to stop it, given the current emperor's unyielding personality, he would probably be angry. If Wang Qingji took the opportunity to use flowery words to persuade the emperor, once the imperial edict was issued, what was done could not be undone. He would not be able to stop it. Li Zhaoda's mind turned and he hurriedly called over the little eunuch who had reported the news. He asked, "Where is the Xiangzhou scholar who came to the capital to report the good news this morning?" Chapter 297. The eunuch replied, "Prime Minister is not willing to see him but he refuses to leave. He is probably still pestering you outside the East Gate." Li Zhaoda was overjoyed. "Quickly go and see if he is still there. If he is, bring him into the palace immediately. I want to bring him to see the emperor." The little eunuch did not know why the prime minister had suddenly changed his mind, but since he had already given the order, he still obeyed and ran toward the East Gate. After a while, he led a young man wearing a round-collared Confucian robe and a soft-legged turtle on his head. That man had a big turtle on his head, and he followed behind the little eunuch, escorted by 2 imperial bodyguards. His behavior looked very ridiculous. Li Zhaoda was already impatient. When he saw him arrive, he did not wait for him to bow and thank him. He said impatiently, "Go, go, go. Hurry up, I will bring you to see the emperor." In order to wait for this person, Li Zhaoda delayed a bit and ended up being one step slower than Wang Qingji. By the time he arrived at Wu Cheng Hall, Wang Qingji had already arrived in front of Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian looked at the somewhat nervous Wang Qingji and lightly asked, "Dan is my son, so he was made the emperor's heir. You have gathered a crowd to petition me to abolish the crown prince and make him the king of Wei. What is the reason?" Wang Qingji swallowed his saliva and controlled his nervousness. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, there is an ancient saying, gods do not worship those of the same race, people do not worship those of the same race. To worship the ancestors, one must first confirm the bloodline. Otherwise, the ancestors and spirits will not enjoy the ceremony and the people will not recognize their ancestors. The current emperor's surname is Wu, but he has the Li family as his heir. Isn't that ridiculous?" Wu Zetian snorted. "The crown prince has already changed his surname to Wu." Wang Qingji said, "Your Majesty, the fact that the crown prince has changed his surname to Wu does not escape the fact that his surname is Li. Since ancient times, the country has always been passed down to the descendants of the emperor. How can it be passed down to someone with a different surname? The crown prince was originally surnamed Li. When he changed his surname to Wu, he was already an adult. Once he ascends the throne, how can he not be Li Tang? At that time, where will your Majesty's country belong to?" When Wu Zetian heard this, she couldn't help but hesitate. At this time, Eunuch Little Hai bowed and reporting to everyone, the Assistant Minister of Phoenix Pavilion, Tongfeng Pavilion's Luan Taiping Zhong, Li Zhaoda, requests an audience. Wu Zetian raised her brows and said, "Is Prime Minister Li here? Invite him in." A moment later, Li Zhaoda stepped into the main hall, followed by a person. This person was wearing a round collar Confucian robe and was about 30 years old. He was refined and had a handsome appearance. However, there was a huge turtle on his head, which made him look neither fish nor fowl. When Li Zhaoda saw Wu Zetian, he bowed and said, "This subject Li Zhaoda greets your Majesty." The scribes with the turtle on his head bowed as well. "Prime Minister Li, you may dispense with the formalities. Please have a seat." After Wu Zetian finished speaking, she curiously looked at the man with a big turtle on his head and asked, "Why did Prime Minister Li come to see me? Who is this person? What does he do?" When that person heard Wu Zetian's question, he bowed again and tried his best to squeeze out a smile. The big turtle on top of his head suddenly poked its head out and looked left and right with its bean-sized eyes. Suddenly, it saw Wu Zetian and seemed to be frightened by something. With a whoosh, it retracted its head and 4 of its claws back into its shell. Looking at it now, it looked like that person was carrying a turtle shell on his head. At the side, Shangguan Wn Yang Fan, and all the palace maids and eunuchs were somewhat unable to restrain their laughter. Li Zhaoda calmly replied, "This person has an auspicious sign to offer to your Majesty, so this subject brought him here to see you. In my hurry, I did not have time to ask his name." As he said this, he coldly glanced at that person and said, "Your Majesty is asking you a question, answer it yourself." That person hurriedly said, Yes, this subject is a scholar from Xiangzhou, Zhu Xiaoyu, greets your Majesty." Wu Zetian said, "You are a scholar from Xiangzhou? Why did you come to the capital to see me?" Zhu Xiaoyu hurriedly explained. Because he was nervous at first, he was still stammering, but towards the end, he was beaming with joy. This Zhu Xiaoyu was a scholar from Xiangzhou, but this scholar was not a scholar of the later generations. In the early Tang dynasty, the requirements to become a scholar were very high, and their rank was even higher than that of a scholar. In a year, more than 30 scholars could pass the examination, but not one scholar appeared in 10 years. It was even rarer than being the top scholar among the scholars. After Zhu Xiaoyu passed the examination, his scholarly rank basically stopped there, because the imperial examinations in the Tang dynasty were not easy to pass. At that time, the imperial examinations in the world only accepted 30 people at most, and most of these places were taken by the nobles. Even if there were talented scholars among the common people, it was difficult for them to pass the imperial examinations, not to mention that Zhu Xiaoyu's talent was only ordinary. Therefore, Zhu Xiaoyu took a different approach and thought of offering auspicious signs, hoping to use the auspicious signs to win the emperor's favor and become an official. In the end, he conjured up a divine turtle. According to Zhu Xiaoyu, this divine turtle was a drought tortoise that he found by chance in the mountains. In the beginning, he did not think that there was anything special about this turtle, but later on, he accidentally discovered that on the shell of the turtle's abdomen, there were the words 10,000 years of the Son of Heaven. This made him curious, so he went to the capital to present this divine object to the emperor. Wu Zetian happily said, "Minister Zhu, quickly present the divine turtle, let me see it." Wang Qingji's passionate speech was interrupted by Li Zhaoda's intrusion. In the beginning, he was still standing there, putting on a dignified appearance, standing tall and straight. In the end, the turtle on Zhu Xiaoyu's head stole his limelight. Everyone in the palace was looking at the turtle, no one paid attention to him. It was too tiring to stand with his head held high, so he quietly slumped his shoulders and body, standing there to look at the western scenery. Zhu Xiaoyu took the turtle down from his head. Little Hai and another eunuch rushed forward and took the turtle with both hands. They carried it to Wu Zetian's imperial table and turned the turtle over. The turtle's belly was facing the sky, and it stretched out its head and limbs in surprise. When it saw that there were people in front of it, it quickly shrunk back. Wu Zetian fixed her eyes on it and saw that on the back of the turtle, there really were 5 bright red words, 10,000 years of the Son of Heaven. She couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder and loudly said, "Aya, I didn't think that there would be such a divine object in this world. 10,000 years of the Son of Heaven, haha, auspicious, it really is auspicious. Minister Li, quickly come and take a look, there really are words on this turtle's belly." Li Zhaoda didn't believe in supernatural things at all. When he received Zhu Xiaoyu's gift, he knew that it must be fake. At this time, hearing Wu Zetian's words, he couldn't help but sneer and said, "Your Majesty, this kind of divine object, Your Majesty wants, this subject can make as many as Your Majesty want." Wu Zetian was startled and said, "What does Minister Li mean?" Li Zhaoda stood up and walked in front of the imperial table. He looked left and right and saw young Fan standing to the side. He said, "This general, I'll have to trouble you to help me." Young Fan looked at Wu Zetian and seeing her nod, he walked in front of Li Zhaoda, cupped his hands and said, "I don't know what instructions Minister has for me." Li Zhaoda rolled up his sleeves and pressed down on the turtle. He said to young Fan, "General, please draw your saber and scrape the words on this turtle's belly." Hearing Li Zhaoda's words, Zhu Xiaoyu's expression immediately changed. Young Fan understood Li Zhaoda's meaning. If one said that there were some patterns on the turtle that looked like some words, he felt that it was not impossible. However, there were 5 big words neatly carved on the turtle's belly, he didn't believe it either. He immediately drew his saber and used the tip of the saber to scrape the turtle's belly. Young Fan was originally worried that the words wouldn't be easy to scrape off. Who would have thought that wherever the tip of the saber passed, there was a creaking sound and the red words were actually scraped off bit by bit. Li Zhaoda pressed down on the turtle and said to Wu Zetian with a cold smile, "Your Majesty, if these words are made by heaven, how can you use a saber to scrape them off? It's clearly this crafty commoner's trick to deceive Your Majesty." The expression on Wu Zetian's face was very awkward. She waved her hand and said, "Take the turtle away and throw this person out of the palace." Li Zhaoda said, "Your Majesty, this person deceives the emperor and disobeys his superiors. He should be severely punished. How can he be thrown out of the palace? Your Majesty should hand him over to the Ministry of Justice and punish him severely." Hearing this, Zhu Xiaoyu was so scared that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to beg for mercy. Wu Zetian said embarrassedly, "The Son of Heaven will live for 10,000 years. Hihi, although this divine object is fake, it is not some bad intention. Forget it, just throw him out." When Zhu Xiaoyu heard this, he was afraid that Li Zhaoda would say something to punish him again. He quickly kowtowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness." Then he scrambled out of the palace. Li Zhaoda originally did not come for him, so of course he was too lazy to pay attention to him. He only said, "Your Majesty is benevolent and unwilling to punish this unruly commoner. That's fine, but you must be on guard against this kind of person. This Zhu Xiaoyu's the Son of Heaven will live for 10,000 years was not sincerely to bless Your Majesty. Instead, it was a pretense of blessing Your Majesty for his own personal gain." He coldly glanced at Wang Qingji and said with a double meaning, "This kind of person, this kind of matter, it's not impossible that there is no one in the imperial court. Your Majesty must not ignore it." At this point, he slowly walked back to his seat and glanced at Wang Qingji as if he had just seen him. He casually asked, "This seems to be Hongwen scholar Wang Qingji. Why have you come to the palace today?" Wang Qingji hurriedly puffed out his chest and repeated his request for Wei Wang Wu Chengxi to be the crown prince. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Zhaoda burst out in laughter. Wu Zetian curiously asked, "Why is Minister Li laughing?" Li Zhaoda cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, your subject heard Scholar Wang's absurd words, so I laughed." Wu Zetian said, "Oh? What's wrong with Wang Qingji's words?" Li Zhaoda said, "Your Majesty, as the Son of Heaven, should pass down the foundation of 10,000 generations to your descendants. How can there be a house full of children and grandchildren but a nephew as the heir? Your subject has never heard of a nephew becoming the Son of Heaven and being able to welcome his aunt into the imperial ancestral temple. How could a nephew be closer to an aunt than a biological mother and son?" Wang Qingji was extremely exasperated and said, "Your subject does not agree with Minister Li's words. There is an ancient saying, gods do not care about those of the same race, people do not worship those of the same race. The current Son of Heaven's surname is Wu, how can the Li family be the heir?" Li Zhaoda did not even bother to look at him and only said to Wu Zetian, "Only the sacrifice of one's own children can be enjoyed by the ancestors. If your Majesty has a son, he will be worthy to enjoy the imperial ancestral temple for thousands of years and have endless inheritance. If you have a nephew, who will sacrifice blood for your Majesty after thousands of years?" Hearing this, Wu Zetian could not help but be silent. Only she, the female emperor, would encounter such a difficult situation. Since ancient times, no emperor has encountered such a problem, so she did not have a precedent to follow. Her surname is Wu. Only by having a son with the surname Wu can her empire be passed down. But she is a woman, so her son cannot have the surname Wu. But if she does not pass it down to her own children, how can she be worthy to enjoy the imperial ancestral temple after death? Only the sacrifice of one's own children can be enjoyed. If the empire is not passed down to one's own children, wouldn't she become a hungry ghost in 100 years? Seeing that the emperor was moved by Li Zhaoda's words, Wang Qingji knelt on the ground and cried out, "Your Majesty, your subject has been wholeheartedly thinking for your Majesty. Li Zhaoda cannot forget Li Tang and has evil intentions. Your Majesty cannot trust him. Your Majesty is the ruler of Zhu, how can you have an heir of the Li family?" Wu Zetian was silent for a long time, then said in a deep voice, "The proposal to replace the crown prince is groundless. There is no need for you to say anything more. Leave." Wang Qingji threw caution to the wind. Li Zhaoda, the current prime minister, had already been scolded by him. If he could not convince the emperor, Wu Chengxi would certainly not be satisfied. At that time, would he still have a way out? The only thing he could do now was to walk this path to the end. Wang Qingji kowtowed until his head was dripping with blood. He begged with his death and refused to leave. Seeing this, Wu Zetian couldn't help but sigh. She picked up a brush and wrote a few words. She had someone use the jade seal and said to Wang Qingji, "I know your loyalty. This piece of paper is for you. If you want to see me in the future, you can use it to come and go without fear. Go." Hearing that Wu Zetian had relented, Wang Qingji was afraid that going too far would be as bad as not going far enough. Now that he had this piece of paper, Wu Chengxi could be considered to have an explanation. Only then did he kowtow to express his gratitude. Holding the paper, he retreated with blood on his forehead. Li Zhaoda had come for Wang Qingji today. Seeing that he had left, he also said goodbye to Wu Zetian and returned to the Hall of Governmental Affairs to work. After the two of them left, Wu Zetian's face darkened. She slammed the imperial desk with hatred and said, "Everyone, don't let me have peace." The palace maids and eunuchs serving in the hall all knelt down and said in unison, "Everyone, please calm down." Wu Zetian said angrily, "Get up, all of you. What can you help me solve my troubles?" Wu Zetian brushed her big sleeves and turned to look at young Fan. Her expression softened a little. She asked, "Young Fan, Are you going to get married in the next few days? Young Fan braced himself and said, Yes. Thanks for your Majesty's concern. In 3 days, it will be my wedding day. Good, good. Xiaoman has been by my side for a few years. This child is a good girl. You two can become husband and wife. I am very satisfied, haha. As Wu Zetian said this, a smile gradually appeared on her face. She said, It will be your wedding day in 3 days. Such a joyous event, why are you still on duty in the palace? You really don't know how to be a person. How about this, you don't have to go to the palace to work these few days. Go back and prepare for the wedding. Prepare to be your groom. Young Fan didn't dare to look at Wanna. He only knelt down on one knee and said to Wu Zetian, Yes, I thank your Majesty for your grace. Wu Zetian then said to Wanna, Wanna, in my life, this is the only marriage I have set up. You have to make good arrangements. Don't look shabby and lose my face. Wanna's heart darkened. She slightly lowered her head and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, how could Wanna dare to be careless? I have people carefully preparing. When the time comes, Wanna will personally arrange for Xiaoman to marry into young Langjiang's family. I will not lose the face of the royal family. Your Majesty, please don't worry. Wu Zetian smiled and said, That's good. These days, I have too many things to worry about. It's rare to encounter a joyous event. I am very happy. Ha ha ha. Young Fan took this opportunity to sneak a glance at Wanna. Both of them were afraid of losing their composure, so they simultaneously lowered their heads. They could only hear the happy laughter of Yu Lao. Chapter 298. Young Fan's house wasn't too small. Originally, there were only 2 servants and 2 maids, so the house seemed rather desolate. But today, the Yang house was particularly lively. Early in the morning, the Yang house was already packed with people. It almost felt like it was overcrowded. Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao arrived early in the morning. Su Fangzheng also arrived with a group of villagers from the Shouwen workshop. The bare-chested Master Meng from Jiaodong, and old Yuqi with a long, hook-like beard all volunteered to prepare the feast for him. Yang Fan naturally agreed and immediately asked his cook and buyer, Lin Shiwen, to lead them to the kitchen. These people went to the kitchen and rolled up their sleeves. After a while, more than a dozen ox carts arrived outside the Yang house. The carts at the front were filled with all kinds of ingredients, while the carts at the back were filled with fat men with big bellies. When these fat men arrived at the Yang house, they unceremoniously kicked out Master Meng, old Yuqi, and some other chefs who specialized in selling snacks in the street. It turned out that these people were imperial chefs sent by Tuan from the imperial kitchen. How could these culinary experts in the palace take a fancy to these folk snacks? Naturally, they were not polite to them. Once they knew the identity of the other party, Master Meng and the others were not angry. They wore aprons and tied up their hands with white flour before they were kicked out and quickly moved to the entrance of the alley. Although Young Fan was a military officer and many of the people who came to congratulate him today were officials, these people could only have banquets and banquets in the courtyards and rooms. It was impossible for them to have a banquet in the alley. But many villagers from the Shouwen workshop would also come. These people could not have a banquet with those officials. And although the Yang house was not small, it could not squeeze so many guests. When Master Meng and the others arrived at the entrance of the alley, they occupied 2 sheds. If they were lacking any ingredients or condiments, they would ask someone to go to the nearby Nan city to buy them. Anyway, the wedding would be held in the evening, so there was plenty of time. Everything could still be prepared. Young Fan had no concept of wedding etiquette at all. He stood in front of the hall, and people came over to ask him questions. Young Fan was always at a loss. He was being called around in circles, but he couldn't make a decision. Fortunately, the people who came over just politely asked him a question, and without waiting for him to answer, they ran off to make their own decisions. At noon, Young Fan had a simple meal and had just filled his stomach when Auntie Ma and Auntie Hua arrived with a group of female soldiers from the Shouwen workshop. Under their command, the Yang family was in a state of chaos and bustling with activity. At this time, the Yang family had completely changed. Lanterns and streamers were hung everywhere, and the atmosphere was joyous. Young Fan was still standing in front of the hall. Although he couldn't do anything and didn't know what to do, he was still confused by the complicated wedding etiquette. While Young Fan was dizzy, Pastor, who was dressed like a young married woman, led a group of women from the show when workshop over. Seeing Young Fan standing there in a daze, Pastor laughed and said, "You idiot, what are you still standing here for? In a while, important guests will come one after another, and you're still wearing this dress." Young Fan asked in a daze, "Sister Ning, what should I do now?" Pastor asked, "Where's your gown? Has it been prepared?" Young Fan slapped his forehead and said, "No, I don't know what to prepare. The palace seems to have prepared something, right? Chen Shou, Chen Shou." Young Fan shouted twice, and the doorman, Chen Shou, came out of nowhere. Sweating profusely, he said, "Ah Lang, did you call me?" Young Fan said, "Do I have a gown?" The corner of Chen Shou's mouth twitched, and he said, "Ah Lang is getting married today, how can you not have a gown? Yesterday, when the palace sent the dowry, didn't they also send Ah Lang's gown? It's in Ah Lang's bedroom now." Young Fan said happily, "That's good, that's good." He turned around and said to Pastor happily, "Sister Ning, there's a gown, haha." Pastor and a group of young women from the show when workshop looked at him strangely. The smile on Young Fan's face froze, and he asked cautiously, "Is there something wrong?" Pastor rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Since there's a gown, then hurry up and put it on." Young Fan stammered, "Oh. Now. Do I have to put it on?" Pastor pulled him up and walked away, shaking his head and sighing as he walked, "Alas. I'm really worried about you. Look at your muddled face, you're actually going to be the head of the family." Young Fan laughed dryly and said, "I've never come into contact with these things before, so how would I know what to do?" Ma Qiao, who was stepping on the ladder, was hanging red silk flowers on the beam. When he heard this, he leaned over and laughed, "Brother, you're the groom today, so you don't have to do anything now. You just need to save your strength, and when you're in the bridal room tonight, you'll go all out. Ha ha ha." On the other side, Chu Kuanga, who was pulling the silk flowers, also laughed, causing the ladder to shake. The person holding the ladder nervously said, be careful, don't fall." Pastor raised his head and glared at Ma Qiao, and said angrily, "A filthy mouth can't spit ivory. What nonsense are you talking about? You're the uncle, so don't be serious." Ma Qiao winked and said, "Hey, isn't this Xiao Fan's wedding day? Today doesn't matter if it's big or small." Young Fan was escorted to the bedroom by a group of women. The unmarried girls were waiting outside, but the married sisters-in-law did not have many scruples. They directly took off his coat and helped him change into a formal dress. After he was dressed neatly, the sisters-in-law pressed him down on the stool and smeared his face for a while. Young Fan was at their mercy like a puppet. When he was dressed, Pastor brought in a bronze mirror. Young Fan looked at himself in the mirror and saw that his lips were red, his teeth were white, and his eyebrows were clear. He was even more handsome than usual. His skin was originally darker, but now it looked very white. It seemed that the sisters-in-law had applied powder on his face. It was just that the powder was applied very evenly, and there was not the slightest bit of unnaturalness. His eyebrows were also trimmed, and the edges were slightly drawn, making his sword-like eyebrows look even more heroic. The several elder sisters-in-law looked at the results of their work and beamed with joy. They hurriedly pushed him out of the door. The group of girls waiting outside the door suddenly surrounded him. Among them, there was no lack of girls who used to have a crush on Young Fan. Seeing his dignified appearance and increasingly handsome appearance, the way they looked at him became somewhat fiery. But times were different. Young Fan was already a high-ranking official. They usually had no chance to see him, so they did not dare to be presumptuous. If Young Fan was still a small workshop servant, these shrewish girls would have long made their moves on him and made a scene in the bridal chamber first. Only Miss Xiaodong was brave. She first moved her face over and looked at Young Fan's face. Then she pulled up his sleeve and said quietly with hidden bitterness, "Erlang is so handsome today." Just as Young Fan was feeling embarrassed, a little girl ran over and shouted, "Erlang, there is an honored guest at the door. The master of ceremony asks Erlang to go and welcome him." This little girl was one of the two little servant girls that Shen Mu gave to Young Fan. One of them was called Ju Daomai, the other was Cao Linlin. Now the one who called him Cao Linlin was Cao Linlin, and her nickname was San Jie. As soon as Yang Fan heard this, he felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He quickly pulled his sleeve back from Xiaodong's hand and said with a hollow laugh, I will go and welcome the guest first. Yang Fan took the opportunity to slip away. Miss Xiaodong looked at his receding figure with a face full of hidden bitterness. However, her eyes were really not very good. At this time, the one who was being stared at by her pair of all-seeing eyes was not Yang Fan, but the cook of the Yang mansion, Lin Shiwen, who was holding 3 liters of corn and rushing to the door. There were 5 people standing in front of the door. The one in the middle was tall and sturdy like a mountain. His physique was comparable to Chu Kuang's, but his nose tip was higher and his eye sockets were deeper. He had some blood of the barbarians of the western regions. He was the son-in-law of the Right Guard General Li Duozhua of the Yulin Forest, the Lieutenant General of the Left Guard of the Yulin Forest, Yi Huli. He was Yang Fan's immediate superior, so naturally, he needed to be personally welcomed by Yang Fan. As for the other 4 people, they were Wei Yong, Li Dayan, Lu Yang, and Jiao Chu. Among these 4, Wei Yong was a lieutenant, Li Dayan was a brigade commander, Lu Yang and Jiao Chu were only squad leaders, and their positions were all lower than Yang Fan's. If Yi Huli had not arrived at the same time, there would have been no need for Yang Fan to personally welcome them. As soon as Yang Fan saw them, he hurriedly went forward and cupped his hands in salute, saying with a smile, I did not know that the Lieutenant General and the other brothers had arrived, so I did not go out to welcome you. Forgive me, forgive me. Yi Huli laughed and said, Haha, you are the groom today, no one has a higher position than you. Why are you being so polite? Yang Fan looked at the Xiuwen workshop and saw that the marquises who had volunteered to help were moving things in big and small bags. They were all gifts brought by the few of them. He hurriedly said, It's fine if the other brothers came, but there is no need to bring such heavy gifts. This little brother is very apologetic. Lu Yang laughed and said, Apologetic, you can just say these words to the Lieutenant General, Lieutenant Wei, and Brigade Commander Li Jiao and I are not married yet. Today I gave you a gift, in the future, you will definitely return an even more generous gift. The 2 of us have not suffered any losses at all. Yi Huli and the rest laughed when they heard this. Jiao Chu took 2 steps forward and looked Yang Fan up and down. He shook his head repeatedly and sighed continuously. Yi Huli laughed and scolded, Today is Yang Fan's big day, why are you sighing and groaning? Jiao Chu said, What a pity, what a pity. It would be great if Erlang was my brother-in-law. It's a pity that Miss Xiaoman beat me to it. Lu Yang laughed and said, When I first met Erlang at Whitehorse Temple, didn't I say that I wanted him to be your brother-in-law? You insisted that your sister has high standards and will not marry anyone other than a general. Now that Erlang has really become a general, are you regretting it? Haha, but it's not too late. If Erlang is willing, your sister can be the legitimate wife. Your sister and Xiaoman are like sisters to begin with. It's not a bad thing to serve the same husband. The 2 of them spoke half truthfully and half falsely and looked at Yang Fan with a smile. The so-called legitimate wife was also a concubine. Although China had since ancient times monogamy with many concubines as the norm, in reality, there were often cases of polygamy. This situation was originally adapted for the needs of political marriages. However, during the Tang dynasty, the practice of legitimate wife became rampant. It was not only limited to the nobles, but also common people. Yang Fan did not know whether the 2 of them were casually joking or intentionally testing him. He did not know how to deal with Xiaoman alone. How would he dare to get involved in a love debt? He could only smile bitterly and said, Brothers, you must be joking, you must be joking. Wei Yong saw this and laughed. He tried to smooth things over and said, Miss Xiaoman is a marriage bestowed by the emperor. Who is qualified to be her legitimate wife? You 2 don't make fun of Erlang. Come, come, let's go in and sit down. Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Yes, yes, please come in. Just as Yang Fan turned around, the sound of a horse's neigh suddenly came from the distance. All of them were soldiers, so when they heard the sound of the horse's hooves approaching, they knew that it was coming for the Yang mansion. All of them couldn't help but turn their heads. Chapter 299. Young Fan and the others stopped and turned to look at the entrance of the alley. There was a banquet set up along the wall in the alley. Although there weren't many guests yet, there were already some people. Some of the elderly guests from the Showan workshop didn't need to help out. They were sitting under the canopy eating dried fruits, drinking water, and chatting. Seeing that the alley was crowded, the rider immediately slowed down. Young Fan fixed his eyes on the person sitting on the horse. It was the Fengchen Guard's commander Di Guangyuan, the son of the current Prime Minister Di Renjie. Apart from Yi Huli, whose position was higher than Di Guangyuan's, who was still standing on the stairs, Young Fan and the others all turned around and went down the stairs. Once the horse stopped in front of the stairs, Young Fan cupped his hands and smiled. "Brother Di, why are you in such a hurry? It's still early. Are you afraid that you won't be able to enjoy the wedding wine?" Di Guangyuan dismounted from the horse and looked a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and said, "Erlang, I still have something to do, so I can't attend your wedding banquet today. That's why. I rushed here first to congratulate you. Erlang, please don't blame me." "Oh." Wei Yong, Li Dayan, and the others looked at each other and understood. Young Fan had been close to the Wu clan recently and had even rejected Di Renjie's invitation. They had also heard about this. They were pure soldiers and didn't care who the emperor or the crown prince was. Therefore, as long as they had a good relationship with Young Fan, they didn't need to worry about anything else. However, Di Guangyuan was different. Although his father was loyal to Wu Zetian, he didn't have a good impression of the Wu clan. There was a clear separation between them and they never contacted each other. Since Young Fan had sided with the Wu clan, it meant that he had drawn a clear line with Di Renjie. Di Guangyuan was Di Renjie's son, so how could he attend his wedding? As soon as Di Guangyuan revealed an awkward expression, everyone understood his dilemma. Young Fan naturally knew why Di Guangyuan was in a difficult situation. Being misunderstood by an elder that he respected, Young Fan was also very sad. However, some things couldn't be made known to everyone. Moreover, the more Di Renjie misunderstood him, the more the Wu clan would trust him. This secret couldn't be revealed. Young Fan forced a smile. He saw Di Guangyuan was holding the horse's reins with one hand, as if he was going to leave after saying a few words, and did not even want to enter the door. Thereupon he said, "Xiao Di is getting married. Brother Di is able to take time out of your busy schedule to come and congratulate me. Xiao Di is very grateful. Since Brother Di has official duties, you should naturally prioritize national affairs. There is no reason for me to blame you." Di Guangyuan blushed with shame. He reached into his pocket and took out a scroll painting. He said to Young Fan, "My father heard that Erlang is getting married, so he specially made a painting as a congratulatory gift. Erlang, please don't think it's despicable. Di Renjie was born in an official's family. He was brimming with talent and was well versed in both literature and martial arts. He was known as the Pearl of the Meandering River, the treasure of the Southeast by the people of his time. He was also very good at reciting poems, painting, and playing the zither. However, other than the occasional imperial banquets and the emperor's order to compose poems, he rarely wrote poems, and no one had heard of him painting. At this time, when they heard that Prime Minister Di had specially made a painting for him to congratulate him on his wedding, Wei Yong and the rest were extremely envious. This was a present from the current Prime Minister Di, and it was a painting personally made by Prime Minister Di. No amount of money could buy this kind of sincerity. From this, it seemed that the rumors were not true. Prime Minister Di did not seem to dislike Young Fan. Lu Yang and Jiao Chu hurried forward and helped Young Fan to open the scroll painting. The scroll painting slowly unfolded. Everyone looked at it and saw that it was a 5 feet long horizontal scroll. On it was the 3 friends of winter. There was a pine tree, a bamboo cluster, and a plum tree. The brush strokes were smooth and experienced, and the density of the strokes was very appropriate. Di Guangyuan smiled and said, "Erlang, do you know the meaning of this painting that my father gave you?" Young Fan's eyes flickered slightly, and he said, "The evergreen pine and cypress means longevity. The bamboo gives birth to bamboo shoots, grandchildren, and the red plum bears seeds, sons. It means having many children and many grandchildren. This is the meaning of having many blessings and longevity, and having many children and grandchildren. I, Yang, cannot thank Prime Minister enough for your kindness. I, Yang, will definitely treasure this painting well. Di Guangyuan saw that he was intentionally avoiding his father's intention of giving him the painting, and could only laugh bitterly, and said, Erlang's wedding, I, your brother, do not have any presentable gift. I, your brother, like to shoot and hunt, and have several fine horses at home. Erlang, you have ridden this horse before, do you still remember it? I rode it before. Yang Fan only frowned and thought for a moment, and immediately remembered. It was not that he still remembered this horse, but because he had only ridden the Di family's horse once. At that time, the Di family's third son, Di Guangzhou, was blinded by greed, and wanted to follow Fu Yuyi to the palace to persuade him to enter. Yang Fan had ridden the Di family's fast horse, and together with Di Guangyuan, they rushed to the Meridian Gate and tied him up. Yang Fan said in surprise, I remember, could it be that this horse is? Di Guangyuan said with deep meaning, that's right, it is this horse. At that time, thanks to Erlang riding this horse, my third brother did not fall into the mud, unable to extricate himself. As the saying goes, a fine horse for a warrior, a treasured sword for a hero. Now, I, your brother, will give this fine horse to my second brother as a wedding gift. I, Di, still have important matters to attend to, and cannot stay for long. I will take my leave now. Di Guangyuan cupped his hands towards Yang Fan and several other military colleagues, and then turned around and walked towards the alley. Yang Fan slowly took 2 steps forward, and gently stroked the horse's maner. Looking at Di Guangyuan's back, he let out a deep sigh. This brother Di has really put in a lot of effort. In the afternoon, the number of guests in the Yang mansion gradually increased. Dao Mai and San Jie, the 2 little maids, ran inside and out. They ran until their hair was in a mess and they were sweating profusely. However, the 2 of them were beaming with joy. Their own families Erlang had so much face, and so many guests of high status came to visit, so naturally they felt honored. After another 2 hours, Shui Rengui's son, Shui Ren, the right guard Zhonglong general, and Li Zhon, the former Prime Minister Li Yifu's son, the North Gate Imperial Guard Zhonglong general, also came one after another. At this time, among the Imperial Guards who competed with him at the White Horse Temple, other than Hu Seluo who was still in Chang'an and had not gone to the capital, and Di Guangyuan who came from afar, only left guard Guiyi, Wang Tongjiao did not come. Wang Tongjiao was a direct descendant of the Wang family of Taiyuan, one of the 5 families and 7 Wangs. Since Yang Fan was very close to the Wu family, he would definitely not come again. Yang Fan was already mentally prepared for this. The bride had not arrived, so the banquet had not begun. There were only preserved fruits, cheese, and drinking water on the table. Everyone sat and chatted, laughing, so it was quite lively. Seeing the sun setting in the west, Marchia and Chu Kuanga led a few people with some preserved fruits and sealed red envelopes to bribe the servants who guarded the gate. The people who went to the Yamen to apply for the night pass also came back. Yang Fan then apologized to the guests who had already arrived, and asked Chu Kuanga to receive these guests on his behalf. Then he went with Marchiao and the others from the Showan workshop to escort the bride. Liu Yang and Jiao Chu liked the liveliness, so they insisted on going together. Yi Huli, Shui Ren, Li Zhon, and the others were already in their 30s, so their temperaments were much calmer than the 2 of them. Seeing that the 2 of them were in high spirits, they did not stop them, and only smiled as they watched them go out the door. Xiao Man's maiden home was temporarily set up in Wn's mother's house. Xiao Man had several properties in the capital, but she didn't have a house of her own. The imperial palace couldn't be her maiden home, so she needed to find a place outside to receive the bridegroom. Shangguan Wn arranged this place in her mother's house. Her mother was Madame Zheng. After Wn was favored by Wu Zetian and promoted to an important position, Madame Zheng no longer worked as a maid in the palace. Wn bought a mansion for her in Jishan workshop, and Madame Zheng now lived in this mansion. She usually lived in seclusion and kept a low profile. Wn arranged Xiao Man's wedding place in her own house, which was also her painstaking effort. The man she loved was about to get married, but the bride was not her. Not only was it not her, but she also had to arrange the wedding for the bride. How could she endure this? Now, she arranged for Xiao Man to stay in her own house and watched her wedding carriage leave with her own eyes. She had the right to pretend that it was her own and comfort herself. At this moment, the usually quiet Zheng mansion was also abnormally lively. Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and a group of unmarried girls who were good friends with Xiao Man all asked for leave today and rushed to the Zheng mansion to see Xiao Man off. With so many girls gathered together, one could imagine how lively the Zheng mansion was. Xiao Man was dressing up in her temporary boudoir. The people in charge of dressing her were two very old palace maids. It was said that the maids in charge of dressing up the emperor, the crown prince, and the crown princess on important occasions were the disciples taught by the two of them. In front of these two highly respected old maids, what else could Xiao Man do but be at their mercy? Xiao Man had been dressing up since early in the morning. She didn't eat much for breakfast. Not long after, the two old women directed 7 or 8 palace maids to strip her naked and throw her into a steaming bathtub. She bathed from morning to noon. The hot water was changed more than 10 times, and all kinds of secret bath medicines used in the palace were changed more than 10 times. When she was finally allowed to climb out of the tub, her body was as clean as a freshly peeled egg. Her body was as red as a cooked prawn. Even though Xiao Man had always been strong, at this time, she was also weak when the maids helped her up. Poor Xiao Man was tortured until she didn't even have the strength to eat. At noon, she only had half a bowl of porridge before another round of torture began. She sat on the brocade stool and did not leave for the entire afternoon. Under the instructions of the two old women, her hair was coiled up again and then untied again and again, until the hairstyle made the two old female officials reveal a trace of a satisfied smile. Xiao Man's scalp was very tight. She felt that her eyebrows were slightly hanging up because of the tightness of her scalp. Her skin was too tight, and it was difficult for her to smile. Then, her delicate little face suffered again. Xiao Man was born beautiful, and she usually dressed as a man, so she rarely wore makeup. At this time, there was a dazzling lineup of all kinds of cosmetics on the dressing table. Many of them were things she had never seen before and didn't know what they were used for. When the two very picky old maids finally nodded and let go of the torture on her face, the 4 palace maids changed her hairpins and ceremonial clothes under the command of the old maids. She was wearing an indigo-colored wide-sleeved dress with flower hairpins, which had 12 layers. If it weren't for the help of the 4 palace maids, Xiao Man really wouldn't be able to wear it alone. Finally, she put on a blue wide-sleeved dress and tied a red wedding ribbon before she was pushed in front of the 2 old female officials. The 2 maids sat side by side on the couch and shook their heads in dissatisfaction. They said, "No, it's not neat enough. Take it off and dress again." Hearing this, Xiao Man almost burst into tears. She had never hoped as much as now that young Fan would come quickly, ride his white horse, and save her from the fire. Chapter 300. After a day of torment, the 2 female officials were also exhausted. Seeing that the bride's attire finally met their requirements, the 2 meticulous female officials were relieved and were helped to the back room to rest. Xiao Man, who had been bored in the room for a day, felt as if she had been pardoned. She quickly begged the palace maids next to her, "Let me go to the courtyard to get some fresh air. I'm suffocating." These palace maids all knew her. Hearing her pitiful words, they couldn't help but say, "County Captain, you just got dressed properly. If you messed up your attire and the 2 mothers-in-law saw you, they would inevitably blame us. Anyway, looking at the time, the groom will be here soon. Why don't you wait a little longer, County Captain?" Xiao Man said with a bitter face, "I still have to wait. I really can't breathe. I'll just stand in the corridor and not walk around. How about that?" The palace maids discussed for a moment and reluctantly nodded. Xiao Man immediately stood up happily. The palace maids were so flustered that they hurriedly reminded her, "County Captain, walk slowly, don't mess up your attire." Thus, Xie Muwen held her head high and puffed out her chest. She looked straight ahead and slowly opened the door with her head full of pearls and jade. She walked out with steady steps. "Ah, Sister Xiao Man is out. Xiao Man is out." Where? The girls who came to congratulate Xiao Man on her marriage but never had the chance to see her suddenly surrounded her. When they saw Xiao Man standing in the corridor, they were stunned. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Xiao Man couldn't help but feel nervous. She raised her hand and wanted to touch her cheek, but she was afraid that it would ruin her attire. She could only timidly ask, "What's wrong? Oh my God! Is this alluring little vixen really Xiao Man?" "Ah, I was just about to say it, but I don't know how to say it." "That's right, it's charming. She's so beautiful that she can bring disaster to the country and people. How can Xiao Man? How can she be so beautiful?" Lan Yiqing's eyes were red. He tightly grabbed Jiao Ying's hand. His little face was flushed with excitement. He repeatedly said, "The bride is so beautiful. Really beautiful. Sister Ying, I want to get married, I want to be a bride." Jiao Ying glared at her and rubbed her nose with the back of her palm. She snorted and said, "Save it. We'll talk about it after I get married. Is it really that beautiful?" Xiao Man showed a relieved smile, raised her hand and wanted to touch her face again, but still put it down with some scruples. She turned around and saw that Jiao Ying and others were holding a stick that was as tall as a person, wrapped in red silk. She couldn't help but wonder, "What are you holding the stick for?" Jiao Ying rolled her eyes and interrupted, "You don't even know this. This is a necessary ceremony for newlyweds. It's called lower son-in-law or wrecking cart. When the bridegroom arrives, we'll beat him up until his nose is bruised and his face swollen. That'll teach him a lesson so he won't bully you in the future." Although Xiao Man still had some contradictions in her heart and was unwilling to marry, she had never thought of disobeying the order of the emperor. And Yang Fan was the only man she truly liked after her elder brother. She couldn't think of any reason not to marry him. That kind of complicated feelings was really difficult to express. At this time, hearing what Jiao Ying said, Xiao Man was shocked, but she really cared about Yang Fan. She cried out involuntarily, "What? How can this be? You? How can you do this?" She knew the abilities of these female guards. Yang Fan might be skilled in martial arts, but since this was a necessary ceremony for newlyweds, he definitely couldn't resist. Even if he could resist, in front of such a group of skilled female tigers, he would be lucky if he could keep his life, not to mention a bruised nose and a swollen face. Nyonyo was really a little anxious. When the female guards saw her anxious look, they couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, look, our Xiao Man hasn't even gotten married yet, but she already dotes on her man." Xiao Man's face turned red and she stamped her feet. "No. I won't allow you to treat Erlang like this. If you do this, I'm going to be angry and ignore you guys in the future." The female guards laughed even more heartily. Someone said, See, girls are extroverted. We've been good sisters for life, but for her good husband, she doesn't want it anymore." Xiao Man was extremely embarrassed by their teasing, but when she thought of the many female heroes in the inner guards, each with a stick, beating Erlang's miserable appearance, she really couldn't bear it. When Xiao Man stomped her feet, her head full of pearls, jade, and phoenix hairpins swayed. The palace maids were afraid that the ornaments on her head would fall, so they quickly went forward to support her and whispered a few words in her ear. When Xiao Man heard it, she said, "Really? Hey, why do you have to stop the carriage? This son-in-law ceremony has both literary and martial aspects. The martial aspect is to stop the carriage, and the literary aspect is to urge the makeup. Can't you just ask Erlang to recite a makeup-urging poem? Why do you have to use martial arts?" Jiao Ying said eloquently, "Hey, your beta Percy is a general, why would he want to recite a poem like Qoda? Besides, we're all martial artists, who would like to recite a poem? Of course it's more interesting to use a spear and a stick, don't you think so?" The female guards all agreed, making Xiao Man extremely anxious. It was still Lan Yiqing who was soft-hearted. Seeing that Xiao Man was really anxious, she revealed the mystery with a smile and said, Okay, Xiao Man Jejie, don't worry. How could we really beat brother-in-law Black and Blue? This stick is made of straw, how could it hurt someone?" As she spoke, she used 2 fingers to pinch the stick that was wrapped in thick red liquid and turned it around. Looking at its light appearance, it really wasn't a real wooden stick. Only then did Xiao Man feel relieved. She glared at the mischievous Gao Ying. Gao Ying made a face at her and giggled. At this time, a servant of the Zheng residence ran into the courtyard panting and shouted, "Hurry, hurry, the groom's convoy is almost in front of the residence." When Lan Yiqing heard this, she called out, "Sisters, let's go. Let's go." A group of female guards excitedly raised the stick and rushed out of the residence. A few palace maids also hurried forward to support Xiao Man and said, "County Captain, quickly return to your room, the groom has arrived." Xiao Man was supported by a few palace maids back to her room and sat in front of the dressing table. One of the palace maids stuffed a goose feather fan into her hand and said, "County Captain, once you leave the boudoir, you must cover your face with the fan. Before you pay your respects, you must not remove the feather fan and show your face to others. Remember, remember." Xiao Man nodded and held the fan in her hand. Looking at the charming and somewhat unfamiliar face in the mirror, she thought in a daze, Am I going to get married? Once I step out of this door, I will become Second Lang's wife, never to be separated for the rest of my life." The setting sun was soft and warm, like the yolk of a gaoyou duck egg. Yang Fan rode on a snow-white steed, with not a single strand of hair out of place. He wore a 5-point crown of flowers on his head and was dressed in a crimson official's robe. He looked like a champion on a stage, leading a long procession towards the Lady Zheng's residence. Behind him, Ma Qiao led a few strong and sturdy servants, each carrying 3 liters of corn, a bundle of sleeping mats, 3 catties of reeds, and 3 wolf-fang arrows. These were all gifts for the bride's family: 3 liters of corn, to fill the mortar and mortar, 10 feet of summer mats, to cover the mouth of the well, 3 catties of reeds, to fill the kitchen, 3 arrows, to guard the house. From afar, Yang Fan could already see the words Zheng's mansion on the lintel. "This is Wan's home. At this moment, she is in the mansion. I don't know how sad she will feel when she comes to get married, but the bride is not her." Just as Yang Fan was thinking of this, the door suddenly opened and a group of very beautiful tigresses with sticks in their hands happily rushed over. What's going on?" Yang Fan, who had limited knowledge of the wedding ceremonies of the Tang dynasty, had only attended Ma Qiao's wedding. He had never seen such a scene on that day. He pulled the reins and was about to turn his head to ask when he suddenly found that the entire procession had already stopped. Only he was moving forward on his horse. Unknowingly, there was a distance of 4 or 5 feet between him and the procession. "Hit him!" Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing shouted and leaped up. The 2 long sticks in their hands wrapped in red silk swept towards Yang Fan's head. Yang Fan saw that this was going to be bad. He was going to be hit by these 2 sticks. Although the sticks did not look too thick, these 2 ladies had a lot of strength in their hands. His head was also a place that could not withstand a heavy blow, so he hurriedly jumped to hide and dodged the 2 sticks. "Hit him!" More women rushed up and hit him with a flurry of sticks, making him smile. It doesn't hurt. This isn't a stick." Yang Fan dodged here and there. In the end, he simply jumped off the horse and jumped around. However, he was still hit in the buttocks by a stick. As a result, the stick broke. Yang Fan did not feel any pain. Just as he was feeling puzzled, more sticks came down on his head. Yang Fan continued to cover his head and run like a rat. Su Fang was watching with a smile. She didn't stop them until she saw Yang Fan's crown was crooked and his hairpin had fallen off. Only when she saw Yang Fan running away in such a sorry state did she pick up a dustpan of copper coins and throw them on the ground, loudly begging for mercy on Yang Fan's behalf. Only then did the women reluctantly stop, giggling and laughing as they picked up the coins. Yang Fan stood still with a lingering fear. He asked Ma Qiao, who had caught up, "What are they doing?" Ma Qiao said slowly, "They're showing off their power." Yang Fan said, "Why didn't you do this when you got married?" Ma Qiao said proudly, "How virtuous and gentle is my family's Xiao Ning." Fortunately, the difficulties and fright that Yang Fan received were limited to this son-in-law ceremony in front of the Fu. After all, the bride's home was borrowed from Zheng Shifuren's place. The female bodyguards did not want to be too casual in someone else's home. Therefore, the bride was very smoothly received by him. When Yang Fan received the bride, he did not see Wan. He also knew that it was impossible for WNR to appear in front of him at this time. Thinking of the pain in WNR's heart, Yang Fan could only turn his heart full of guilt into a disappointed sigh. The bride was received out of the Zhengfu. The procession to receive and send off the bride cooperated all the way to Yang Fan's home. Along the way, there was a jubilant atmosphere. No one noticed that on the embroidered building in the corner of the Zhengfu's garden, a small crack opened. A beautiful woman wearing a moon-white gown foolishly looked at the procession in the distance. 2 lines of clear tears gently slid down her cheeks. In the sedan chair, Xiao Man, dressed in splendid attire, tightly grasped the feather fan. Her heart was incomparably hesitant. She knew that from the moment she stepped onto this sedan chair, whether she was willing or not, whether she liked it or not, she would be Yang Fan's wife for the rest of her life. But she still did not have the awareness of being a wife. More importantly, she knew very well who the woman Yang Fan liked was. How could she be happy? Yang Fan, who forced himself to be cheerful, rode on the horse. He looked back every 3 steps until the Zhengfu completely disappeared from his sight. Today, the happiest people for Yang Fan's wedding were not the groom and bride, but the female bodyguards of the imperial household and the common people of the Xiuwen workshop who cheered along the way. The sun set, leaving only a smear of dusky yellow on the horizon. As dusk approached, the heart wavered in the knot of hair. Between crying and laughing, a marriage was formed. Chapter 301. In the Yang Manor, a green hut had been set up in front of the central room. It was made of bamboo and wood and covered with green cloth. Xiao Man slowly got off the carriage. With the help of 2 palace maids in splendid attire, she covered her face with a feather fan and stepped onto the red carpet with her embroidered shoes. Stepping on the brazier, straddling the saddle, and straddling the sacks of rice, the pair of golden boy and jade girl gently scattered the grains on the 2 of them. The rice drops bounced along their robes and gently splashed on the red carpet. The 2 of them stood still in the green hut. The guests all rushed in and filled the green hut to the brim. They looked at the couple and bowed. Yang Fan looked at Xiao Man, who was covering her pretty face with a feather fan. He slowly recited the poem he had asked someone to write in advance. Chang'e flies with the colorful clouds and descends. She cannot sleep alone in the Toad Palace. If the Tao is reunited like the bright moon, the feather fan moves gently and the Osman thus blossoms. After reciting the poem, the snow-white feather fan in front of Xiao Man was gently moved away. The water is the eyes, the mountain is the eyebrows, the eyes are like lacquer, the skin is whiter than snow, bright and beautiful. Even though Yang Fan was already familiar with her appearance, he was stunned, not to mention the guests in the hall. Being stared at by Yang Fan's burning gaze, Xiao Man couldn't help blushing shyly. She gently lowered her head. The master of ceremony said, "Bow to each other." 2 red prayer mats were placed in front of them. The 2 knelt facing each other. Xiao Man's eyes were very complicated. There seemed to be some confusion and some contradiction. But when she met Yang Fan's eyes, she subconsciously lowered her eyes. First bow. Under the command of the master of ceremony, under the signal of the 2 palace maids, Xiao Man folded her hands on the blanket in front of her and bent her waist deeply. Her fair and clear forehead gently touched her fingertips. When she slowly and elegantly straightened her waist, she saw that Yang Fan had already bowed down. She saw the 5-beam crown that had been bowed down and the fresh flowers that had been pinned on the 5-beam crown. For some reason, her heart suddenly palpitated. An indescribable feeling suddenly rose in her heart. Second bow. Yang Fan straightened his back to accept the bow, and Xiao Man bowed deeply once more. Unknowingly, Yang Fan had thrown away all the distracting thoughts in his heart, and he solemnly sensed everything before his eyes. The 3rd bow, the 4th bow, the ceremony was complete. A pair of scissors tied with red silk was sent to the groom, Yang Fan. Yang Fan cut a strand of hair and placed the cut hair and the scissors on the red silk tray. The tray was then sent to Xiao Man. With another crisp cut, a lock of Xiao Man's black hair fell. Xiao Man stared at the strand of hair on the plate, as if a very important part of her life had also been cut off. People often say that for a woman, marriage is equivalent to a new life. Then, this hair ceremony was probably the feeling of cutting the umbilical cord of a newborn. Xiao Man's heart suddenly felt empty. She watched as the palace maids skillfully tied her and young Fan's hair together with a red thread and put it into a brocade pouch embroidered with the words blissful union for 100 years. Suddenly, a very familiar and strange feeling welled up in her heart. That feeling was like after her mother's death, when her elder brother used his hand, which had been ground into a bloody mess by the sand, to gently hold her small hand. It was as if the blood of the two of them had suddenly been connected. The sacred ceremony passed down by the ancients suddenly gave her an indescribable feeling. She wanted to cry. Hold the hand of the sun. The master of ceremonies' voice was still loud and high-spirited. Young Fan's hand held her small hand that was hanging by her side. Xiao Man's delicate body suddenly trembled. She was just thinking about how her elder brother would hold her hand and take her to wander the world. The moment young Fan's hand held hers, she suddenly looked at young Fan. In a trance, she felt as if the figure of her elder brother and young Fan were overlapping. The elder brother in her childhood memories, as she grew older, also grew in her imagination. That image was always vague and abstract. She had never been able to clearly see the image of her elder brother in her dreams. His face always seemed to be hidden in a layer of fog. But now, that image suddenly became incomparably clear. He was standing by her side. In the darkness, it seemed that her elder brother's mature and childish voice came, "Nyonyo, you've grown up. In the future, the one holding your hand and taking care of you for the rest of your life will no longer be me, but your husband. Nyonyo, elder brother is leaving." The image of young Fan in her heart became more and more clear, as if it wanted to expel the image of her elder brother from her mind. Xiao Man inexplicably became afraid. She was afraid of this feeling. She wanted to pull her hand out of young Fan's hand. Young Fan felt her action and couldn't help but frown slightly. He increased the strength of his hand. The little stubbornness of the two, in the eyes of the guests, seemed to be the bride's shyness. So, laughter immediately filled the green hut. Hold your hand, eat with your chopsticks. Hold your hand, eat with your food. Hold your hand, die with your child. Hold your hand, sleep with your child. Hold your hand, be happy with your child. Hold your hand, grow old with your child. Hold your hand, what more can I ask for? Thank the heavens, what more can I ask for in this life? Under the guidance of the MC, the two of them recited the poem that they had long memorized when preparing for the wedding. In the beginning, Xiao Man's voice seemed to be half a beat slower than young Fan's, and young Fan's voice was not firm and dignified enough. But as they recited, their voices actually had a strange resonance. Xiao Man's voice was still half a beat slower than his, but it sounded harmonious and beautiful like a husband singing and a wife following. The two of them were unknowingly affected by this solemn and sacred ceremony and became solemn and dignified. From now on, he is my husband. From now on, she is my wife. The two of them looked at each other at the same time. This time, neither of them avoided the other's gaze. Their gazes were fixed, and there was a kind of infatuation. In the midst of the eulogy of Hold Your Hand, no one noticed Xiaodong's back as he quickly walked out of the green hut and the 2 drops of tears that fell sadly. Jiao Ying's lips carried a bitter and joyful smile. She gently wiped the corners of her eyes and took the lead in cheering. In the green hut, there was a thunderous applause. "Bride, this way please." The MC guided young Fan and Xie Xiaoman out of the green hut. Accompanied by many guests, they came to the left side of the courtyard. Young Fan was surprised to find that the MC had led them to the pigsty in the left side of the courtyard. Of course, young Fan could not raise a pig, but there was clearly a pig in the pigsty, and it was a white and clean sow. The white and clean sow's head was tied with a red silk scarf, and it was humming comfortably in the sun. The MC said with a smile, "Bride, bow and pray in silence." "Ah!" Xiao Man was taken aback and looked around timidly. Finally, she decided to ask young Fan. Xiao Man quietly asked, "Why do we have to pray to a pig?" Young Fan thought for a moment and shook his head. When the MC heard the bride's question, he laughed and said, "Sow has a lot of offspring, and can give birth to 8 or 10 in one litter. Pray to the sow, for good luck, and have more children in the future." Xiao Man almost fainted when she heard this. The MC said with a smile, "This is an ancient ceremony. Bride, quickly bow." Xiao Man had no choice but to respectfully bow to the Sao 3 times. That Sao accepted Commandant Xie's 3 kowtows. She didn't pay any attention to her, only wagging her little tail and grunting a few more times. As Yang Fan stood there, he suddenly thought of the scene of Princess Taiping throwing her husband into the pigsty on their wedding night. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xie Xiaoman was forced to bow 3 times to a Sao, and her heart was already full of shame and indignation. Suddenly hearing Yang Fan laugh, she thought he was making fun of her. She couldn't help but glare at him and blurt out, "You want me to have as many children as a pig? Don't even think about it." Yang Fan's smile froze. Many of the guests who were watching the ceremony burst out laughing when they heard the bride's tough words. Xiao Man knew that she had made a slip of the tongue, and couldn't help but blush. She didn't know why she said such a sentence. She obviously didn't want to marry. How could she even think about the problem of how many children to have? The awareness of being a wife had been instilled little by little into Nyonyo's heart through these ceremonies. The banquet began. Accompanied by her good friends, Xie Xiaoman went to the bridal chamber to change into a light dress. She wore a narrow-sleeved short shirt and a long skirt. She could walk freely during the banquet and didn't have to worry about tripping or rubbing herself with grease. And this kind of dress also served to accentuate her slender figure, making her look even more beautiful and pleasant. General Wu of the Yulin Guard arrives. General Qiu of the Jin Wu Guards arrives. The master of ceremony stood at the door and shouted. More than half of the guests in the hall stood up. Today, the guests were mostly military generals. These military generals' ranks were lower than the 2 generals, and many of them were their direct subordinates. How could they not stand up to greet them? Yang Fan and Xie Xiaoman came to the door to greet them. Huang Xuchang, Zhong Shitong, Wei Yong, Li Dayan, and the others also followed behind them. They saw Wu Yuyi and Qiu Shinji walking side by side, and behind them were 2 old soldiers carrying congratulatory gifts. As soon as they saw Yang Fan, Wu Yuyi laughed and said, "General Yang, congratulations, congratulations." Yang Fan did not expect the 2 of them to come. He hurriedly gestured to the guests in the hall and said, "Yang Fan's wedding is not worthy of the 2 great generals coming to congratulate me." The 2 great generals' arrival really makes Yang Fan feel extremely fearful. "Great generals, please come in quickly." There were so many seats in the hall, but there was really no one worthy to sit with these 2. Fortunately, King Liang, Wu Sanxi, had said that he would personally come to congratulate them. Although Yang Fan did not know if his words were true or false, he still had to make preparations. Therefore, there was a table left in the hall, and he invited the 2 of them to sit at this table. Yang Fan and the bride had just offered a toast to the 2 great generals when the master of ceremony at the door shouted in an even louder voice, "Steward Li of Princess Taiping's residence, under the orders of Princess Taiping, has come to congratulate General Yang on his wedding and to deliver congratulatory gifts. General Yang, please come out and welcome us." As soon as these words were shouted, the entire hall immediately fell silent. Princess Taiping? What kind of background did this Yang Fan have? How could he make Princess Taiping send an envoy to congratulate him? Everyone was astonished, including Qiu Shinji. Only Wu Yuyi remained calm and was not surprised at all. This great general had a strong first impression. He had long recognized Yang Fan as his cheap uncle. Wasn't his cheap uncle Princess Taiping's cheap father? Recently, Princess Taiping had been in contact with the court officials more and more frequently. It seemed that she intended to intervene in the political arena. It was reasonable that she wanted to make friends with Yang Fan, who could still speak in front of the Empress. Qiu Shinji was surprised for a moment, but his expression also calmed down. The reason he thought of was that Yang Fan and Princess Taiping had competed together and defeated the Tubo team. In his opinion, Princess Taiping might have treated Yang Fan differently because of this. When Yang Fan heard the master of ceremonies shout, his heart immediately tightened. Princess Taiping? Would she be kind enough to congratulate him? Today's marriage was originally a trick of her out of jealousy. What kind of trick was she playing now? Chapter 302. Yang Fan said to Xiao Man in a low voice, "I'll go take a look, you stay with the guests first." Xiao Man nodded lightly and watched as Yang Fan hurried to the door. The external steward of Princess Taiping's residence, Li Yi, was a eunuch. When Princess Taiping got married, he was assigned by the palace as part of her dowry. After many years of hard work, he had already become the main steward of Princess Taiping's residence. Seeing Yang Fan come out, Li Yi's beardless, round, and pale face was immediately filled with smiles. He took a step forward and clasped his hands together, saying, "Haha, congratulations to Lang General Yang on your marriage. My master specially sent me to congratulate you and also to present my master's congratulatory gift. I hope Lang General Yang will kindly accept it." As Li Yi spoke, he turned his body sideways and waved his hand. Behind him, two servants wearing green robes and hats carried a long box forward. Looking at their movements, that long box was very heavy. Many guests heard the news and rushed out to see the excitement. Many people began to discuss, such a long box, what kind of gift could it be? It looks very heavy. Look at it, it looks like a sword. Nonsense, what kind of sword is so long? And look at them, it looks very heavy. Is a sword that heavy? Maybe it's a horse-slaying sword. A treasured sword is given to a hero. Lang General Yang is a military general. Giving a treasured sword is not wrong, but have you ever heard of giving a horse-slaying sword? Yang Fan looked at the long box in front of him and looked at Li Yi with some caution. Steward Li smiled slightly, saying, "This is a gift specially prepared by my master for Lang General's wedding. He invited skilled craftsmen and spent many days to make it. Lang General Yang, do you not want to take a look?" When the onlookers heard this, they all started to jeer. "Erlang, quickly open it, let us broaden our horizons." Yang Fan made up his mind, stretched out his hand and pulled off the red ribbon tied to the box, gently opened the lid, and at a glance saw the contents of the box. He was immediately stunned. The box was covered with red velvet, and there were only two things inside, a baseball stick and a bow ball. The ball-shaped staff was golden in color, and its surface was engraved with various patterns. At a glance, there were carps and flowing water, lotus seeds and lotus flowers, pine and cypress cranes, all auspicious objects. Yang Fan gently stretched out his hand, wanting to take the staff out. When the staff entered his hand, a cool metallic feeling spread to his heart, and he was secretly surprised. No wonder these two people have such a hard time lifting it. It really is not a wooden staff. Yang Fan took a deep breath and exerted strength with one arm, grabbing the beaded staff tightly and fiercely pulling it away from the long box. The two green-clothed servants couldn't retract their strength in time and the long box in their hands were lifted upwards. Yang Fan only felt that the staff was very heavy in his hand, so he hurriedly reached out to grab the staff with his other hand. Only then did he feel more at ease. Gold. This is a pure gold staff. The princess is so generous. How much is that staff worth? Money. You only know about money. If you have so much gold, can you make such a ball stick? Moreover, this is a congratulatory gift from Princess Taiping. Can it be exchanged for money? The guests saw Yang Fan's action of grabbing the staff and immediately guessed the material of the staff and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Qiu Shenji and Wu Yuyi were proud of their status and didn't leave their seats, but the discussions of the crowd had already reached them. The two looked at each other and thought, Princess Taiping actually gave such a generous gift. The princess gave such a heavy gift. Is my gift a little too light? Yang Fan also revealed a shocked expression and carefully placed the staff back into the box. He said to Li Yi, head steward, "It is already an honor for Her Highness to come and congratulate Yang Fan on his wedding. This gift is really too valuable. Yang Fan cannot accept it. Head steward, please take it back." Li Yi said with a smile, "If we take back the gift, it will not be easy for us to explain to the princess. Lang Jiangdaran has already examined the ball-shaped staff, but has not seen this ball." Only when he said this did Yang Fan notice the ball the size of a fist. Just now when he opened the box, a red light entered his eyes. It faintly emitted a crystal clear, glossy and gorgeous light. He felt that this ball was extraordinary, but his attention was attracted by the dazzling golden staff. Now that he heard Li Yi's words, he remembered to look at the red ball. The red ball was also embedded in the velvet. Yang Fan stretched out his hand and grabbed the red ball. He only felt that it was heavy, as if it was also a metal or stone object. He held the red ball up, and under the illumination of the lights in the corridor, the red ball shone brightly. No matter where one stood, they seemed to be able to see a strange red light reflected in their eyes. Especially when Yang Fan's hand moved slightly, the red light flowed in all directions, like a golden snake crossing the sky. Looking at each other, everyone could see the red light reflected on each other's faces and bodies. Yang Fan, who was holding the red ball in his hand, stood in the center. His whole face was reflected red. The red light flickered, illuminating his crimson groom's robe. It seemed that even his body was glowing. His whole body was bathed in red light, as if he was covered by a cloud of fire. There was no lack of knowledgeable guests among the guests. They couldn't help but shout, "Fire jade! This is a fire jade! My God, such a large piece of fire jade, this is a priceless treasure." Qiu Shinji sat in his seat and looked up. He also saw Yang Fan, who seemed to be covered by a cloud of fire. When Yang Fan's body moved to the side, he also clearly saw the round and natural fire jade, and couldn't help but be shocked. The so-called fire jade was a name people used in the past. In reality, it was a ruby. There were dark red rubies, bright red rubies, and some with impurities. No matter what the color, there was rarely such a large ruby. But this ruby in front of him was not only as large as a fist, but also as round as a ball. It also had no impurities, which made it even more priceless. Qiu Shinji subconsciously looked at his belt. His belt was also inlaid with a ruby. It was only the size of a fingernail, and it was dark red. It was far less magnificent than the ruby in front of him. Qiu Shinji's robe sleeves hung down, and very naturally covered his belt. This gift is really too valuable. Yang Fan doesn't dare to accept it no matter what. Yang Fan was very surprised. He quickly put the gem back into the box and repeatedly refused. He only knew that this gem was precious, but he didn't know that this gem was the national treasure of the Tang dynasty. When Li Shimin was fighting against Gugurio, Bai En, who was attached to Gugurio, offered this treasure to the emperor of the Tang dynasty to prevent himself from being caught in the crossfire. Later, when Li Ji's beloved daughter Taiping got married, this national treasure was specially used as her dowry. If Yang Fan knew that this gem was the most valuable dowry of Princess Taiping, he was afraid that it would be even more of a hot potato. Li Yi laughed and said, "Lang General Yang, I am only a servant under orders to deliver the gift. Since Lang General is so polite to me, I can't explain it to His Highness." He looked around with a smile and said, "Is there anyone who can lend a hand and accept this gift for Lang Jiang? My two servants are very weak. I hope they don't make any mistakes and ruin the gift that the princess gave to Lang General. This is a good thing. Since they took the initiative to give it to us, how can we not accept it?" Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao stepped forward at the same time and hurriedly accepted the box for Yang Fan. Yang Fan had no choice but to say, "Chief Steward, please come in and have a drink." Li Yi chuckled a couple of times and cupped his hands towards Yang Fan, saying, "Many thanks for Lang General's good intentions. Today is Lang General's big day. My body is crippled, so it will be inauspicious for me to enter. I don't dare to enter and bring bad luck with me. The task has been completed, so I will take my leave now," Li Yi said and turned to leave. Yang Fan had to send him out. After sending Li Yi away, he turned around and walked back to the guest hall. Many people looked at Yang Fan with awe. Yang Fan, this Lang General, might not make them care too much. But a Lang General who could make Princess Taiping send people to congratulate him could not be ignored. Being able to make Princess Taiping give such a precious gift to him, that was even more. What exactly was he? Even if he was a prince, Princess Taiping might not be willing to give him such a heavy gift. A golden staff, a ruby ball. As Yang Fan walked up the hall, one scene after another flashed through his mind: the bowing competition by the Luo River, the mermaid-like Princess Taiping lying on the soft couch, the cup of fine wine delivered by the river, and the bowing ball thrown back to him. During the Lantern Festival, she raised her arms and shouted. She galloped on the battlefield and defeated the Tubo army. He knew that Princess Taiping's jealousy was the reason why she used the opportunity of his great merit to trick the emperor into marrying her and separate him and Wn. But today's gift was absolutely not malicious. When Princess Taiping carefully chose this gift, he really did not know what kind of mentality she had. Walking to the hall, Yang Fan looked up and saw Xiao Man staring at him with a strange look in her eyes. Princess Taiping gave such a heavy gift, which was also unimaginable for Xiao Man. She had served in front of Empress Wu before, so she had seen these dignitaries coming and going. Even Wu Zetian had not received such a heavy gift. Xiao Man naturally did not know about the love affair between Princess Taiping and Yang Fan, but Princess Taiping gave such a heavy gift. She naturally thought of Shanghai Wan. In her view, only Shangguan Daijiao could be so generous and willing to give such a heavy gift. She was afraid that Shangguan Daijiao could not do it herself, so she borrowed Princess Taiping's hand. Thinking of this, Xiao Man suddenly felt a little sour in her heart. Originally, she felt that she was an outsider, but she destroyed other people's love, broke up a pair of lovers, and took away Shangguan Daijiao's man. However, once they got married, their statuses would be different, and their standpoints would also be different. Yang Fan was her man now. She really couldn't say that she wasn't jealous at all when she saw this scene. Oh, just now it was. Seeing Xiao Man's strange look, Yang Fan also inexplicably felt guilty as if he was caught in bed by his wife. Just when he wanted to explain, he heard the master of ceremonies like a crowing rooster, with a high-pitched and joyful tone, "Protector of the state, Master Huai Yi, the abbot of Whitehorse Temple, has arrived." Hearing this, even Wu Yuyi and Qiu Shinji suddenly stood up. Yang Fan hurriedly said to Xiao Man, "Cough. My wife, my teacher has arrived. Let's go and welcome him together." The hall full of guests followed Yang Fan and Xiao Man out of the door. Outside the door, they saw a shriveled old monk standing at the door, flicking his bald head with his fingers, with a bitter smile on his face. Not far away, there was a rapid sound of hooves. Everyone looked out and saw a group of bald monks riding on tall horses hurriedly leaving. Yang Fan asked curiously, "Senior brother Yizhua, why did master come and go?" Chapter 303. Yizhua laughed dryly. Master Shui rushed over and forgot to prepare a gift. Master Shui said that it's his disciple's wedding, so how can he not prepare a gift? So, he went back to prepare a gift. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Shui Huai's character was certainly not flattering, but he had a sense of loyalty. Although Yang Fan disdained the way he made his fortune and didn't want to learn from him, he still felt close to this great monk Shui who sincerely cared for him. Since Shui Huai had left, Yang Fan could only invite Yizhua in. Yizhua was bald and wore a kasaya, standing out from the crowd. After he sat down, he drank the wine, ate the meat, and was completely at ease. Everyone felt that he was even more out of the ordinary. The wedding banquet went on for another hour before the host's voice rang out again, "Protector of the state, Whitehorse Temple's abbot, Master Huai Tilda." Yang Fan and the others went out to welcome Shui Huai once again. They saw Shui Huai dressed in a red kasaya, his bald head gleaming under the light. He was accompanied by Hongyi, Hongliu, and the others on his left and right. Behind them stood 4 burly monks who used wooden crosses and ropes to carry a golden fruit tree. The fruit tree seemed to have small red lanterns shining on it. As soon as Shui Huai saw Yang Fan, he laughed and said, "Good disciple, I was drunk and forgot that today is your big day. Luckily your 6th senior brother reminded me. Haha, looking at you now, you really do look like a bridegroom. Congratulations, congratulations." Yang Fan quickly went forward to greet. Disciple Yang Fan greets Master. Wu Yuyi and Qiu Shinji also came forward. "Greetings Master Shui." Shui Huai waved his hand. "No need to greet me, no need to greet me. The world is big, but the groom is the biggest today. I'm also a guest, no need to be so polite. Come, let's go in and drink. I came a bit late, did you guys finish all the good wine?" Yang Fan smiled. "Since Master is here, we must drink until we're drunk." "Don't worry, Master, I'll have enough." "All right. As long as there is good wine, I can be at ease." Shui Huai caressed his belly and casually said, 17, today is your big day. As a monk, I don't have a gift for you. I'll just give you 100 children tree. 100 children and 1,000 grandchildren, it's a blessing." When Xiao Man heard this, her little face couldn't help but frown again. She thought to herself, really? Why are all men like this? Don't tell me that women get married just to give birth to a nest of children for you men. Hongwon said, 17. The fruit tree that master gave you is not an ordinary one. The trunk of the tree is made of gold, the leaves are made of green jade, and the fruit is made of fire jade. There are 100 fire jades in total, and each one is worth 1,000 gold. This fruit tree is priceless. Hong Liu immediately followed up. The branches of this treasured tree cost a total of 143 catties of gold. However, this isn't much. Gold is valuable, but jade is invaluable. The leaves on the tree are all carved from the best quality jade, and each piece is. Before he could finish, Xue Huai glared at them and scolded with a smile, it's just a gift that master casually took from the treasury. What are you showing off for? Go away. Even though he said this, his face showed a smug expression. Xue Huai had rushed over to attend the wedding banquet today. Originally, he had prepared a congratulatory gift. Although it was expensive, it was nothing more than some gold cakes and jade pendants. But when he arrived at the Yang mansion, he happened to hear the guests who were eating outside making a fuss about the gift that Princess Taiping had just sent over. Xue Huai's face fell when he heard it. He had always liked to be in the limelight. Other than Wu Zetian, he didn't dare to compete with anyone else. He would only be satisfied if he was number one in front of anyone else. How could he let Princess Taiping beat him? He immediately left without saying a word, vowing to find a gift that could beat Princess Taiping. Don't be fooled by what he said about casually taking a congratulatory gift. In fact, this gorgeous and luxurious golden fruit tree was also one of a kind among his treasures. In order for someone to give him this treasure, he had to promise them something. Now, he had to reluctantly part with this treasure and was about to borrow the mouths of his 2 trusted disciples to let the ignorant guests know about it. Seeing the envious expressions of the guests, Xue Huai was extremely proud. Yang Fan knew him well, and after hearing this, he knew why he had come and left. Facing such a heavy gift, Yang Fan couldn't help but decline. Then, he personally poured a cup of wine and asked the bride to present it to his master. Xue Huai took the wedding wine and drank it in one gulp. He laughed and said, go ahead, go ahead. I will drink with the 2 great generals. At this time, the master of ceremonies shouted again at the door, the arrival of King Liang. When Yang Fan heard this, he had to go out with Xiaoman to welcome him. Qiu Shenji and Wu Yuyi excused themselves to Xue Huai and went out together. Only Xue Huai sat still. His disciples saw that their master did not move, so they also sat there and ignored him. Wu Sanxi was a prince, so in terms of status, he was the most respected. Even the host and the guests went out to welcome him, like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Wu Sanxi gave a pair of jade mandarin ducks as a gift. Compared to the gift sent by King Wei, Wu Chengxi, it was naturally more valuable. However, compared to the treasures sent by Princess Taiping and Xue Huai, it did not cause a stir. Wu Sanxi looked arrogant and swaggered into the hall. When he entered the hall, he saw that there were still guests sitting there and not moving. He showed a look of displeasure. Xue Huai grabbed the wine jar with one hand and pointed at him while laughing. Sanxi, you are so late. You should drink 3 cups as punishment. Wu Sanxi took a closer look, and his puffed-out chest deflated with a poochie sound. He hurriedly tiptoed over and greeted with a face full of smiles. Aya, Master Xue, so you're here too. Xue Huai burped and said, nonsense. The one getting married today is my disciple. If I am not here, where should I go? Wu Sanxi said, yes, yes, yes. Sanxi was muddle-headed. How could I have forgotten about this? You should drink as punishment. You should drink as punishment. He quickly placed 3 cups and filled them with wine. He then sat beside Xue Huai with a smile and poured a cup for him, saying, Master Xue, please. Qiu Shenji saw that Wu Sanxi was trying his best to curry favor with Xue Huai and couldn't help but sneer. Master Xue has already agreed to speak for King Wei. The 100 seeds tree that he gave to Yang Fan was the treasure that King Wei gave him to guard his house. King Wei is about to become the crown prince of the great Zhu dynasty, yet you are in such a hurry to hug him. Are you still in time? Yang Fan couldn't help but smile when he saw that King Liang had a mission as well. He turned to Xiaoman and said, Let's go. Let's go pay our respects to the villagers in the workshop. It's getting late, so they'll be leaving soon. Okay. Xiaoman agreed meekly and followed Yang Fan out. Yang Fan took 2 steps and suddenly felt that Xiaoman's expression was very unusual. He couldn't help but feel a strange feeling. The wedding banquet finally ended. At first, Ma Qiao, Gao Ying, and Lan Yiqing wanted to make a scene in the bridal chamber. However, there were too many guests, and Yang Fan and Xiaoman were busy. It was almost midnight by the time they sent the guests away. If they made a scene in the bridal chamber, Yang Fan's wedding night would probably be ruined. Ma Qiao's mother and Mian were exhorting Ma Qiao not to spoil other people's wedding night. Thinking that it was reasonable, they had no choice but to let go of this opportunity. They also bid farewell to Yang Fan one by one, and then dispersed. After all the guests had left, Yang Fan and Buqi felt like they had just fought a battle. Suddenly, they felt their backs ache. Third sister and Daomai walked over unsteadily. Their faces were drenched in sweat. They said to Yang Fan weakly, "Ah Lang, wife, please rest early. This servant will clean up the guest hall." The cook, Lin Shiwen, said listlessly, "Ah Lang, this lowly one, has been busy since the afternoon. I haven't eaten anything yet. This lowly one should eat something first and then help them clean the guest hall." Yang Fan didn't know what to do. He couldn't help but look at Xiaoman. Xiaoman coughed and said, "You've all worked hard for the whole day. Don't be in a hurry to clean the hall. Quickly eat something and rest early. Tomorrow morning, I will send a few people to help clean the hall." When they heard this, they felt like they had been pardoned and repeatedly thanked her. Xiaoman smiled and said, "Take these things and buy a few new sets of clothes. All right, everyone has worked hard today. Go and get some rest." "Thank you, wife. Thank you." When the things were in their hands, they were a few golden beans. Daomai, third sister, and the others were overjoyed and repeatedly thanked her. Xiaoman also saw that they were really working hard. When she returned to the new room to fix her makeup and change clothes, she suddenly had an idea. She fished out a few golden beans from under the quilt, which came in handy at this time. Yang Fan looked at Xiaoman in amazement. She was dignified, calm, and confident. She really had the air of a housewife. Could marriage make people mature all of a sudden? Was this still the unruly and playful little girl? Third sister and the others were really tired. Their heels hurt from standing. They didn't feel it before, but now that they had rested, they really couldn't hold on for a moment. Since the mistress had given the order, they quickly retreated. Only Chen Shou was a step slower. After the 3 people left, he said to Yang Fan, "Ah Lang, Zhao you didn't come for some reason and asked this old servant to deliver this congratulatory gift." Because Xiaoman was present, Chen Shou didn't say much. When Yang Fan heard that it was Zhao Yu, he naturally understood that it was actually a wedding gift from Shenmu. When he received it, it was a light craft paper bag. Chen Shou smiled and bowed to the bride and groom before retreating. When the song ended, only Yang Fan and Xiaoman were left in the guest hall. When Xiaoman saw the 4 people retreating, her shoulders also collapsed. She let out a long sigh of relief. To tell the truth, she was also very tired. She had finally endured this day. Xiaoman turned slightly and suddenly saw that Yang Fan was looking at her. She couldn't help but feel nervous again. No, this day didn't seem to have passed yet. It seemed that she, the bride, hadn't fulfilled all the responsibilities of a bride. What should she do next? Images of men and women having intercourse flashed through Xiaoman's mind. The scene was so beautiful that it made her eyes and ears burn. It was the 36 plain ladies in the palace that was explained to her by the 2 old female officials sent by the palace. Xiaoman's brain, which had already become a ball of paste from exhaustion, suddenly sobered up as if she had been blessed. Right, next should be, the bridal chamber. The bridal chamber. Chapter 304. The sky was vast, the night was clear, the earth was quiet, and the sound of insects could be heard. In the study of King Wei's Wu Chengxi residence, the candles were as bright as day. The door was knocked 3 times, and a person walked in. It was none other than Qiu Shunji, who had attended Yang Fan's wedding today. 2 people were already seated in the study. One of them had thick eyebrows, a wide mouth, and a beautiful beard. It was Wu Chengxi. To the side, there was a person with spirited eyes who exuded an elegant and refined aura. He was the Minister of Justice, Zhu Xing. The two seemed to have known that Qiu Shunji would come. They were not surprised to see him enter. Wu Chengxi made a gesture, and Qiu Shunji cupped his fists in greeting before sitting down opposite Zhu Xing. Wu Chengxi asked, "King Liang is also attending Yang Fan's wedding?" Qiu Shunji said, "Yes." Wu Chengxi shook his head with a smile. Wu Sanxi is becoming more and more backward. To think that he would use his status as a king to flatter a mere general. Yang Fan is only a general of the Featherwood Guard. He can be roped in, but his usefulness is limited when it comes to important matters. Our King Liang seems to be a little too hungry to be picky. Heh. Qiu Shunji smiled. There is no need for someone of King Liang's status to condescend so much. However, in my opinion, King Liang probably knew that Xue Huai would be attending, which is why he went to flatter Yang Fan. His goal is only to rope in Yang Fan. Wu Chengxi was enlightened. I see. If that is the case, it is not impossible. Zhu Xing smiled. What a pity. He never expected that your highness has already beaten him to it and obtained Xue Huai's promise. Wu Chengxi said proudly, think twice. He is just an ordinary man with only 5 dogs under his command. What can he accomplish? Me. I never thought much of him. The one who is truly difficult is His Majesty. Wang Qingji has already submitted many petitions on my behalf, but His Majesty has never expressed his opinion. Sigh. I wonder if Xue Huai's words will make His Majesty make up his mind. Zhu Xing smiled gently and said, Your Highness need not worry. As long as Xue Huai speaks according to our words, even if His Majesty does not immediately make up his mind, he will inevitably be moved. Your Highness, think about it. His Majesty is old and can no longer have children. Once the Crown Prince inherits the throne, he will definitely restore the name of Tang and the surname of Li. If that was the case, wouldn't all of His Majesty's efforts be wasted? Why would she spend so much effort to obtain the throne? If the great Zhu dynasty could not be passed down, and the name of Li Tang was restored, then how would the future generations explain the emperor's action? Then there was only one explanation. This was usurpation, this was rebellion. At that time, not only would the emperor's empire be unable to be passed down, her illustrious reputation would also be ruined. Her Majesty was a person of great wisdom. Once she understood this point, how could she pass on the empire to a descendant of the Li family? In my opinion, the reason why His Majesty is hesitating is not necessarily because he is unwilling to pass the throne to a descendant of the Wu clan, but rather because His Majesty doesn't know how to choose between you and King Liang. Qiu Shunji agreed. Minister Zhu's words make sense, and I agree with you. If that's the case, we can find a few powerful people to speak up for your highness. We can't rely on Wang Qingji to lead the people of Luoyang to decide on your highness's position. How could His Majesty not favor your highness when he sees the hearts of the people? Zhu Xing said, that's right. Is this the reason why he bribed Xue Huai? However, we really can't place all our hopes on Xue Huai alone. As far as I know, His Majesty already has a new favorite, and may not be as obedient to Xue Huai as before. His Majesty is now the emperor, and he values the opinions of the court officials very much. Wu Chengxi frowned. Then, who do you think can help me? Zhu Xing said, if we want to have a say in front of His Majesty, and to make His Majesty listen to us, it has to be the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister? Wu Chengxi stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. That old fox Di Renjie doesn't even need to think about it. As for Li Zhaoda, when Wang Qingji first entered the palace to petition, he ruined our plans, so he can't do it either. That leaves Su Liangxi and Wei Fengji. Should I entrust them to me? Zhu Xing shook his head. Su Liangxi and Wei Fengji have always been at odds, and they are like fire and water. How can both of them be used by your highness? Between the two, you can only choose one. Wu Chengxi thought for a moment. When Xue Huai first gained His Majesty's favor, he accidentally entered the South Gate Prime Minister's residence and was disrespectful. Annoyed by Su Liangxi, he ordered someone to beat him up. Xue Huai has always been brooding over this. Now that I have used Shui Huai, I can't use Su Liangxi. Zhu Xing nodded. Your Highness is right. Moreover, Su Liangxi is old and has been homesick since the beginning of the year. He has been neglecting government affairs and has gradually left the central government. If we rashly ask for his help, I'm afraid it will arouse His Majesty's suspicions. Therefore, only Wei Fengji can be used. Wu Chengxi said energetically, All right, we'll do as you say. Tomorrow, I'll prepare a generous gift and go see Wei Fengji. Heh. In the wilderness, there's Wang Qingji leading the people to petition. In the imperial court, there's Wei Fengji, the current prime minister, speaking up. In the imperial harem, there's Shui Huai giving pillow talk. His Majesty is a woman after all. I don't believe that with 3 approaches, we can't make her change her mind. In the bridal chamber, the dragon and phoenix candles burned brightly. Yang Fan and Xiaoman sat motionlessly on the edge of the bed, as if they were also 2 candles. Xiaoman's gaze would occasionally slip to the window, hoping for the moment when dawn would arrive. If she slept now, she would have to share the same bed with him. Share the same bed with a man? She really wasn't ready yet. The image of those pixies fighting suddenly flashed through her mind, and Xiaoman's face began to heat up again. Yang Fan stared at the pair of red candles on the table and had a very strange feeling in his heart. He wondered how those newlyweds who were unfamiliar with each other and had never even seen each other completed the great undertaking of consummating. Why did he not only not have the courage to push Xiaoman down, but he didn't even have the courage to look at her? It was the 3rd watch of the night, and Yang Fan could already hear the sound of the night watchman from the street. However, he still had a very important matter that he hadn't done. If he delayed any longer, it would be daybreak. Thinking of this, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel anxious. Today was the night of his bridal chamber, and it was also the moment when another woman was heartbroken. Could he peacefully enjoy his bridal chamber and the candles? But the person beside him was the wife that he had officially married into the family. She was his handmaiden, his wife for the rest of his life. What should he do? A pair of red candles burned quietly, and the wax beside the wick was melted by the high temperature. One by one, they gently slid down like flowing tears. Whose tears were those? Yang Fan was agitated, and his body couldn't help but move a little. The room was originally quiet, but when Yang Fan moved, Xiaoman immediately sensed it. She jumped up as if she had been electrocuted. The intensity of her reaction startled Yang Fan. Xiaoman hurriedly took 2 steps back and stammered, What are you doing? Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the red candle on the table and said, The wick is about to be drowned by the candlelight. I want to pick it up. Xiaoman breathed a sigh of relief and said, Oh, then, go ahead. Yang Fan had only said it casually, but at this time, he had to get up and pick up the dragon phoenix red candle a little brighter. Xiaoman looked at his movements and thought, why did he pick up the candle so bright? He. Suddenly, a charming scene flashed through her mind, and Xiaoman's face suddenly became hot with embarrassment. Yang Fan picked up the candle and turned his head, just in time to see that the red flush on Xiaoman's cheeks had not receded, and it was as smooth and tender as a peach blossom in March. Her delicate appearance was indescribable, and he couldn't help but be stunned. When Xiaoman saw this, she misunderstood his intentions even more, and so she became even more flustered. But he is my legitimate husband. If he really, what reason do I have to refuse? It's already midnight. If I still don't go, won't WNR's tears be like the dragon phoenix red candle, flowing until dawn? Yang Fan gritted his teeth and decided to confess his plans to Xiaoman. After all, he and WNR's feelings were also clear to Xiaoman, and he only hoped that she could understand him. At worst, he would make it up to her in the future. But tonight, no matter what, he couldn't peacefully enjoy the taste of ecstasy and ignore the heartbreak of a loved one. Yang Fan coughed with difficulty and said to Xiaoman, the sky is all ready. As he spoke, he walked over, and only took 3 steps before he suddenly stopped. He had no choice but to stop. When Xiaoman saw him approaching her, she was like a frightened little rabbit, jumping in panic, and a shining dagger was held in her hand. Yang Fan said in shock, Xiaoman, what are you holding a knife for? Xiaoman didn't know what to say, and could only stutter and beg, Erlang, can the two of us not sleep with each other for now? Xiaoman didn't even dare to look at him. She only lowered her head and timidly said, Erlang, do you still remember Wu Huxing? Wu Huxing. Yang Fan thought for a moment, and then said, I remember, it's that sickly invalid that was kicked to death by you. Why did you mention him? Xiaoman gathered her courage and confessed, I have had a problem since I was young. I can't let a man touch my body, or else I won't be able to control myself and want to hurt him. I know I'm not right, but I have no choice. Erlang, give me some time, maybe after we get to know each other better. She herself knew that this reason was absurd, and this request was very unreasonable. Perhaps she would immediately receive a furious slap in the face. If it wasn't for the fact that her marriage was bestowed by the emperor, she might even immediately receive a divorce letter and be thrown out of the manor in a very humiliating manner. So, the more she spoke, the lower her head became, almost burying it in her chest. Of course you can. Yang Fan readily agreed, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He was almost bursting with joy. What a considerate girl. He actually agreed. Xiaoman raised her head in surprise and looked at Yang Fan. Yang Fan softly said, Why would I force you? Don't worry, we'll wait until you're willing to accept me, then we'll be real husband and wife. Erlang. Erlang was actually so understanding and reasonable. Xiaoman's heart softened, and she almost blurted out the words of wanting Yang Fan to stay and sleep with her, but just as Yang Fan's hand reached over, the knife in her hand subconsciously swung out. If it weren't for Yang Fan withdrawing his hand in time, 2 of his fingers would have been broken. Sorry, I didn't even think about it. I couldn't control myself, it's okay. Yang Fan broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed that if he rashly approached her, it would really be very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, it was very possible that he would become a eunuch. He withdrew his hand with lingering fear in his heart and said, Then, you should rest well. You must be exhausted after a day. Xiaoman said apologetically, Ian, but, where are you going to sleep? Yang Fan smiled and said, We still have a lot of empty rooms in our house. How can I not have a place to live? You rest well, I'm going out. The door gently opened and then gently closed. Xiaoman was moved to tears by such a gentle, considerate, and open-minded husband. Yang Fan stood in the courtyard and raised his head to look at the starry sky. He vaguely seemed to see a woman in snow-white clothes, who was as pale as a chrysanthemum, silently crying. The starry sky was the tear stains on her cheeks. Yang Fan took a deep breath, shook his arms, and swept into the night sky like a big bird. The river is clear and shallow, how far can we go? Between the water, there is no word of love. Shangguan Wn stood leaning against the railing, looking at the night sky in disappointment. The night wind blew her hair, making Wn, who was bathed in the starry sky, beautiful like a fairy. Looking at the twinkling stars in the sky, thinking of Yang Fan lying in love with a beautiful woman, Wn's heart couldn't help but feel a kind of sadness. In her hazy eyes, she vaguely saw a figure flash out of the night sky and stand in front of her. Erlang. Although the stars were dim, Wn still recognized him at a glance. Wn was shocked and looked at Yang Fan in disbelief. She was afraid that this was a dream and wanted to reach out to touch his cheek, but she hesitated and stopped until Yang Fan grabbed her small hand and felt the warmth from his big hand. Wn stammered, You, is it really you? Yang Fan said with pity, Of course it's me. Wn said in surprise, How can you be here? Tonight is your wedding night after all. I know, I'm getting married today. Getting married means that I've truly grown up. I have to support my family, I have to bear children, I have to deal with the hardships of life, I have to hold up the sky for my family, I have to fulfill the responsibilities of a man. Wn, aren't you my responsibility? Langjun. Wn threw herself into his arms. She was satisfied. For this moment, to be in his arms tonight, she was satisfied. Under the starry sky, on the embroidery building, the 2 figures unknowingly became one. This night was very short and very long for Wn. In the short time of 2 hours, the 2 of them did not know how much they had talked. She snuggled in his arms, talking tenderly. As long as he was listening, her heart would feel sweet. She talked in a low voice, sometimes happy, sometimes sad. In fact, it was only a kind of mood. Young Fan stroked her hair. With a sound, he could turn her sorrow into joy. With a sentence, he could make her smile. Young Fan suddenly felt like he was coaxing a child. Could it be that when a man has a woman, he can become a real man, but when a woman has a man, she suddenly becomes a babbling baby? Chapter 305. When the sky turned white, Young Fan came out of a side room, looked up at the sky, and tiptoed to the bridal chamber with a red happy character. He had already been back for a while. After comforting Wanna, Young Fan took advantage of the fact that the sky was still dark to rush back through the night. He first sat in a quiet room without any furnishings and rested for a while. Seeing that the first rays of dawn had appeared, he hurried back to the new room. The bride and groom couldn't let the servants see that they were sleeping in separate rooms on the first day. Young Fan was worried that Xiao Man might have locked the door and fallen asleep, and he would have to knock on the door to wake her up. Unexpectedly, when he gently pushed the door, it opened, and Young Fan quietly slipped in. When he entered the room, he saw that the curtains on the bed had not been put down, and the brocade quilt was still neat. Xiao Man was lying on the table in front of the window, sound asleep. Young Fan softly walked over, and saw Xiao Man lying on the table with her head tilted, holding a brush in her hand, and a thick list of gifts in front of her. Young Fan tilted his head to look, and saw that there was a large piece of paper in front of Xiao Man, and on it were rows of neatly written small words. It was the list that Xiao Man had organized. Young Fan gently sighed, took the brush from her hand, and put it on the table. He then went to the couch and took a thin blanket to cover her body. He sat down across from the table, and quietly looked at her. Xiao Man's arms were on the table as a pillow, her head slightly tilted, and the hair ornament on her head was still on. Her hair was still misty, and it set off her charming and beautiful little face. Her long eyelashes were like a curtain, and her small mouth was slightly open. Her expression was incomparably cute, and people couldn't help but want to kiss her. Young Fan stared at her, and couldn't help but think of the first time they met. He was sitting on the wall, pretending to be a thief, and she was holding a spear, and her clothes fluttered, like a fairy flying in the sky. At that time, he would never have thought that one day, she would become his wife. Young Fan suddenly recalled Xiaoman's strange habit of wanting to resist once she was touched by a man, and his brows couldn't help but tighten slightly. He could tell that Butchie was not lying. Last night, when he reached out to pat Butchie's shoulder, Butchie's casual slash was definitely a natural reaction. Of course, he had patted Xiao Man's shoulder before, but she was not so sensitive at that time. It seemed that light contact was not enough to arouse such a strong reaction from her. It was only because she was a bride last night, with a special identity and a special moment, that she was particularly frightened. If that's the case, does that mean that Butch's quirk only kicks in when she realizes that a man wants to be intimate with her? When he thought up to here, Young Fan couldn't help but feel gloomy. Although he was young, he had traveled extensively and heard many strange things. He knew that there were some people in this world who were different from ordinary people. For example, some people were misophobic and washed their hands dozens of times a day. Some people liked pink and painted everything in the house pink, including the horse they rode and the dog they raised. He had also seen a person who liked to eat raw things, whether it was earthworms, frogs, snakes, dogs, sparrows. But Butch's quirk. Was this a natural quirk, or was it because of what she had experienced? The uncomfortable feeling became stronger. Young Fan didn't want to think about it anymore. He gently spat out a mouthful of impure air and drove this unpleasant thought out of his mind. His eyes once again fixed on Butch's face. She was his bride, but it was only now that he had the opportunity to look at her appearance. As soon as he looked, Young Fan immediately noticed something strange. Butchie had a pair of black and bright eyebrows. Although it slightly affected her gentle and beautiful appearance, it also gave her a kind of heroic spirit that was different from other women. Her pair of heroic eyebrows was unforgettable. At this moment, her eyebrows had become thin and curved. It was obvious that they had been trimmed. Young Fan looked at Butchie, who had suddenly become unusually charming, and couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile on his lips. He gently stretched out his hand and swept it along Butch's curved eyebrows, as if he was drawing her eyebrows. His fingertips were actually still a little distance from Butch's eyebrows, but for some reason, after his hand gently swept past, Butch's eyelids moved and she suddenly woke up. Ah! Butchie opened her eyes and saw young Fan sitting across from her. She couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. Young Fan smiled and said, "You're awake. Why did you fall asleep here? You didn't even remove your makeup. Can this relieve your tiredness?" "Oh, I'm fine." Butchie straightened her back, and the thin blanket on her shoulders slid down. Butchie touched the blanket around her waist and secretly glanced at young Fan. A warm feeling welled up in her heart. Young Fan said, "Why didn't you sleep well last night? What's the rush to tidy up the gift list?" Butchie raised her hand to tidy up a lock of hair at the side of her temple and said with her head lowered, "Favors have to be returned sooner or later. I didn't feel sleepy last night, so I wanted to tidy it up first so that I wouldn't have to do too much cleaning today and accidentally lose one of the gifts." "Oh, right, you have to take a special look at this one." Butchie suddenly remembered something. She reached into her pocket and took out a cowhide bag. She said, "You threw this in the room last night." I opened it and realized it was something valuable. Young Fan took the cowhide bag and asked curiously, "What is this?" Butchie replied, "I remember that Chen Shou gave it to you after the guests left last night. He said it was a congratulatory gift from someone called Zhao Yu." Young Fan let out an ah sound and said, "Yes, I remember now, what did he give me?" Young Fan said as he opened the leather bag and put his hand inside to feel. Butchie took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "It's a contract for the transfer of the shop." "Transfer of the shops?" "Yes. This is the contract for the transfer of 16 shops in Luoyang City. I've already looked at it. These 16 shops are all located in the busiest area of Nanshan City's cross street. That street has the most customers. There are 17 shops on each side of the street, all of which are extremely profitable. Now, these 16 shops are all yours." Young Fan was stunned. He knew that Shen Mu would give gifts, but he didn't expect the gift to be so generous. He knew that Shen Mu was rich, but he never knew how rich he was. Today, seeing this gift from Shen Mu, he finally understood what it meant to be rich enough to rival a country. Young Fan was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "How generous. How generous. But, since there are only 17 shops in that street, and he has given away 16 of them, why not buy the other one and give it to me? Hihi, then wouldn't the whole street be ours?" Butchie sniffed and said with a strange expression, "Because the other shop is mine." Ah! This time, it was young Fan's turn to be stunned. Butchie knew how much effort she had put in to buy that shop. It was because the shop owner was convicted of treason and died in prison. Butchie happened to be the person who handled the case. There were many twists and turns in the process. Owning 16 shops was really unimaginable. Butchie sighed softly and said, "That location is extremely profitable. No matter how much money you offer, no one will change hands. So, since this person can give you 16 shops, he definitely didn't buy them from someone else. It can only be, the shops originally belonged to him." Young Fan grunted in acknowledgement. Xiaoman's analysis was not far from the truth. Butchie said, "When I was there, I never knew that those shops belonged to the same person. This shows how secretive this person is. Now, he is so generous. Langjun." Butchie was obviously not used to this title, but she finally said it after a while. When she said Langjun, her face was already as beautiful as a peach. Those who give gifts must have a request. This person gave such a generous gift, what is he after? "Langjun, you are a general. What does a merchant want from you? Langjun, think twice." Young Fan could feel the deep concern in her words. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I know why he gave such a generous gift. I know what I'm doing." As Young Fan spoke, he no longer looked at the leather bag but handed it to Butchie. Butchie hesitated and said, "This is." Young Fan said, "Who else can I give our family's property to if not my wife?" "Oh." Butchie lowered her head shyly and took the leather bag. She carefully savored the title wife and actually felt a little intoxicated. After the morning court, Wu Zetian went to Wucheng Hall. When she arrived, she glanced around and found that one person was missing, Wan Er. Wan Er was her most capable assistant. She was indispensable every day. Every day when she came to Wucheng Hall, Wan Er would be there early to welcome her. She would arrange the official matters that needed to be dealt with according to the priority. Why wasn't she here today? Wu Zetian was a little unhappy and asked around, "Where is Wan Er? Why isn't she waiting for me in the hall?" Eunuch Hai hurriedly bowed and said, "Everyone, Shangguan Daijiao has been feeling a little unwell recently. She is also busy with bodyguard Yang's wedding. The day before yesterday, everyone agreed to let her take 3 days off and rest in the manor." "Oh, yes, alas. I'm old, really old. I don't even remember what I said." Wu Zetian shook her head and sighed. She sat behind the imperial desk. Without Shangguan Wan Er's early selection, reading, annotations, and suggestions, Wu Zetian had a hard time going through so many memorials by herself. Her eyes were already a little blurry, and after going through the memorials for a while, her eyes were filled with tears. Wu Zetian sighed in annoyance. She heavily put down her brush and leaned against the back of the chair. She lightly pinched the space between her eyebrows and closed her eyes to rest. At this time, there was a sudden noise outside. Wu Zetian opened her eyes and angrily said, "Who is making noise outside?" Eunuch Hai hurriedly rushed in to reporting to everyone, Hongwen scholar Wang Qingji has barged into the palace to see the emperor. This servant said that everyone is dealing with state affairs and told him to wait. He said that everyone has given him a pass and this servant cannot stop him. Before she could finish, Wang Qingji rushed in from outside, followed by 2 young eunuchs. When Wang Qingji saw Wu Zetian, he immediately bowed to the ground. Without waiting for him to speak, Wu Zetian sneered and said, "Wang Qingji, you have been running to our palace quite frequently these days. Today, you are here to depose the crown prince and install Wei Wang?" Wang Qingji respectfully said, "Your Majesty, the heir to the throne is the foundation of the country. How can we not value it? Wei Wang's character is noble, virtuous, and knowledgeable. He is the best candidate for the crown prince." Wu Zetian's face was as heavy as water. She coldly cut him off, saying, "We will not die for a while yet. Why are you so anxious?" When Wang Qingji heard this, he could not help but be stunned. When he stole a glance at Wu Zetian's expression, he panicked even more. Seeing that Wu Zetian was unhappy, Wang Qingji hurriedly knelt down and explained, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. This official is loyal and devoted. Everything I think and do is for your Majesty's country. This official has absolutely no selfish motives." Wu Zetian was so angry that she laughed and said, "We have accepted your loyalty. We have many state affairs to attend to. Let's not talk about Crown Prince Yi for the time being." As Wu Zetian spoke, she flipped open a memorial in front of her. She picked up a brush to moisten the ink. Without raising her head, she said, "Duke Wang Qingji is loyal to the country. He is a role model for all officials. Pass the decree and reward him." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Wang Qingji heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly kowtowed to the ground. When he saw Wu Zetian's expression just now, he knew that he had come at the wrong time. Fortunately, he was not punished. Eunuch Little Hai held onto his horsetail whisk and bowed for a long time. Seeing that Wu Zetian was not speaking again, he quietly raised his head and saw that Wu Zetian was reading through a memorial. Little Hai swallowed and said cautiously, "Everyone, this servant is listening to the decree. Ah, I wonder what everyone would like to reward Scholar Wang." Wu Zetian replied indifferently, "Reward him with a caning." Wu Zetian's brush paused for a moment, then she said, "Have Assistant Minister of the Phoenix Pavilion, Li Zhaoda, supervise the execution. Go. This servant obeys the decree." Little Hai's mind raced for a moment before she understood. She hurriedly waved her hand at the 2 palace guards. The 2 guards rushed forward and grabbed Wang Qingji, dragging him out. Wang Qingji only realized when he heard the word supervise. Caning had existed since the Eastern Han dynasty, but emperors throughout the ages rarely used it. So when Wang Qingji first heard the word caning, he was still wondering if this caning was a reward for him or an official position. By the time he came to his senses, he had already been dragged out of Wucheng Hall. Little Hai also followed, hurrying to the Hall of Governmental Affairs to see Li Zhaoda. Li Zhaoda and Di Renjie were discussing the recent fluctuations in the price of grain in Chang'an. Hearing Little Hai's words, Li Zhaoda frowned and said indifferently, "I understand. I will go now." As soon as Little Hai left, Li Zhaoda began to complain, "What kind of thing is Wang Qingji? A lowly person who only knows how to flatter. This person has repeatedly entered the palace to cause a ruckus and annoyed the saints. If the saints want to caning him, then just do it. Why do I have to supervise the execution? When did I, the Grand Prime Minister, become a lowly official?" Di Renjie stroked his beard and thought for a moment. He glanced at him and said, "The first time Wang Qingji entered the palace, it was you, Brother Zhaoda, who ruined his plans." Li Zhaoda stuck out his beard and grunted, "That's right. What about it?" Di Renjie laughed sinisterly and slowly said, "His Majesty is wise and far-sighted. Every word and action has a deep meaning. Now that he has appointed you to supervise the execution, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as a caning. At that time, caning rarely killed people. The purpose of caning was mainly to humiliate and punish, so Li Zhaoda had never thought of the word kill. But when Di Renjie said this, Li Zhaoda naturally understood. He couldn't help but clap his hands and say, "That's right. Take this opportunity to kill this loathsome thing. Let's see who still dares to plead for Wu Chengxi." Di Renjie quickly waved his hands and said, "Why do you say that? I only said that His Majesty might have a deeper meaning. As for what the deeper meaning is, heaven's will is unfathomable. Who can be sure? Prime Minister Li, don't be rash." Li Zhaoda pointed at Di Renjie and said, "Hey, you old fox. I can't be bothered with you. I'm going to supervise the execution at the Meridian Gate." Chapter 306. Early in the morning, the workers in Xiaoman's shop came to help. They worked with the servants of the Yang family to clean up the place. It was almost noon when everything was cleaned up. At this time, even Chef Lin was exhausted. Seeing this, Xiaoman gave them some money and told them to go eat something outside and bring some back for the people who stayed behind. Once these people left, Xiaoman immediately found Yang Fan and said, "Lang Jun, we really don't have enough servants in this house. Other than the gatekeeper and the cook, there are only 2 maidservants in this house with 3 courtyards. It can't even hold up the facade. I just walked in and out of the house twice and didn't dare to go far. Here. Look, there are precious gifts piled up in this room in the back, and there is no place to put them. I've thought about it. We need to have a steward in our family. We can't let you worry about all the big and small matters. We also need a servant in the study. Even if Lang Jun doesn't like to study, it is inevitable that he will have to socialize in the future when he goes to the government. There must be someone to serve him. Also, the front and back courtyards have to be separated. The inner house is the inner house, and the outer house is the outer house. We can't let the servants go in and out as they please. That would break the rules. I reckon that we need at least 6 people in the inner house. 6 may not be enough, so let's count it as 6 for now. If we really don't have enough people, then we'll think about it. As for the cook, 1 cook can't do it. Not to mention that he can't handle the meals of this big family alone. What if he has a headache and the whole family goes out to eat? We need at least 3 cooks to handle it. In addition, Lang Jun needs to ride a horse when he goes out. The Di family just happened to give us a good horse. We can't not have someone to feed the horse in our house, so we need a groom. After the inner house and outer house are separated, we need to add 2 more maidservants to serve and clean the outer house. That way, we can barely maintain the appearance of the house. There are also these gifts. Not to mention the expensive gifts from Princess Taiping's residence and Monk Shui. Sigh. I couldn't sleep last night. That might be one of the reasons. There's a lock on the door. I came out a few times at night and couldn't stop worrying. The news that we have a treasure in our house has to spread today. This thing can't be casually placed here. I just walked around the backyard twice and found that the original owner had a secret cellar to hide important things, but it's a little too small. I plan to move the more valuable things to my shop in Nan City in the afternoon and put them in the treasure vault there. Then I'll ask the craftsman to renovate our secret cellar. As soon as Young Fan opened his mouth, Xiao Man opened her mouth again. Young Fan quickly shut his mouth again. The treasure vault must be surrounded by rammed earth. Then, a 5-foot thick stone wall must be built, and glutinous rice juice must be poured to seal the gaps. Finally, a layer of iron plate must be cast. There is only one exit, which is built in the bedroom. I know a locksmith who has a position in the Ministry of Works. Many of the locks in the palace are designed by him. His designs for the 5-pick lock, maze lock, and secret door lock are the best. I'll ask him to design 3 locks for our secret cellar. That's right. Our family now owns a street of shops. All the money we collect has to be kept at home. Just having a secret cellar won't be enough. Although this is the Emperor's territory, it's inevitable that there will be bold thieves. When the secret cellar is built, we'll have to hire some warriors to guard the house. Do you have anyone you know that can be hired? Forget it. You've only been in Luoyang for a short time, so it's normal that you don't have any connections. I do know a few of these people. Most of them are old martial masters who retired from the palace or the disciples of these old martial masters. Currently, the martial guards that I hire for my jewelry and head ornament shop were hired from among them. These people are absolutely reliable. Xiao Man seemed to be afraid that she would forget and said everything in one breath. After she finished, she saw that Young Fan wanted to say something but hesitated. She couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to say?" Young Fan said for a long time before he said with a bitter smile, "Do we have so many things to arrange at home? Why do I feel that everything is fine?" My wife is right. My wife is really thoughtful. In fact, I don't know much about these things. What you think should be done, it's up to you. Xiao Man rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "That's what you say, but we have to import more children and carry out large-scale construction. If you don't agree, how can I make my own decisions? Who asked you to be the head of the family?" Xiao Man made a slip of the tongue and hurriedly turned around. A blush crept up on her clear and flawless face. She said somewhat embarrassedly, "There's no one at home to order around, so I can't do anything. Since you agree, then I'll go find a middleman in a while. You stay at home. This place can't be left alone now," Xiao Man said and wanted to escape. Young Fan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "Oh right, you can go and take over those 16 shops. I don't know the way of management. In the future, I'll have to trouble my wife with these things." Xiao Man responded and quickly walked out. When Young Fan saw her leave, he unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Now that he was with Xiao Man, he often felt a little uncomfortable. Husband and wife were not like husband and wife, and friends were not like friends. He didn't know how long this awkward situation between the two of them would last. Xiao Man had just walked out of the living room when third sister ran over with the hem of her skirt and said breathlessly, "Madam, Miss Gao, Miss Lan and the others who came yesterday are here again." Xiao Man was overjoyed and hurriedly went out to greet them. As soon as she walked to the front yard, she bumped into Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing. Xiao Man happily jumped up to greet them. Before she could speak, the female guards surrounded her and looked her up and down. Xiao Man asked curiously, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Gao Ying said with a faint smile, "We want to see what's different about you from yesterday." The group of women roared with laughter. Xiao Man blushed and glared at her. "What difference can there be? Stinky girl, you came to make fun of me today. Aren't you afraid that I'll make fun of you when you get married in the future?" A female guard squeezed forward and said with a wink, "Sister Xiao Man, I heard that the first time you did it was very painful. Did it hurt?" You guys. How can you ask such a question? Xiao Man was angry and shy. Her face turned red. Gao Ying held her right arm with her left hand and pinched her chin with her right hand. She nodded and said with a serious face, "It doesn't seem to hurt too much. Look at the few steps Xiao Man took just now. Her steps are light and there's nothing unusual." That's hard to say. When the jade is broken, how can others know whether it's painful or not? This night of sexual intercourse with Lang Jun, the joy of fish and water, and the wish to fly together. In the end, the bitterness is over and the sweetness comes. It's not strange to walk lightly. I heard that this kind of thing is to eat sugarcane and gradually get into a good state. You guys are really asking for a beating. Being teased like this, Xiao Man's face was so hot that an egg could be fried. As soon as Xiao Man moved, the female guards started to tickle her. While playing, they asked with a smile, "Quick, does it hurt? Does it hurt?" Young Fan came out of the backyard and happened to hear the question, "Does it hurt?" He laughed and said, "Haha, I was wondering who came early in the morning. What do you mean, does it hurt?" The group of women looked at each other in dismay. When girls were together, they dared to say all kinds of crazy things, but when a man suddenly appeared, it was very embarrassing. Lan Yiqing and a few younger female guards called out brother-in-law with red faces, then quietly hid behind others. Jiao Ying was also a little embarrassed. She was afraid that others would spill the beans. She bit her lip and hurriedly said, "Oh, when we just came from the palace, we saw that Wang Qingji, who repeatedly persuaded the emperor to change the crown prince, was punished with a cane." "Did it hurt when the cane hit his butt?" That's right, that's right." The 7 or 8 female guards nodded in unison like a group of chickens pecking at rice. Young Fan could see that they were not being sincere, but his attention was already attracted by the name Wang Qingji. Young Fan hurriedly took 2 steps forward and asked in a deep voice, "You are saying that Wang Qingji, who petitioned for Wei Wang, was punished with a cane by the emperor?" Jiao Ying saw his serious expression and hurriedly said, "Yes, we didn't care about it at first. Later, we heard that the current Prime Minister Li was personally supervising the punishment, so we took a look. When we left the palace, Wang Qingji was being punished outside the Meridian Gate. Looking at Prime Minister Li's posture, it didn't look like he was going to be punished with a few light canes." Young Fan nodded, thought for a moment, and said to Xiao Man, "Wife, since your sisters are here, I think it's better to ask them for a favor and bring over the expensive gifts that need to be stored in Nan City's treasury. Don't you still need to pick some servants? It's a good opportunity to ask them to help with the details." Xiao Man nodded in agreement. After a while, the more expensive items were taken out by Xiao Man and carried by her sisters as they rushed to Nan City. At this time, the drum for the opening of Nan City had just sounded. Following the bright rhythm of the drum, the army of women chattered along the way, attracting the attention of passers-by. Jiao Ying listened to Xiao Man's plan and said, "Do we need 6 people in the back residence?" "Well, the people in the back residence are the most important. They must be loyal, so we can rest assured. They must also be considerate, otherwise it will be troublesome. Leave it to me, I'll help you find." "What? You want to find a 14 or 15-year-old maid? That won't do. If you want to find a few aunties in their early 50s, it's not safe if they're too young. Climb high to get a feel for the room." That's fine. They're just maids in the inner residence. They don't see outsiders. We have to find the ugliest one." Lan Yiqing was unconvinced and said, "Sister Ying, you're too careful. Sister Xiao Man is so beautiful. Are you afraid of being outshone by a girl?" Jiao Ying said, "Little girl, what do you know? This woman, even if she looked like a fairy, if he married her, San Yu would become a faded old woman. There was no man who didn't like to try new things. A pretty and clever little lass swayed under his eyes all day long. How could he not be tempted? Xiao Man needs to take care of the shop, right? She needs to be pregnant for 10 months, right? Hey, if I don't keep an eye on her, that old cat will steal a fish. Let me tell you, I'm speaking from experience. A few of my aunties took advantage of this, making my mother so angry. Learn from your mistakes. You have to be careful. If you don't find the oldest, find the ugliest. It's safe." A group of unmarried virgins were teaching Xiao Man the manhood scripture, all at once. Hearing this, Xiao Man felt a headache coming on. As soon as they left, Yang Fan hurried to the gatehouse and said to Chen Shou, "Wang Qingji has been punished at the Meridian Gate. It seems that Wu Chengxi's actions have angered the emperor. I still have 3 days before I return to the palace. Have Zhao Yu help me keep an eye out. If there's any movement, immediately report to me." Chapter 307. The cane was a special tool used to carry out punishment. It was usually made of chestnut wood, and the end of the stick was shaved into the shape of a hammer. The outside was covered with an iron sheet, and there were barbs on the iron sheet. As long as the stick was dragged along, the barbs would be able to tear off a large piece of skin and flesh. Therefore, as long as the torturer was not willing to be lenient, death would be certain after 30 strikes. When Li Zhaoda arrived at the palace, he was even more delighted when he heard the emperor's order to bestow the cane, but did not specify the number of strikes. Execute. The order was given, and the 2 featherwood guards swung their staffs. Because in this era, the cane punishment was usually used to punish and humiliate, and it was rare to beat someone to death. Therefore, when the 2 imperial forest guards struck down, although they did not hold back, they did not use the drag formula. After a few strikes, although Wang Qingji cried out in pain, his cries became louder and louder. This time, Wang Qingji had entered the palace to make a request and gathered more than 3,000 people. Apart from a few people who were related to the Wu clan, the rest were all idlers that he had hired with money. At this time, when they saw Wang Qingji being beaten, these people all started shouting and cursing. Li Zhaoda saw this and laughed coldly. He said to the deputy general of the Imperial Forest Guards, Fei Chengxian, "This minister has never rubbed sand in my eyes. Now that I have been ordered to supervise the punishment, if you don't pay more attention, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain yourself to this minister today." The one on duty today was still the left Imperial Forest Guards, and the general of the left Imperial Forest Guards was Yang Fan. However, Yang Fan had taken a leave of absence due to his marriage, so his deputy, Fei Chengxian, was now in charge. Fei Chengxian knew that this general had a small background and was friendly with the Wu clan, so he did not dare to be too harsh on Wang Qingji, who was waving the flag for the Wu clan. However, since Li Zhaoda had said so, Fei Chengxian could not be merciful. This prime minister was also not someone he could afford to offend. Fei Chengxian thought to himself, anyway, this was Prime Minister Li's order. If the general blames me later, I can just push the blame onto Prime Minister Li. I was only following orders, so he can't blame me. Thinking of this, Fei Chengxian cast a meaningful glance at the 2 featherwood guard soldiers who were waiting to carry out the punishment. He raised his hand, stroked his beard, and then slammed it down heavily. This was the signal for a great punishment. The 2 burly soldiers saw his movements and nodded their heads in an almost imperceptible manner. The first 2 sergeants struck the cane 20 times before retreating to rest. The 2 who had just received the signal slammed their canes on the ground and walked forward with large strides. Wang Qingji had been flogged 20 times. Although his injury was not serious, his buttocks were bleeding. As soon as he saw them withdraw, he thought the punishment was over. Enduring the pain, he raised his head. He was just about to shout something when he saw 2 fierce-looking sergeants with big sticks in their hands were walking toward him. "What are you doing?" he cried out in alarm. "What are you doing?" Wang Qingji struggled with all his might, but his head and hands were shackled and he could not move at all. The 2 sergeants stood on either side of him. Whoosh! The sergeant on the left struck down with his stick and dragged it. Rip! Wang Qingji's robe and trousers were torn by the barbs on the stick. Turned out it was only the blood-stained skin and flesh split open. Immediately blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah! Wang Qingji howled in pain, his features contorted. He gritted his teeth and was just about to curse at Li Zhaoda when the sergeant on the right swung his cane down again. With a swish, Wang Qingji's 2 halves of buttocks were slashed into a pulp. The 2 sergeants swung their canes one after another, and after 20 strikes, Wang Qingji's lower body could no longer be seen. His robes had been completely torn, revealing his bloody lower body. His 2 buttocks had been scraped into strips of flesh by the cane, and the white bone could faintly be seen at his hips. Wang Qingji was in so much pain that he was unconscious. Fei Chengxian walked in front of Li Zhaoda and said in a low voice, "Prime Minister, Wang Qingji has already fainted." Li Zhaoda narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at the 2,000 to 3,000 so-called representatives of the people who had already stopped making noise and were just staring blankly, ignoring his request for instructions. Fei Chengxian coughed softly and said, "Prime Minister, Wang Qingji, is already crippled." Li Zhaoda did not say a word and only turned his back on him. Fei Chengxian gritted his teeth and waved his hand forcefully, and the 3rd team of punishing sergeants rushed forward. Puff! Puff, puff. The large cane hit Wang Qingji's body with a dull thud. Wang Qingji's body was stiff, and only trembled with the movement of the cane. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were all bleeding, and his 2 eyes were wide open, but there was no longer a trace of life in him. Puff. Another strike of the staff came down. The soldier exerted his strength to drag. Unexpectedly, one of Wang Qingji's legs was separated from his body, and was hooked down by the staff. The soldier's footing was unstable. He staggered backward several steps and almost fell down. The onlookers let out a cry of alarm and quickly retreated more than 10 feet. Fei Chengxian took a deep breath and turned to Li Zhaoda with cupped fists, saying, "Prime Minister, the person being punished, is dead." Li Zhaoda slowly turned to the pale-faced petitioners, pointed at Wang Qingji's mutilated body, and said sternly, "This traitor wanted to depose my imperial heir and make Wu Chengxi the crown prince. Today, this prime minister is following the imperial edict to beat him to death to uphold the imperial law. Who else is willing to plead for Wu Chengxi's life? Step forward." The people were so frightened that they retreated again and again. When those hired saw that their employer was dead and that they would definitely not get their money, they turned around and left. The others saw that something bad would happen to them if they stayed, so they hurriedly followed behind them and left. When the tree fell, the monkeys scattered, and there was not a single idle person in front of the Meridian Gate. Li Zhaoda looked up to the sky and laughed, saying, "The so-called will of heaven and the will of the people, is there not even a corpse collector?" Li Zhaoda laughed as he walked towards the palace. The imperial guards said to Fei Chengxian, "General, what do we do with the corpse?" Fei Chengxian said in annoyance, "Find a sleeping mat to wrap it in and wait for his family to identify the corpse. Go, bring some water and wash the floor clean." Xue Huai swaggered towards the palace gate with his 2 disciples, Hong 1 and Hong 6. Hong 1 was his eldest disciple, and Hong 6 was clever and obedient, to Xue Huai's liking. As a result, he became his most favored disciple, and Xue Huai liked to bring the 2 of them with him when he went everywhere. When they were about to reach the Meridian Gate, Xue Huai had to turn towards the eastern palace wall. One could also enter through the gate in front to meet the emperor, but to enter through this gate, one had to first pass through the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Therefore, when the prime ministers entered the court, they all went through this gate. This palace gate had almost become the exclusive passageway for the prime ministers. In the past, Xue Huai had also passed through this palace gate, but in the end, because he ran into Prime Minister Su Liangxi, he was arrogant and disrespectful, and was ruthlessly beaten up by Su Liangxi. Xue Huai ran to complain to Wu Zetian, but Wu Zetian told him to enter the palace from the north gate in the future, and not to fight with the prime ministers. Although things had changed with the passage of time, and his power was far from what it used to be, and no prime minister could scold him like in the past, he was not willing to pass through this palace gate again. Xue Huai was about to turn along the palace wall to the north gate when he saw a group of people running towards him with faces full of fear. Judging by their clothes, they were all ordinary people. Ordinary people would not easily come to the Meridian Gate, and seeing their panicked expressions, it was even more strange. Xue Huai could not help but stop in his tracks. It's too scary. Wang Qingji was literally dismembered alive. Yes, this is even worse than being dismembered by 5 horses. Even if he was dismembered, he would only jump a little, and then he wouldn't feel any pain anymore. He was beaten to death by a staff. Did you see that? Even ghosts would be afraid of Wang Qingji when he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. My scalp is still cold. You guys go home first. I have to go to the Heavenly Palace Temple to pray. I'm a coward. Wang Qingji? Xue Huai touched his bald head, suddenly suspicious. Of course, he knew who Wang Qingji was. This person had pleaded for Wu Chengxi's life time and time again, and the whole court had long known about it. Xue Huai had entered the palace today to act as a lobbyist for Wu Chengxi. When he heard that Wang Qingji had been beaten to death, how could he not be suspicious? Hong Liu, go and find out what's going on. Xue Huai ordered, and Hong Liu hurriedly chased after the person who was running away in a hurry. As soon as the person turned his head, Hong Liu stuffed a handful of copper coins into his hand, and then the 2 of them walked out together like old friends who had known each other for many years. After a while, Hongliu quickly ran back and said to Shui Huai, "Master, disciple has found out." That Wang Qingji entered the palace to see the emperor and urged the emperor to depose the crown prince and appoint the king of Wei instead. The emperor was furious and ordered people to drag him out of the palace and beat him to death. I heard that Prime Minister Li Zhaoda supervised the execution, and Wang Qingji was beaten until his bones and flesh were scattered. It was a horrible sight. Ah! Shui Huai's expression changed when he heard this. In the past 2 years, the number of times Wu Zetian asked him to enter the palace to serve her had decreased. Shui Huai didn't know that Wu Zetian had a new favorite in the palace, and thought that Wu Zetian was getting older and wasn't as enthusiastic about bed matters as before. But no matter what the reason was, it was true that she didn't favor him as much as before, so Shui Huai wasn't as confident as before. Wang Qingji was beaten to death when he tried to persuade the emperor. Could it be that the emperor has made up his mind and doesn't want to appoint a nephew of the Wu family as the crown prince? Then, this trip of mine. Shui Huai pondered along the way, walking slower and slower. He did not believe that Wu Zetian would sentence him to death just because he had spoken up. However, if he offended the heavens and made Wu Zetian angry, it was inevitable that he would be rebuffed. What if I don't speak up for Wu Chengxi? I've already accepted his gift, and I've even done him a favor. I can't return it, so what should I do? Master, is there something on your mind? As Hongliu walked ahead, he suddenly felt his master's footsteps slow down. Turning his head, he saw Shui Huai rubbing his bald head with his palm, looking troubled. Hongliu knew that Shui Huai had something difficult to deal with, so he hurriedly stopped and asked. Shui Huai muttered to himself, "Damn it, I've fallen into Wu Chengxi's trap." Hongwan also hurried over and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Shui Huai said, "Wu Chengxi told me that the emperor has long wanted to replace the crown prince, but the crown prince has never done anything wrong and doesn't know the intentions of the officials, so he asked me to put in a good word for him in front of the emperor. How would I know if what he said was true or false, so I agreed. Today, the emperor beat Wang Qingji to death, clearly telling the world that he has no intention of replacing the crown prince. If I don't know what's good for me and continue to speak up for Wu Chengxi, the emperor will definitely be displeased. But if I don't speak up for him, I've already accepted the gift. How can I go back on my word?" Hongliu's eyes turned and an idea came to him. He smiled without a care and said, "Master, what's wrong with that? Every time you enter the palace, you're summoned by the emperor alone. There's no one around anyway, so who knows what you've said and not said? If we come back and say that we've already spoken up for him, I don't believe that Wu Chengxi would dare go to the emperor to verify it. This." Shui Huai rubbed his chin and said, "Doing this doesn't seem very kind." Hongwan said, "Master, if we're talking about being unkind, it's Wu Chengxi who schemed first. What do we have to feel bad about?" Shui Huai blushed and said, "Yes, that's right. He's the one who's unkind, so I'm unkind." Hongwan and Hongliu said in unison, "That's right, Master is wise." Shui Huai laughed and waved his sleeves. "Let's go. To the palace." Chapter 308. Assistant Minister of the Phoenix Pavilion, Wei Fangji, lay on the bed and said in a trembling voice, "This old man is ill and cannot see you off. Take care, Your Highness." Cough, cough, cough. Wu Chengxi's face was ashen and he said in a cold voice, "I dare not trouble Minister Wei to see me off. I will take my leave." With a flick of his sleeve, he swept out the door like a gust of wind. Wei Fangji watched Wu Chengxi's departing figure and smiled faintly. His sickly appearance was swept away and he turned over and sat up. The old steward waved his hand and 2 maids hurriedly brought him a robe. Wei Fangji stood up and opened his arms, asking them to help him put on the robe. The loyal old steward worriedly said, "Prince Wei's power is overwhelming and there is no one who can compare to him. This old servant thinks that even if Lang disdains to be associated with him, he should not pretend to be ill and make things difficult for him. This kind of person will seek revenge for the smallest grievance and I am afraid it will bring trouble to Lang." Wei Fangji removed the earthen cloth from his forehead and threw it on the bed. He said in a deep voice, "Good or bad, it is fate. A man of indomitable spirit, how can he bend the rules to curry favor with these relatives of the imperial family? Wu Chengxi must have come to visit with a request. Even if this old man throws a big banquet to entertain him, as long as I do not conspire with him, I will still offend him. Why worry about personal gains and losses and hurt my own feathers? Ah Lang, Wei Fengzhi waved his hand and said, since it has come to this, there is no need to say more. The old steward knew that Ah Lang was a righteous person and could only sigh and silently withdraw. Wu Chengxi left the Wei residence and gripped his horsewhip tightly. He angrily said, Good Wei Fengzhi, how dare you be so rude to me? He took a 3-day leave in front of the imperial family and clearly said that he caught a cold. When I came to visit him, he actually fell ill and could not get out of bed. Bah! This prince can smell the stench of alcohol on him. This old man is going too far, going too far. The attendants hurriedly smiled and said, Wei Fengzhi does not know how to appreciate favors. Your Highness does not need to lower yourself to his level. Wu Chengxi snorted coldly and angrily leaped onto his horse. He whipped the horse and galloped away. Wu Chengxi arrived in front of his mansion. He had just pulled the saddle and dismounted his horse when suddenly from a distance a rider galloped toward him. When the rider arrived in front of him, the rider rolled down the saddle and prostrated in front of Wu Chengxi, crying, Wang Ye, I beg Wang Ye to uphold justice for my family's Ah Lang. Wu Chengxi looked at him and didn't seem to have any impression of this person. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Who are you? The man raised his face and cried, Your Highness, Xiao Ren is Wang Sanyang, a servant of Scholar Wang's mansion. I used to serve Ah Lang by his side. I have seen your Highness before. Oh, Wu Chengxi said, stroking his beard, Your Ah Lang is Wang Qingji? What happened to him? Wang Sanyang cried and said, My family's Ah Lang was beaten to death outside the Meridian Gate on behalf of Wang Ye to enter the palace. What? Wu Chengxi glared at him. He suddenly bent down and grabbed Wang Sanyang's collar, lifting him up. He roared in a stern voice, What are you going to say? Wang Qingji was dead. Quickly tell me, what happened? Wang Sanyang's face was sprayed with spittle, but he didn't have time to wipe it off. He told him everything his matriarch had told him. When the Wang family heard that Wang Qingji was beaten to death at the Meridian Gate, Wang Sanyang followed his matriarch to the Meridian Gate to collect his body. When he came back, he was sent by his matriarch to the Wei Wangfu to deliver the letter. Madame Wang had already investigated the cause and effect of the matter clearly. Madame Wang also knew that if the emperor wanted to kill an official, there was no way to avenge him. However, Li Zhaoda was her husband's murderer, so it wasn't impossible to take him down. That's why when she sent someone to the Wei Wangfu to deliver the news, she had already taught him how to put all the blame on Li Zhaoda. After listening to him, Wu Chengxi fiercely pushed him away. He was so angry that he looked up to the sky and roared. If a person was angered by an unpleasant incident, and before his anger could subside, he was suddenly met with another unpleasant incident. His anger could be ignited tenfold. Wu Chengxi had just lost all his prestige at Wei Fengzhi's residence and came back with a soft rebuff. Now, he heard about this incident that greatly reduced his prestige in the court. He was so angry that he almost went crazy. Wu Chengxi's face was red with anger. He circled around the room twice like a trapped beast. Suddenly, he pointed at one of his personal attendants and said sternly, You go. Tell Zhu Xing to come see this prince immediately. That personal attendant didn't dare to say anything more and hurriedly mounted his horse and galloped away. Wu Chengxi gritted his teeth and said with a face full of hatred, Li Zhaoda, you've ruined my plans time and time again. If this prince doesn't kill you, I swear I'm not a man. In the study of the young residents, Yang Fan and Zhao Yu, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, were seated across from each other. Only now did Yang Fan realize that it was indeed inappropriate to have no attendants by his side. Guests had arrived, but there was no one to serve them. As the host, if he personally went to serve them drinks and fruit platters, it would also be inappropriate to leave the guests here. Moreover, these guests had all sorts of statuses and some of them were not worthy of his attentions, such as Zhao Yu. The two of them could only sit there and talk. Yang Fan said, The congratulatory gift that Brother Zhao sent yesterday was truly too valuable. This Yang doesn't know when I will have the opportunity to meet Brother Shen, so I should personally thank him. Zhao Yu smiled and said, Lang General need not be so courteous. My third uncle is admittedly worthy of this gift, but in the past, there has never been anyone worthy of such a generous gift from my third uncle. Since my third uncle has given you such a generous gift, it means that in his heart, he doesn't think of Lang General as an ordinary friend. When third uncle sent a message, he said that based on Lang General's intelligence in repelling the Turkic army of 100,000 and sparing the millions of soldiers and civilians of Hashi, Longyu, and Shurorfang from suffering, even giving you half of Luoyang should be enough. Zhao Yu laughed and said, "It's a pity that Luoyang doesn't belong to my third uncle, so I can only give you a street as a token of my sincerity." Yang Fan smiled faintly and said, "I am deeply ashamed that Brother Shen thinks so highly of me." Today, the emperor issued an edict to have Wang Qingji executed outside the Meridian Gate. It seems that Wu Chengxi's recent actions have angered the emperor. I estimate that Wu Sanxi will make his move in the next few days. In 3 days, after my wedding, I will return to court. In this period of time, I will have to ask you to help me keep an eye on the movements of the court. Zhao Yu nodded and said, "Naturally." Yang Fan asked, "When will Brother Shen come to Luoyang?" In the current situation, if Brother Shen is here to oversee things, it should be more stable. Zhao Yu frowned slightly and said, "I'm afraid that my third uncle won't be able to leave Chang'an for the time being. To tell you the truth, some things have happened in the family. That young Master Jiang is deliberately making things difficult for third uncle. This matter has already alarmed the elders in the family. Without third uncle's presence, it can't be resolved, so." Yang Fan had already seen how resourceful Shen Mu was. Since this matter required him to stay in Chang'an, it probably wasn't as simple as some things. He didn't ask too much and only said, "In that case, let him settle things there in peace. Everything here has already been laid out. As long as there are no accidents, Wu Sanxi will definitely make his move on time. All we need to do is wait and watch the show." Zhao Yu suddenly remembered something and said, "Right, Lu Shida is about to return to the capital." Yang Fan was surprised and said, "Oh? General Lu is returning to court?" Zhao Yu said, "Yes. He will probably arrive in the capital in 3 days. Lu Shida made a great contribution in the GNC victory, so the emperor will definitely reward him handsomely. Promotion and nobility are not out of the question, and it is very likely that he will be allowed to stay in the capital. With his current position and the contributions he has made, it is not impossible for him to become the prime minister." Yang Fan said happily, "General Lu is honest and has a noble character. If he can become the prime minister, it will be a great thing for the country and the people." Zhao Yu smiled and said, "But third uncle thinks that the current situation in the western region cannot be separated from General Lu. There is no other suitable candidate besides General Lu. The court does not lack a prime minister, but the western region lacks a famous general. Therefore, he will use some of his connections to ensure that General Lu does not leave the western region." Yang Fan was startled and carefully thought about the complicated situation in the western region. At the moment, it was indeed necessary to have a veteran like Lu Shida overseeing things. He couldn't help but nod. Zhao Yu smiled mysteriously and said, "Although young Master Jiang is making things difficult for my third uncle, his opinion on this matter is the same as third uncle's. He also feels that military power in the western region is more important than a prime minister, so he will also make some moves on his side. It's just that, it will inevitably inconvenience General Lu." Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. Worshipping a general and being conferred the title of Marquis is the highest dream of any official. General Lu will certainly not know that the reason he cannot become the prime minister is because he is too capable." Zhao Yu said, "Lu Shida is famous for his magnanimity, prudence, and forbearance, but the court is full of either foxes or wolves, all of them treacherous. In my opinion, it is better for him to be a free and unfettered general outside than to become the prime minister in the court. It is a blessing in disguise." Yang Fan shook his head and didn't say anything. Zhao Yu continued, "If the emperor wants General Lu to become the prime minister, he will certainly consult the important officials in the court. Originally, this matter didn't have much to do with Lang Jiang, but Lang Jiang has returned from the western region and has the responsibility of inspecting the local officials, the people's situation, and military affairs on behalf of the Son of Heaven. Therefore, it is hard to guarantee that he won't ask Lang Jiang about it. I am here to inform him in advance so that Lang Jiang won't make a mistake. Speaking to this point, Zhao Yu smiled and stood up. He said, Lang Jiang has just gotten married, I won't disturb you any longer. I will take my leave now. Lang Jiang should return to the rear residence and spend more time with Madam. Yang Fan also stood up. He said with a smile, that wife of mine is not a delicate little girl who never leaves the house. Although she is no longer working in the palace, Brother Shen has helped my wife find a good job. 16 shops, plus the few shops my wife used to run. I'm afraid she is even busier than I am. Haha, please. Zhao Yu laughed heartily and walked out side by side with him. As they walked, he said, in that case, it is my fault. I should have sent the congratulatory gift a few days later, so that your honorable wife will not be busy as a newlywed. Yang Fan said, otherwise, she wouldn't be idle. Isn't it just that the Fu is short of people? She went to Nan City at noon to find a middleman to hire some maids and servants. Zhao Yu laughed and said, that day, I wanted to give Lang Jiang 20 male and female servants, but Lang Jiang refused. Otherwise, why would we need to go through all this trouble today? Yang Fan said, that day, Yang was a loner. When one person was full, the whole family was not hungry. Leaving behind 4 people was already too much for me. Who would have thought that after I got married and only married one person, I really felt that I didn't have enough people to use. This is also good. The people that my wife has personally chosen by her side are probably more to her liking. The two of them chatted and laughed as they arrived at the front door. Zhao Yu turned around and said, Lang Jiang, please stop. I won't trouble you to send me off. Yang Fan smiled and stopped. He cupped his hands and said, Brother Zhao, take care. The two of them had just finished talking when they heard the sound of girls chattering and laughing outside the door. They saw Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and a group of female imperial bodyguards walking in with Xiao Man. As soon as they saw Yang Fan and a guest standing in front of the door, they immediately stopped. Yang Fan laughed and said, wife is back. Come, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Yu, Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, this is my wife. Zhao Yu quickly took 2 steps forward and bowed deeply. Zhao Yu greets Madam. Xiao Man bowed to return the greeting. Hello, Mr. Zhao, she said. Yang Fan said, wife, have you hired all the servants at home? Xiao Man pursed her lips and smiled. With the help of all the sisters, it will save me a lot of trouble. All the servants have been selected. Come forward and let Lang see if he is satisfied. The female guards flashed, and 7 or 8 men walked in from the back. One of them was 11 or 12 years old, delicate and pretty, and seemed to be the attendant. There were 2 other men with wide waists, and their faces were full of happiness, and they must be the cooks. Although the rest of the servants were not all tall and sturdy, they all looked very spirited, and their faces were simple and honest. Yang Fan nodded repeatedly. Wife, you have a good eye. You really have a good eye. I am very satisfied with these people. Hey, aren't there still maids in the inner chamber? Why didn't you hire them? When Xiao Man heard this, she suddenly became bashful. She gently rolled up the corner of her clothes and said in a low voice, the maids are also hired. Yang Fan laughed. Is that so? Quickly call them over. Let me take a look. The 7 or 8 male servants suddenly flashed to the left and right. Xiao Man had no choice. She slightly leaned to the side and pouted at Gao Ying. Gao Ying said, cough. Why don't you come forward and greet your Lang? Yang Fan looked at them with a smile. The female imperial bodyguards flashed to the sides again. Yang Fan's smile suddenly froze on his face. His eyes almost popped out. He looked at the 6 women standing outside the doorway in astonishment. His mouth slowly opened and couldn't close for a long time. At first glance, he almost thought that Xiao Man had invited the female sumo wrestlers from Princess Taiping's mansion to go home. But when he looked carefully, they were a size smaller than the female sumo wrestlers who were also the female imperial bodyguards of Princess Taiping. Yes, they were indeed women. 6 big and round women. They were indeed maidservants. Looking at their chubby and childish faces, and looking at the unmarried maidservant bun on their heads, they were definitely 6 underage maidservants. Xiao Man saw Yang Fan's expression. She couldn't help but stare at Gao Ying. She braced herself and timidly asked, Lang Jun, are you satisfied? Yang Fan grinned as if he had swallowed a mouthful of yellow lotus. He said vaguely, wife, you have a good eye. You really have a good eye. I am very satisfied with these people. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yu stood to the side, trying his best to put his face back into place, which had been distorted by holding back his laughter. Bowing deeply to Yang Fan, he said, my son is busy. Zhao Yu bids farewell, farewell.